When Su Ming spoke, the eyeball grew larger, continuing to move forward, and swiftly became the size of a fist. Red capillaries spread all over its surface, and the 8 trigrams appeared faintly on it. Due to its unique appearance, the eyeball gave off a strange and savage presence. The instant Su Ming flung that eyeball forward, a faint glint appeared in Di Tian's eyes, but he did not stop even for a moment. He simply continued with his actions, as if there was no one and no power in the world that could make him stop even for a single moment if he wanted to continue advancing forward. Even the ancient art of Hidden Dragon Sect could not do so. Besides, even if the ancient art had a great reputation for its power, the old man from Hidden Dragon Sect had only been able to cast a shred of that art. Even if the red-haired Su Ming could push it slightly closer to perfection, it still could not compare to the true form of the ancient art. Yet even so, since it was an ancient art, it was of an incredibly high level among all the divine abilities and arts. The power it contained was enough to destroy the sky and earth. Once that eyeball swelled up, the 8 trigrams within flashed, and a dark power shot out from inside. At the same time that power spread out, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. Mumbling sounds could be heard echoing in the air, causing people to be unable to hear what was being said clearly. The sounds grew louder and the number of voices increased. Eventually, they reached a volume so shocking it could shake the sky and earth, deafening the ears. It was as if there was an endless amount of invisible people in the area mumbling at the same time. Right then, the 8 trigrams in the eyeball started turning slowly, increasing in speed, and in the blink of an eye, the eyeball could no longer be seen clearly. With his ever-calm face, Di Tian walked over as if he was completely unconcerned by the strangeness of the eyeball and the endless mumbling voices around him. He merely formed a seal with his right hand, and as he moved forward, he pointed at that eyeball with it. I am the heavens. All manner of living exists beneath the sky. Under my rule, all the living are given different souls. If I am unwilling, I can retrieve those souls. Heavenly deprivation of souls. The moment Di Tian calmly said those words, without a shred of emotion, he pointed at the eyeball in the air with his right index finger. The instant he did so, the turning of the 8 trigrams in the eyeball started slowing down, and the mumbling voices around them that had just reached a certain volume instantly showed signs of weakening, becoming much softer. By the looks of it, it would only take the span of a few breaths before they would completely disappear. Su Ming's expression immediately darkened. He was once again shocked by Di Tian's power. As his expression changed, he instantly bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood, then let out a low shout. Hidden shatter. Execution of justice explode. The instant Su Ming's words were spoken, the blood capillaries in the eyeball shone with a red glare and a large amount of light spread through the eyeball. It exploded abruptly, and the swirling 8 trigrams within broke away. Once they absorbed the force of the eyeball's explosion, the 8 trigrams continued swirling. They then charged towards Di Tian with a howl. At the same time, the volume of the mumbling voices around the area increased exponentially. All of them rushed towards Di Tian, causing a large amount of ripples and distortions to appear around him. Su Ming knew that it was difficult for this art to have a great effect on Di Tian. However, it should be able to hold him back for several breaths. Su Ming did not bother looking at the outcome of the ancient art. He swiftly moved back, and as he did so, he started forming seals with his hands. His red hair shone with an enchanting glow, and the crimson hue in his eyes was even more brilliant. In fact, his entire body, including his skin, was shining with such a bright shade of red that it seemed to illuminate the sky. That shade of red was like blood, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. I don't believe that I can't even kill your projection. A ferocious expression appeared on Su Ming's face. As he formed seals, he turned around abruptly, transforming into a red whirlwind. Howling sounds reverberated in the air, and a large amount of bloody spots immediately appeared on Su Ming's skin. Once those blood spots appeared, a large amount of fresh blood seeped out of his skin, and right at the moment that blood appeared, it was immediately sucked into the whirlwind. After several breaths, a layer of blood fog filled the entire area outside the red whirlwind. It was Su Ming's blood. Blood art. Su Ming's voice came from within the whirlwind. At that moment, his face was pale. Most of his blood had been forced out of his body to cast the forbidden divine ability that he could only cast when he was at the peak of his condition. The moment Su Ming spoke up, the whirlwind, inside of which he was in, came to an abrupt halt, and once the whirlwind froze for an instant, the blood fog used the whirlwind's turning force to spread out, covered the entire sky, dyeing it instantly red. At the same time, Su Ming stomped downwards with his right foot and threw himself higher, disappearing into the blood fog. Purge the heavens! When Su Ming disappeared into the sky, it was as if the sky roared. The instant muffled buzzing sounds spread out, the blood fog started multiplying swiftly. It only took an instant for the fog to increase so much that it turned into a wave of blood. With the sky as the sea, and with crimson as its color, the entire sky turned into an endless sea of blood. That sea roared and raged in the sky, bringing up a large amount of furious waves. From the distance, this scene was like the apocalypse, and if anyone saw it, their hearts would tremble in disbelief. From the sea of blood that filled the entire sky, a gigantic face protruded. It covered about half of the sea, and that face belonged to Su Ming. It was as if the sea of blood was his hair and his body had become so big it could not be measured. He stood in the sky like the might of heaven itself and roared at Tian. Then, bringing the sea of blood with him, he charged. At that moment, the distortions and ripples caused by the endless mumbling voices from the hidden execution of justice disappeared around Tian, revealing his body within. He lifted his right hand, and on his palm were the 8 trigrams that had charged towards him while spinning. Holding the 8 trigrams in his hand, he lifted his head to look at the sky. He curled his right hand into a fist, and the 8 trigrams immediately crumbled, turning into an endless amount of fragments that fell and scattered away. They turned into glittering sparks of light that shone for a moment before they faded away and disappeared. With a swing of mine arm I can submerge the sun and moon. How dare thou art use tainted blood to stain the sky army? With a calm expression on his face, Tian spoke with a dull tone, and as he did so, he swung his arm towards the sky, right in the face of the rapidly incoming sea of blood and Su Ming's bloody figure within. That one swing immediately caused his emperor's robe to shine before fading off a little. Some wrinkles also appeared on his skin, but it would be difficult to notice unless someone looked closely. However, clearly, while this swing of the arm intending to submerge the sun and moon might seem easy to do, in truth, to Tian, this was not an ordinary swing of his arm. Golden light erupted forth from his body. Following the movements of his swing, the golden light appeared and spread swiftly in the sky above him, seemingly turning into a gigantic golden sea under that sea of blood. There was a colossal amount of power contained within that gigantic golden sea. If the sea of blood gave others a feeling that the red-haired Su Ming was an evil incarnate, then compared to the strangeness of the sea of blood, if anyone was watching by the side, they would feel that Tian was filled with righteousness and justice. A large amount of waves churned in that golden sea, and as it continued closing in on that sea of blood, its appearance changed into that of a sleeve. It was a golden sleeve formed by the golden sea. It swung at the incoming sea of blood. Both crashed into each other in an instant. A shocking boom resounded in the sky and spread through a small part of the land of the shamans, causing the ground to tremble. As the sound spread, all the powerful warriors in the land of the shamans noticed it, all the powerful warriors in the land of the berserkers sensed it, and they were all shaken to the core. The booming sounds continued to reverberate in the air, and the sea of blood in the sky was destroyed. When that golden sleeve swung at it, it shattered, and once it turned back into the blood fog, it crumbled once again. Eventually, the fragmented blood fog gathered in midair and turned back into Su Ming. Blood trickled down the corners of Su Ming's lips. His face was pale, and that fiery red hair of his had also become dull. There were multiple tears on his robes, and once he formed, he was forced back several thousands of feet. He coughed out a huge mouthful of blood, and a crimson glare appeared in his eyes. I can't accept this. It's impossible that I can't even fight against a clone of his. Su Ming stared at Tian, who stood in the distance. The strength of this Tian had surpassed what he was in his faded memories. It made him feel bitter, but at the same time also incredibly disgruntled. Tian's face was still as aloof as ever. He lifted his foot and walked towards Su Ming. Since the start, he had been like this, taking his time doing everything like a king walking in his own world. It was as if even if the sky crumbled and the earth shattered, he would not show a hint of emotion. Perhaps there was truly nothing in the world that could affect him in the slightest bit. Since thou art unwilling to be sealed, I wilt grant thy wish. I wilt scatter thy soul and separate thy spirit from this body. Thou hast breathed thy last breath far into the past, yet due to mine seal, I allowed thee to escape heaven's punishment. Now, as thou wilt be scattered away, thou must receive heaven's punishment once again. I am the heavens, and I shall bestow unto thee heaven's punishment. Di Tian spoke slowly, and as he walked towards Su Ming, he lifted his right hand and swung it at the sky. Thou art not a soul of this land. There is no need for the berserkers' heavens to execute their punishment unto thee. Times have changed, and the heavens now belong to the immortals. With a swing of Di Tian's arm, a strange change appeared in the sky. It suddenly darkened, and this was not due to the sky being covered up. Instead, the sky which could be seen had turned into night, as if the sun and moon had reversed their positions. Stars shone in the sky, but those stars grew indistinct, and some of them began moving. In the blink of an eye, a shocking sight appeared in the sky. The stars were enough to make any shaman or berserker feel that they were unfamiliar with them when they looked up. This was no longer the sky belonging to the berserker tribe. The sky caused all the immortals in the land of South Morning show expressions of fear and confusion, because this sky belonged to the immortals. If the real Su Ming was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that the sky was almost the exact same as the illusionary starry sky that appeared above Dark Mountain in the past when his elder had used the flagpole and changed the sky. The sight of Di Tian changing the sky with just a swing of his sleeve fell into the red-haired Su Ming's eyes, and great bitterness appeared on his face. So his power has already reached this level. This is the power equivalent to that of a Lord of World Plane. But even so, I won't give up. So what if he's a Lord of World Plane? The red-haired Su Ming sucked in a deep breath and forced down the bitterness in his heart. A determined look appeared on his face. He did not bother himself with Di Tian casting his art. Instead, he took a step towards the ground and landed on the land several tens of thousands away. The earth was soft, and since it lost some of its soul, Su Ming felt as if he was stepping on mud once he landed, and half of his body sank into the soil. He chose to sit down cross-legged. Placing his hands on the earth beside him, he closed his eyes, and mumbling sounds started falling off his lips. At that moment, Di Tian was looking at Su Ming's actions coldly. Once he swung his right arm and changed the sky, he pushed against the sky with all 5 of his fingers. The heaven's punishment is divided in 9 levels of Yang and 9 levels of Yin. With thy sins, thou shalt bear the punishment of 6 levels of Yang and 7 levels of Yin. Death is assured at the 3rd day of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment. The first day is the punishment of the dragon of Yin. As Di Tian spoke, the wind of Yin instantly stirred up in the sky of the immortals. That wind of Yin had physical form and contained a faint greenish hue. As it gathered in the sky, the greenish hue reflected the light of the stars, turning into a long dragon, and it immediately started pacing about in the sky while letting out low, ferocious growls. Once a dragon of Yin appeared, a large amount of wind of Yin gathered together, and gradually, more dragons of Yin appeared in succession, as the greenish hue of the wind reflected the light of the stars. Eventually, there were 9 dragons of Yin, and they started roaring at the ground from the sky. Their voices boomed, and a destructive presence spread out from their bodies to travel in all directions. If anyone took a closer look, they would be able to tell that the wind of Yin that formed the bodies of these 9 dragons of Yin were made of numerous faces. These faces looked as if they were imprinted onto the bodies of the dragons of Yin. The protruding parts of their bodies were made of struggling hands and feet. Pain could be seen on the faces, and those wailing voices grouped together to form the dragons of Yin roars. Su Ming sat on the ground with a pale face. There were still specks of blood left at the corners of his mouth. As he continued mumbling, gradually the ground lost its soft texture. An indistinct presence started seeping out of it. Earth of this world, I can feel your damage and your grudge. I can feel the ties between you disappearing and fading away once your body was severed. I need to borrow your power. Please, Lend to me the power of the dragon veins belonging to you. Su Ming's voice reverberated in the air. The presence around him from the ground increased. If anyone looked from the sky, they would find that the ground where Su Ming was had turned into a foggy swamp. However, compared to the entire land of South Morning, the earthen aura contained within the small swamp of fog was simply insignificant. Ditian started forming seals with his right hand and pointed towards the sky once again. The second punishment out of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment is the illusionary pus. Ditian's voice was calm. When his words traveled out, rumbling sounds immediately rang out in the sky of the immortals, and gigantic bumps slowly formed in the sky in a descending manner. The insides of each and every one of the boils was murky, and a foul stench spread out, as if these bumps were filled with the most unclean things contained in the world. This scene would make a person's skin crawl. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a toad's skin. At the same time this happened, a dark light began shining from within. If anyone took a closer look, they would find that these bumps numbered to 67. Su Ming's face grew increasingly paler. He opened his eyes, and while the earthen aura he borrowed from around him seemed like quite a lot, in truth it was not enough. Bitterness appeared on his face. Earth of this world, with my name I call upon you. Earthen aura, turn into a dragon. You have turned into a vein of the earth through ages of nurturing. I need your help. Awaken, dragon veins of the earth. Awaken, power of the earth. Upon my name, wake up. Veins popped up on Su Ming's hands, which were pressed against the earth. They held onto the ground with a death grip, and instantly layers upon layers of fog seeped out from around him. As it spread, it came from the earth of a circular area of 10 lis, 100, 1,000, then 10,000. Once it began, it turned into a sea of fog that covered 10,000 lis, and that area was still spreading outwards. However, Su Ming still looked bitter. The earthen aura he borrowed might be plentiful and the area was still spreading outwards, but both were all in fragments. Even if that earthen aura could gain the form of a dragon under his divine ability, it would just be an illusion, just like the earthen aura he summoned a few days prior. It was enough for him to deal with normal people, but using it to attack Ditian was like striking a stone with an egg. He would only have a chance of fighting against Ditian if he awakened all the dragon veins in the land of South Morning, or else, all those thoughts of defeating Ditian would remain a dream. The third punishment out of the 6 upon 7 days of punishment is the birth of spirits. Ditian's voice echoed in the sky and his words were filled with might along with calmness. It was as if he was not bothered that the red-haired Su Ming might try to escape. Perhaps more accurately speaking, he believed he could control everything in the world where he was at the moment. When he spoke, the murky insides of the 67 protruding boils suddenly shone with a brilliant dark light and cicada-like creatures appeared inside. These creatures may look like cicadas, but they were entirely black. Their appearances were savage, and once they appeared, they started knocking against the bumps from within. Screeches could also be heard from inside. There was only one of these creatures in each of the boils, and there were 67 of them. At that moment, Su Ming was staring at the strange sight in the sky from his seated position. The fog around the circular area of 100,000 lis may already be so thick that it looked like a sea and was giving off a shocking presence. But Su Ming knew that this was absolutely not enough. Upon my name, Su Ming, awaken, dragon veins of earth. With his hands holding onto the ground in a death grip, the red-haired Su Ming let out a low growl. The instant he growled, the dragon veins of earth that he could not awaken even after so long started responding to him. The earth of the entire land of South Morning started trembling lightly at that instant. Those tremors affected the entire area of the continent, and there were 4 spots that shook especially violently. South Morning contained 4.5 dragon veins. Besides that incomplete dragon vein located to the edge of the land to the east, 2 of the 4 dragon veins were in the land of the shamans, while the remaining 2 were in the land of the berserkers. At that moment, the dragon vein that was responding to Su Ming was one located in an area about several tens of thousands of lis away from where he was. It was a dragon vein located in the land of the shamans. It was not a mountain range, but a long river. That long river was the now dried up, located not too far away from Su Ming. That part of the river was just a section of its enormous body. In truth, it was heinously difficult for the river to completely dry up. Before long, it would automatically recover. It was so long that it practically cut through the entire land of the shamans. As Su Ming spoke, the dragon vein that was the long river responded to him, and at the same time, a large amount of earthen aura instantly shot out from within it, charging towards where Su Ming was. If anyone looked from the sky, they would find that the earthen aura around Su Ming had become much thicker, especially after the earthen aura from the dragon vein that was the river fused with the rest. It made the area around Su Ming seem as if an azure dragon made of earthen aura had established itself there. Thou shalt now receive the 6 upon 7 days of punishment. Ditian stared at Su Ming coldly from the sky and lifted his right hand to point at him sitting on the ground. The 9 dragons of Een immediately started roaring in the sky and charged towards downwards. The 9 dragons of Een roared ferociously, and the endless faces on their bodies continued wailing, causing the sky to fill with a ghastly air. Even the stars became indistinct. As they closed in, Su Ming lifted his head and raised his hands from the ground to form seals. He placed his left hand on his right hand, then pointed at the incoming 9 dragons of Een with one finger. Dragon veins of earth, dragon of earthen aura, destroy the skies with earth. A large amount of blood flowed out from Su Ming's mouth. At the same time, the azure dragon made of earthen aura lying around him lifted its head and let out a howl towards the sky. It did not move its entire body, only lifted its head to charge towards the 9 dragons of Een. Compared to the azure dragon, the 9 dragons of Een could not even be called dragons. They could only be considered as snakes. Both sides collided with each other in midair within an instant. Rumbling sounds exploded from the spot, and they started rapidly spreading outwards, stirring up a large amount of ripples and force, causing cracks that looked like fish scales to appear in the sky, and those cracks continued spreading. Once the 9 dragons of Een crashed into the dragon of earthen aura, they started disappearing, turning into 9 green threads that charged into the body of the dragon of earthen aura. As they swam in its body, it caused the dragon of earthen aura to let out a pained howl. A large amount of earthen aura from several hundreds of thousands of li around Su Ming surged towards him, and eventually it forced the 9 threads to disappear into his body. Yet at that moment, Su Ming's entire body shuddered violently and he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. 9 threads appeared on his body, and those 9 threads swam under his skin, plunging him into an indescribable pain. Cold sweat broke out on his entire body. That sort of pain that drilled itself into the heart was one that could make the minds of powerful warriors crumble. However, Su Ming only laughed in the face of that pain. It was not a chuckle. He threw his head up and laughed. This pain is nothing. Ditian, what else can you do? Just bring it all out. Su Ming's face was stark white. As he laughed, the pain in his body became even more violent. The 9 threads had already disappeared from his skin and had crawled into his body. Su Ming decided at that point that he would not endure that pain and simply let it spread through his entire body. He struggled to lift both his hands up and pointed at Ditian. Immediately, the dragon of earthen aura around him let out a roar and charged upwards. Ditian's expression remained as aloof as ever. He stood there and did not move even the slightest bit to dodge the dragon. However, before the dragon of earthen aura managed to close in on him, the 67 protruding bumps in the sky burst open simultaneously, and when they did so, a large amount of liquid fell like rain from the sky. A foul stench filled the entire world, and as the tainted rainwater fell down, the dragon of earthen aura was drenched. It shuddered and let out a shrill scream of pain. Its body shrank continuously, and the earthen aura around Su Ming also started rapidly shrinking. At the same time Su Ming went through the pain of the threads crawling into his heart, bumps appeared on various spots of his body. These bumps were almost the exact same as the bumps that had previously exploded in the sky, causing him to no longer look like a human. The pain made Su Ming's laughter grow louder. His body shot into the air with one leap, and as the dragon of earthen aura continuously shrank, he started forming seals with his hands. Once he entered the head of the dragon, he brought the dragon of earthen aura with him while charging towards the sky belonging to the Immortals. As the 67 bumps exploded in the sky, The 67 black cicada-like insects with wings growing from their backs charged out. As these strange insects screeched, they charged towards the dragon of earthen aura. They all crashed into each other in the sky once again. Booming sounds echoed in the air once more. The dragon of earthen aura had already completely flown off the ground and did not care about those insects crawling into its body. Neither did Su Ming care about the intense pain in his body. With the dragon of earthen aura, he charged towards the sky belonging to the immortals. Tian, if you can bring down heavenly punishment, then I would rather destroy heaven itself and destroy my blood as an immortal forever. I will no longer be an immortal. As the red-haired Su Ming howled in fury, he crashed into that sky along with the dragon of earthen aura. Booming sounds reverberated through the air. Ripples, waves, and cracks started appearing in the sky. Yet similarly, that dragon of earthen aura started shattering inch by inch. Once it rammed its entire body into the sky, it crumbled and started dissipating. Su Ming coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. There was not a spot on his body that did not hurt. His entire body was covered by a large amount of bugs, and the aura of death started coming off his body. As for the sky belonging to the immortals, it only suffered a ring of cracks, and those cracks were rapidly recovering right as he watched. Thine appearance was a mere incident. It is finished. Thy soul shalt disappear under the punishment of 6 upon 7 days. All shalt return to its original state. Finished? Not just yet. Right after Tian said those words, the red-haired Su Ming called out with a strange voice. He spoke that despite having his entire body torn apart by the swarm of black insects, despite having the boils bursting apart on him, despite having the 9 threads shredding his organs, and despite having a dense layer of aura of death emanating from his body. I remember now. I am not Su Ming. I am Hong Luo. I am the progenitor Hong Luo. Su Ming's eyes were originally closed, but at that moment he opened them and there was a brilliant light shining within them. Right at the instant before his soul disappeared, his originally faded memories suddenly cleared up as he was pushed towards his death. He remembered his identity. He remembered his own name. I am the progenitor Hong Luo. I am the son of the Emperor of Immortals. Aren't I right, my beloved senior brother, Tian? Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and his body trembled. Immediately, his divine sense shot out and pushed all those insects 10 feet backwards, but they were not injured. Those insects rushed towards him once again. I remember now. You were wary in the past. That's why you didn't dare kill me but sealed me in Destiny's body. I remember now. Destiny. Haha. Is this body Destiny's body? I remember now. This is the land of the Berserkers. This is the home world of the first god of Berserkers. Once the first god of Berserkers passed away, you invaded this place with the others to execute the plan to kill the second god of Berserkers. When you came back, you brought with you a pair of babies. One of them was dead and the other alive. The one alive must be in whom my soul is residing at this moment. He must be the baby personally named by my father after he examined it himself. The red-haired Su Ming spoke with an eerie voice. Tian's expression remained aloof. He did not speak but simply lifted his right hand to point at the red-haired Su Ming. Immediately, the boils on Su Ming's body rotted away, and the insects around him swarmed towards him and crawled into those rotting spots. As they devoured in frenzy, the 9 threads in Su Ming's body also pierced through his heart. The aura of death enveloped the red-haired Su Ming, and a strange smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. My dear senior brother, could you perhaps have forgotten about this one art I have with me? This is also the reason you couldn't kill me, right? Because of the origin ancient art we have as members of the Immortals royal family. Enduring 10 lives. The moment the smile appeared on the red-haired Su Ming's lips, all his life force abruptly disappeared and he breathed his last. However, the instant he died, his disappeared life force immediately reappeared, and this time his presence became much stronger. Those black insects that had crawled into his body immediately fell back and exploded outside his body, turning into a large amount of black fog that tumbled backwards. His body started rapidly recovering. The rotting wounds caused by the boils instantly healed. Even the 9 threads that had crawled into his body were once again forced under the layer of his skin, and they looked as if they were about to be forced out of his body as well. When I say you must die, then you must die, because there can be no two rulers. Di Tian's expression still remained unchanged. He said those words unhurriedly, but the moment he spoke them, the recovery of the red-haired Su Ming's life force came to an abrupt halt. Not only was it forced to a stop, it also started showing signs of reversal. The recovered wounds appeared once again, and the 9 threads that had been forced under the skin crawled into Su Ming's body once again. The black insects that had shattered and dissolved into black fog around him appeared out of nowhere, and gathered together to turn into the 67 tiny black insects once again. Then, as if time had went back, they charged towards Su Ming. This is the ancient art that is only inherited by those possessing the blood of the royal family of the Immortals. You actually mastered it. Looks like my father's fate was grim. The red-haired Su Ming's face was pale as he spoke bitterly. You should not have awakened. It is still long before the seal is to be released. Now, I have restored order, and everything has returned to normal. Di Tian spoke calmly and lifted his right hand, swinging it at the red-haired Su Ming. Immediately, a gust of wind from emptiness itself appeared before the red-haired Su Ming. The instant it touched his body, he was surrounded by the aura of death. A large part of his body started decaying. The black insects tore at his flesh, and his organs had already been pierced through by those threads. There was only a hint of his life left, and that hint was also rapidly fading. As the wind from Di Tian's swing landed on Su Ming's body, a gust of red air immediately spread from Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth that turned into an illusory figure behind him. The appearance of that figure was different from Su Ming's. He had a handsome face that gave off a strangely enchanting feeling. That was the real Hong Luo. At that moment, his illusionary body was rapidly fading away. As his soul was forced out of Su Ming's body, those insects in Su Ming's body crawled out simultaneously to charge at the soul. The 9 threads also flew out and seeped into Hong Luo's disappearing soul. At the same time, the 67 boils manifested on Hong Luo's illusory figure, and they were rapidly bursting apart. Am I about to die? Is this how it feels to die? But I don't regret it. A dazed look appeared the illusory figure of Hong Luo's soul before he started laughing loudly. As the soul was separated from Su Ming's body, the wind that was blowing against him surged inside in an overbearing manner, causing the injuries suffered by his organs to instantly recover. The rot on his body also disappeared immediately, causing him to return to the exact same manner before he was injured. The power within his body also started clearing away all of Hong Luo's power, the power which had made him become powerful so swiftly. All of this was happening just as Di Tian had said. He wanted to restore order. He wanted to return everything back to the state before this accident happened, forcing everything to act according to his will. He would not allow any more accidents to happen. Yet right at the instant Di Tian's power started restoring things to their original state in Su Ming's body, Hong Luo, in his days as he continued disappearing, seemed to have seen something, and a blank look immediately appeared on his face. A glint suddenly shone in his eyes, and he immediately turned his eyes to look towards Su Ming, who had his eyes tightly shut. Destiny, destiny. I understand now, Di Tian, I understand now. So this is your plan. If that's the case, before I die, I will help him. Hong Luo suddenly laughed loudly. A strange light appeared in his eyes, and the instant his body disappeared, the illusory figure of his soul suddenly erupted in flames. The ancient legacy of the blood kin of Immortal's path to life. As Hong Luo laughed, the illusory figure of his soul continued burning. At that moment, only his head was left, and 2 rays of dark light shone in his eyes before they flew out and landed on Su Ming's body. All of this happened too quickly, and for the first time Di Tian's expression changed. He lifted his right hand and pointed forward. The instant those 2 rays of dark light closed in on Su Ming, they immediately shattered into dark sparks before scattering away. Yet at that moment, those scattered dark sparks gathered up together once again, and with a speed Di Tian could not stop, they shot into the center of Su Ming's brows. Instantly, the energy of the dark sparks erupted in Su Ming's body with a bang, crashing against Di Tian's force that was clearing up the power within him. Those two waves of force clashed against each other in his body, causing blood to trickle out of the unconscious Su Ming's mouth and his body to pummel down the ground. Right then, even Di Tian did not notice that under the guidance of the dark light left behind by Hong Luo, Su Ming was plummeting towards the mountain in the land of the shamans underneath, right at the octagonal altar at its top, and straight towards the stone coffin at the center of the altar. At that moment, even as the illusionary figure of Hong Luo's soul burned and gradually disappeared midair, his laughter and his voice continued echoing endlessly in the world. I have practiced Taoism for 30,000 years. Now I shall turn back and become immortal. I will not be an immortal. Hong Luo's ancient voice gradually faded away, but his words echoed in Di Tian's ears, and they also echoed in Su Ming's soul. Su Ming's body landed on the coffin at the center of the octagonal peak of the tower with a crash. Blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth and fell on the coffin. With an expressionless face, Di Tian turned around and walked towards the peak of the mountain on the ground, or more precisely, towards Su Ming lying at the cover of the coffin at the center of the octagonal altar. His emperor's robe had already become dull. Even his crown had lost its golden glow. A large amount of wrinkles had appeared on his face. At that moment, he no longer looked as if he was a middle-aged man. Clearly, the fight against Hong Luo was not as easy as he had made it seem. All is over. Di Tian landed on the octagonal altar, but the instant he got closer to Su Ming, for the first time, his expression drastically changed, because he saw a pair of eyes. Su Ming had opened his eyes. The sky was blue and there were white clouds floating past. The sight was gorgeous. However, the icy coldness beneath his body, the freezing wind around him, his eyes, which he could not open, and the sharp stabs of pain spreading through his body caused the blue in the sky to only be a color only from his memories and the white clouds to only be a figment of his imagination. Once everything was torn apart, then what remained was loneliness, grief, and fear that he could not speak of. Today is a good day. Big brother, the sky is blue, and there are a lot of white clouds up ahead. Look, that cloud is like a rabbit, and that one kind of looks like a gray wolf. The tender voice by his ears seemed to make the darkness before his eyes gradually disappear. That voice ripped apart all the shadows and the blue sky returned. There was also a rabbit-shaped cloud in the sky. By its side, there also was the cloud in the shape of the wolf. Ah, big brother. That cloud looks like you. It really looks like you. There's a cloud by its side. That one's like me. That young voice was the only warmth in that dark world of his. It was also that voice that was explaining the differences of colors to him. It was telling him what was black, what was blue, and what was white. Every single time that voice spoke, he would stop feeling cold. He would stop feeling lonely. He would stop feeling that there was an innumerable amount of days filled only with night in this endless darkness. Even if the pain in his body was becoming increasingly more difficult to bear, even if once in a while, he would feel as if there was someone cutting into him to squeeze out his blood, he did not feel that it was unbearable. As long as he could hear that voice often, if he could just listen to that voice for eternity. Big brother, cultivation is so tiring. I don't want to be a cultivator anymore. But father said we must become cultivators or else you will die. Big brother, don't die. I'll continue with my cultivation. It's not tiring at all. It's not tiring? If it's not tiring, then why does her voice sound so weak? I can't see it, but I can sense it. She's very tired. Is my death related to her cultivation? Father, is it that cold voice? If it is, then don't listen to him. Every single time he comes, I go through so much pain I want to die. He called me Destiny. Is that my name? It should be, it shouldn't be. Big brother, it's a clear day outside. The weather has been clear for a very long time. You must really like sunny days. That's why the weather is this way. Is the weather clear? Silly girl. The only senses I have left in my body are my hearing and my touch. You're holding an umbrella, but it's not covering my feet. Those water droplets on my feet must be rain. It should be. I heard from others talking that it has been raining for a month. Big brother. I saw other big sisters. They're really pretty. But why am I so small? I'm only younger than them by a year. But I still look like a child. But big brother, you look really handsome. Heh, I heard from my senior sister that she likes being beside you. Big brother, you have to wake up soon, all right? Father said you're about to wake up soon, but I've been hearing him say that since I was young. They like being beside me? But every single time those senior sisters of yours come, a large amount of my presence would disappear. Silly girl, it's not me they like. They just like coming here and absorbing the immortal chi from my body. I heard them mention it when they were chatting. They thought I couldn't hear it. Silly girl, all the people who come here harbor ulterior motives towards us. I heard far too many of their conversations. Big brother, father has been acting really strange lately. Hits me often. I've been working really hard in my cultivation. I've been listening to his requests and helping his other sect members train. They surround me every single time, and when we train together, I feel my body becoming weaker. I can feel that their gazes are different when they look at me. It's as if they're looking at a medicinal pill. Those damn immortals. Once I open my eyes and I can move my body, I'll kill all of you. I don't care if you absorb my immortal chi, but how could you lay your hands on her as well? She's still just a child. How could you do this for your own cultivation? How could you? Is it not enough that you're absorbing mine? All of you have my immortal chi in your bodies. I swear, if I ever stand up, then I will definitely make all of you pay. Big brother, I'm really tired today. Let me lay down beside you. I'm really tired. Sleep. I'll protect you. I'll transfer my power as an immortal into your body so that you won't be tired tomorrow. If only I could see, then I would be able to tell the difference between day and night, then I could find you among the sea of people around us and hold your hand. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only I could stand up, then I would be able to fly with you in the sky, then I could go to the end of the sky and earth with you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only I could speak, then I would be able to laugh with you, then I would be able to point at the sky and draw the blue sky and the white clouds. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But I can't. I can't see, I can't move, I can't speak. The world I see is dark. There are no colors. The only thing I feel is pain and loneliness. Big brother, I've been feeling really sleepy lately. I feel that I've become shorter. I don't look pretty anymore. No one likes me, I can tell. You're the only one who'll stay by my side, right? Big brother, does it hurt? Don't be sad. I have a dream, once my level of cultivation rises, I'll take you away. Silly girl, it's useless. I know them. He's not your father, neither is he my father. His name is Ditian. Big brother, I won't be able to see you for some time. They're taking me to a place. Once I come back, I'll come see you again. Big brother, you have to wake up soon. I can feel your tears on my body. I can sense that cold gaze looking at me while you're crying. Fei air, we have to leave now. That cold voice echoing in the air gradually faded out. My world turned dark once again. I can't hear her voice anymore. There is no more blue sky, no more white clouds. There is only emptiness, loneliness, cold, rain, snow, the chilling wind, that endless pain, and those disgusting people absorbing my power and their revolting presences. I also feel time flowing past. I don't know how many years have passed by. That voice I heard by my ears never appeared again. My time has been dark like this ever since. I want to open my eyes. I have to open my eyes because I want to search for you. I want to search for the blue sky that belongs to me. I want to see what shade of blue the sky has, and I want to look for the voices filled with joy. I want to go back, because so many years have passed by, and I have lost all contact with you. Where are you? My sister, are you well? I want to speak because I want to ask all of them how you are now. You mustn't end up as I am now, because you are my eyes. When Ditian brought those two babies back with him, you were the one alive, and I was the one dead. A dream. Su Ming opened his eyes and saw the sky, the clouds, the colors in the world. In his mind, the dream that brought him grief still lingered. Confusion appeared in his eyes, but that confusion only lasted for an instant before it turned into deathly stillness. Those were a pair of deadly still, terrifyingly calm eyes. The instant Ditian saw those eyes, his forever calm heart shuddered. Su Ming looked at Ditian and sat up slowly from the coffin. The scar left behind on Dark Mountain was shining with a blood-red light at that moment. That light caused Su Ming to be filled with a strange and eerie air. The instant he saw Ditian, his pupils shrank. A countless amount of pictures suddenly flashed past in his eyes and eventually stopped at a void filled with endless darkness. Over there was a middle-aged man who did not wear any emperor's robe, just a long robe, and he was sitting cross-legged on a gigantic head. The person wearing the emperor's robe right now, standing before him, was incredibly similar to that middle-aged man in the void. Tian, we meet again. Su Ming lowered his head and rubbed the center of his brows. A barely noticeable glint flashed past his eyes and he sat up on the coffin. His hair was no longer red and had returned to its original shade. The mark of the peach blossom was still there at the center of his brows, but it had become much dimmer. Tian's pupils shrank for the first time. He did not speak, merely stared at Su Ming as if he was observing him. Su Ming rubbed the center of his brows with his left hand, then the instant his gaze swept past the coffin by his side, his heart trembled for some unknown reason. It was as if his heart had been emptied out and a pain that was almost akin to the pain of asphyxiation rose within him. He saw those scenes filled with darkness once again. Everything in the dream and that young voice. Su Ming's heart trembled. He was greatly confused by everything before him. He only remembered that he was struck by Madame G's peach blossom fiend, and that thing had stirred the most primitive desire in his body. Once he went to White Bull Tribe, he forced that urge down and struggled to return to his cave abode. Before he lost control of himself, he used Han Mountain Bell to seal himself up, then sank into a long coma. Even if he occasionally woke up, he remembered that he was still in Han Mountain Bell. When he opened his eyes again after the last time he fell unconscious, he saw the person that had made his heart tremble. The man wearing the emperor's robe was the person who had appeared sitting on the head when he went through that unknown amount of years in the void. The person he saw when Han Mountain's ancestor possessed him. This person's appearance made Su Ming's heart tremble. Originally, he should not have been able to control this sudden change of emotion, but for some unknown reason, he managed to control it, and in a very ingenious manner to boot, and it was all done subconsciously. It was as if this was a natural ability that was waking up within him right then. But that was not all. Su Ming also noticed that his head seemed to be much clearer than before. There were some unfamiliar yet strangely familiar scenes flashing in his mind. They felt like memories he'd had since a long time ago but which had been sealed up, and right then, these memories were showing signs of recovering upon his waking. It was especially so the instant he saw the coffin. The strong feeling made him pat the coffin lightly while looking calm on the outside. That one pat immediately made the coffin's lid shatter and disappear in an endless amount of shards, causing the thing inside to be revealed clearly. There was a stone statue lying in the coffin, and that statue was of a girl. She had long hair and did not look incredibly pretty. There was a hint of pain on her face, and that look was enough to make others grow compassionate towards her. Her petite figure did not seem to have grown fully. She seemed to only be around 15 or 16 years of age, but there was an ancient look on her face that could not be hidden away, and it clearly showed her true age. That statue looked incredibly vivid, containing almost everything that could be found on the girl. Clearly, this was not the work of an ordinary person. The now awakened Su Ming looked at the stone statue in the coffin and his heart roared loudly. This was the first time he saw this girl, but for some unknown reason, he saw her, extreme pain struck his heart. The young voice from his dreams echoed in his ears once again. Big brother, the sky is blue. Big brother, I'm a little tired. Big brother, they're taking me to a place. When I come back, I'll come see you. Big brother, hurry up and wake up. Su Ming looked at the stone statue of the petite girl in the coffin. As he looked at her face, that young voice traveled forth from his memories to his ears, causing a hint of sorrow to appear on his face. You're awake. Tian remained silent for a moment before he spoke calmly. The hint of shock that appeared previously on his face had disappeared by now. He became aloof once again. I remember her. Su Ming mumbled. He suddenly understood. That dream was perhaps not a dream. The sorrow in his eyes gradually became stronger and it would not disappear. His eyes glistened and tears fell down from his eyes, falling onto the stone statue. At the same time, the instant those tears fell on the stone statue, new scenes appeared in his mind. In those scenes, Su Ming saw himself, and that himself had red hair and red robes. He saw his red-haired self walking out of the cave abode and drawing out earthen aura to turn it into a crimson dragon. He saw himself absorbing power from a large amount of powerful warriors in the land of the shamans wherever he went, not even letting go of some of the powerful ferocious beasts he could find. He also saw his red-haired self heading to Autumn Sea Tribe and sealing the heavens with just a lift of his hand. Once he also sealed that Zhongzhe in the sky, he brought his hands down and sealed the land, and once he sealed all the members of Autumn Sea Tribe, he walked towards the sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe, then picked Wanqiu up and left the place with his red hair dancing in the wind. Su Ming saw that art of the dragon subject, In Simurg, saw the entire procedure of his red-haired self casting that art with Wanqiu. It was as if Hong Luo's trip during those short few days was flashing past Su Ming's eyes at a much faster pace. He also saw his red-haired self fighting against the old Immortal and the halberd from the sky executing him in an incredibly domineering way, and also himself casting the art of the dragon subject, In Simurg, on the long-haired woman, right up to the moment the sacred mountain of the shaman tribe appeared, right up to the moment Di Tian appeared and engaged him in that earth-shattering fight. Eventually, his memory stopped at the instant Hong Luo's soul disappeared while laughing and sending into his body the path to life. I have practiced Taoism for 30,000 years. Now I shall turn back and become immortal. I will not be an immortal. That boisterous laughter stirred up layers of ripples in Su Ming's mind, and when it eventually disappeared, it turned into a hoarse and ancient voice. Listen up, boy. I have a deep grudge against Di Tian, but his strength has surpassed what I remember. I don't know how long I have been sealed away, and now I'm about to die as a mortal, but I'm not willing to. I am the son of the Emperor of Mortals. With the legacy art of the royal family path to life, I give you the power to release your seal. This art will become stronger the higher your level of cultivation is, and it will help you break the seal on your memories. It can also transform your blood and let you possess the purest blood among all immortals. Within that blood rests all my Tao, my arts, my divine abilities. All of them will belong to you. I'm burning up what little remains of my life to cast this path to life and send you to the coffin. I can sense that the coffin is very important to you. Don't bother about the threat of facing Di Tian alone. I've already thought about the way to help you solve that problem. As long as you can hear these words, then it'll definitely succeed. The path to life can only be passed down to one person in each generation of the royal family, and once it's mastered by that person, no matter how talented the others are, they won't be able to learn it. This is a dead set rule. All the scions of this art can only cast this once in their lives. It doesn't contain any offensive abilities and can only be used to pass down the inheritance. That's why Di Tian doesn't know the path of life. He also doesn't know that this art can open the gate to the void, which can relocate you. This is originally a path to escape for us in case an emergency happens while we're passing down the inheritance. I left a mark at the place I woke up previously, and the gate can send you back there. Once the gate to the void opens, Di Tian won't be able to interfere with his power. The path to life can also cover up your presence, causing Di Tian's divine sense to be unable to find you. Then you'll have a period of time where you'll be truly free. I didn't use this art earlier because there is only one chance for me to cast it, and if there is no scion for me, I couldn't cast it anyway. Besides, if I used this art to escape, it'd still be difficult for me to escape being sealed, and I might not have a chance to wake up again. I would rather die. The gate to the void is in your heart. Call it and it will open. Your level of cultivation isn't high, but when you become a powerful warrior someday, help me take my revenge. Kill Di Tian. Su Ming felt a sharp stab of pain in his head, and those scenes instantly disappeared. In truth, he felt that a long time had passed since the scenes appeared right up till they disappeared, but that lapse of time was just his mind replaying those memories. To outsiders, it only lasted for an instant. Before his death, Hong Luo's voice had traveled with the path to life and avoided Di Tian's divine sense to imprint itself on Su Ming's mind. Only when Su Ming woke up would he be able to hear it. As he stared at the stone statue in the coffin, Su Ming lifted his right hand and grabbed the edge of the coffin in a death grip. You shouldn't have awakened. Your current appearance makes me very disappointed. Hong Luo was an accident, and I've already restored order. Sleep, destiny. After a period of silence, Di Tian spoke slowly. Yet the instant his words left his mouth, Su Ming turned around swiftly and stared at Tion with his deadly still eyes. No one can seal off my memories again, and neither can you. A strand of hair surrounded Su Ming's right index finger without anyone noticing it. This strand of hair was the materialization of the power of a jab from the god of berserkers, and strangely, when Su Ming's body was under Hong Luo's control, that strand of hair had disappeared as if it had dissipated. Even Hong Luo had been unable to notice it. Yet now, as Su Ming's will returned, that strand of hair also reappeared on him. It did not release any sort of presence when it appeared either. That was why even Tion did not pay any attention to Su Ming's right hand seizing the coffin. Naturally, he also did not see the extra strand of hair on his finger. This was Su Ming's trump card. It was also the source of why he could stay calm even after he met Tion. He had already decided. The power of that one jab from the god of berserkers, the power that he could not find in himself to use, on this day, he would use it once. Even if he did not know whether he could kill this Tion when he used this power, this Tion that even Hong Luo could not win against, and even if Hong Luo had already made perfect preparations for him to flee before dying. However, Su Ming did not want to leave just like that. If he did not want to, then there was no need for him to say anything else. Tion stared at Su Ming with an aloof and expressionless face. The instant Su Ming looked at him, he lifted his right leg and took a step towards him. As my son, not only did you disappoint me, you're still acting as childishly as ever. With that one step, a wave instantly shot out from beneath Tion's foot. The strength of that wave was so powerful that it closed in on Su Ming in an instant. A mighty pressure that could not be challenged swiftly descended on Su Ming, pinning him to his spot. Once the wave swept past his feet, Su Ming shuddered and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Kneel! Tion's powerful divine sense and willpower gathered on Su Ming's body, making him feel as if there were heavy mountains pressing on him, causing cracking sounds to appear from his knees, and they started trembling violently. What right do you have to make me kneel? Su Ming gritted his teeth and lifted his head to glare at Tion. His legs remained straight. Sharp stabs of pain shot up his body, but they could not make him surrender. You rebellious boy, I brought you up, and you refuse to kneel? Kneel down. Tion walked towards Su Ming and closed in on him. At that moment, there was only 30 feet between the two of them. As Tion's aloof voice spoke up, with a bang, blood poured out of Su Ming's knees. He staggered. That mighty willpower and pressure felt as if they had physical substance as they pressed on him, and it was not something he could control with his will. His heart might not kneel, but as that pressure continued pushing him down, his right knee started falling to the ground. But the moment his knee was about to touch the ground, Su Ming pressed his left hand on the floor and seized it, causing his right knee to hang 1 inch above it. Besides having power that surpasses mine, what else do you have over me? You can make my body kneel, but you can't make my heart do the same. Su Ming lifted his head and glared at Tion with bloodshot eyes and blood trickling down his mouth. Those deadly still eyes made a deathly still calmness also appear on his face. Today, you can make me kneel before you with your power, but in the future, I will definitely make you pay back several-fold for what you did today. And it won't just be you. I will make your entire immortal tribe kneel under my feet. I will make you lower your head before me. I will definitely do it. Su Ming declared with gritted teeth, his determination clear in each and every one of his words. At the same time, he called out the gate to the void in his heart. Tion's expression did not change even a single bit in the face of Su Ming's words. He moved to within 20 feet of Su Ming and stared at him coldly, who was only 1 inch away from kneeling down. He looked at the veins popping on his face, at the blood on his knees, at him resisting the endless amount of pressure, which was causing a numerous amount of blood capillaries to appear on his left hand, which was pressing against the ground. I don't need your heart submitting to me as well. It's enough if your body kneels, Tion stated slowly, lifting his right hand and moving to point at the center of Su Ming's brows swiftly. Once that finger fell, then everything would return to the state it was in several days ago. Su Ming's memories would be sealed up once again, and when he woke up once more, he would still be confused about his past and future. There would also be a pair of eyes behind him constantly watching his every move. However, the instant Di Tian lifted his finger and was about to touch Su Ming's brows, suddenly, his expression changed. A power that did not belong to Su Ming, a power that seemed like the cold emptiness in the world erupted forth from his body. That power was so great that the instant it erupted, it made Di Tian's finger freeze. It was as if that power was fighting against him, and within a short few breaths, Di Tian let out a muffled groan and took a step backwards. With that step backwards, the wave surrounding the area around Su Ming instantly disappeared. The divine sense and pressure pressing on his body was bounced off right away. As that power erupted from his body, distortions appeared in the emptiness behind him. An oval-shaped, gigantic vortex formed up. At the same time that vortex appeared, all the movements in the world froze. The instant the world froze, a suction force came from the oval-shaped vortex behind Su Ming. However, it was only absorbing Su Ming alone. All the other substances in the world were of no interest to it. Di Tian stared at Su Ming and at the gigantic vortex behind him. For the first time, his expression became steely. Without a hint of hesitation, he began forming seals with his right hand and pointed at Su Ming with one finger. With the blessings of heaven, by my orders, seal off the sky and earth. The moment Di Tian's words were spoken and as he pointed forward, the vortex swirling behind Su Ming showed a brief moment of pausing, however. That pause only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal and continued swirling rapidly. However, during the instant it froze, a freezing glint appeared in Di Tian's eyes. He took a swift step forward, and that step allowed him to appear before Su Ming right at the instant the vortex stopped moving and the power of illusory in the world froze. He lifted his right hand and moved to see Su Ming. "You rebellious boy! Come out!" Killing intent shone in Su Ming's eyes. As he moved back, he lifted his right hand and pointed towards Di Tian's incoming palm. That finger was Su Ming's right index finger. It was the finger wrapped with the strand of hair that was the manifestation of the power of the god of berserkers. Right when Su Ming pointed at Di Tian, the strand of hair on his finger started burning. A burst of power that belonged to the first god of berserkers erupted forth. That power was filled with a domineering presence which stood superior above all else. At the instant that power descended in the world, even the operation of the gate to the void was affected, as if it was about to crumble under that power, and this was just some of the power that had spilled out. If Su Ming had pointed at the gate itself, then the gate to the void would have definitely not been unable to withstand that pressure. At that moment, the person who had to withstand that power was Di Tian. First god of berserkers' presence? Di Tian's face had a drastic change of expression, along with the appearance of shock, which had seemed to not be part of his repertoire. Due to the might of the first god of berserkers, unless the people had bore witness to it with their own eyes, then all manner of divine senses trying to explore the matter of Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers during that moment were pushed off relentlessly. Besides, due to the uniqueness of the deity statues of the berserkers descending, the immortals would rarely release their divine senses at that moment to bring trouble to themselves. Even Di Tian's projection would let the old man in the great tribe of Freezing Sky make most of the decisions because his intelligence was suppressed. That was why he did not have much understanding of Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers. The old man in the great tribe of Freezing Sky might have heard some rumors about it, but since he did not see it for himself, he did not know that such an endless amount of rumors would fly all over the land of the berserkers. Some of these rumors spoke about Su Ming while the others spoke about someone else. Not only did these rumors talk about Su Ming obtaining the power of the god of berserkers, but they also talked about his power increasing so much that he had become a powerful berserker in the berserker soul realm. There were even some who said Su Ming had obtained the same enchanted vessel as the god of berserkers did in the past. All these rumors were baseless and most of them were incredibly exaggerated, hence most of the people would frown and be dubious about it once they heard it. That's why, while the old man had regarded this piece of information seriously, he still just made a decision to continue observing Su Ming. It was also why Di Tian's projected clone did not have too much knowledge regarding this. As Su Ming swung his finger down, the hair on his finger started burning away rapidly. Su Ming saw that there was a black hole the size of a fist around his finger. That black hole moved along with his finger, and the instant it appeared, the frozen sky became dimmer in an instant. This portion of the sky was not the only one affected. It was the entire sky above the land of the shamans, the entire sky above the land of South Morning, even the sky above the Dead Sea, and even spreading to an area so wide they had no idea of knowing how big it was. All of it became dull at that instant. The dull look in the sky was because all manner of light started gathering in the black hole next to Su Ming's finger with a speed that was unimaginable and a manner that was incomprehensible. It caused the area around Su Ming to be filled with a piercing light, as if all the light in the world had been drawn over in an instant. The earthen aura in the ground also started trembling. It was not just the land of South Morning that was affected though, the earthen aura of the other continents beyond South Morning, and even the continents of the Berserker tribe floating above the Dead Sea started trembling. Then, with the same manner and speed as the light in the sky, they appeared in the black hole around Su Ming's finger and were sucked inside swiftly. The black hole around the finger absorbed the light in the sky and the aura of the earth. With the world contained within it, Su Ming pointed at Ditian, whose expression had drastically changed at that moment. The power of the world plane. This is the power of the world plane belonging to the first god of berserkers. Ditian's expression started changing rapidly and he started retreating hastily. His hands worked to form seals and he pointed at the heavens with his right hand while pointing at the earth with his left. A voice akin to thunder fell off his lips. Power of the first god of berserkers? Very well, when you were alive I had not completed my Tao. When I completed my Tao you already disappeared. The members of the Berserker tribe believe you to be dead. But I know that you haven't died. Your power had reached the peak of a timeline and you can't improve anymore. That's why you chose to disappear and search for other world planes with great timelines. All the timelines of the worlds form a timeline, and you who have absorbed all the sources of the worlds who have reached the peak of the great timeline, show me just how strong you are. Today your power has appeared. It might just be a hint, but I'm also just a projected clone. Let's see just who is stronger between us. As Ditian retreated and pointed to the sky and earth with his hands, he let out a low shout. Soar to the white sky. As Ditian let out that roar, a brilliant white glare suddenly shot out from his right hand in that dull world. The brightness of that white glare caused the darkened sky to appear just as white. That white belonged to the white of the clouds. When it appeared in the sky, with Ditian's right hand as the center, the endless amount of white light gathered together, and a white sun appeared in the sky he was pointing at. It was like a gigantic asteroid slowly descending from the sky. At that moment, it had only revealed a small portion of itself, and it was already causing the land of the berserkers to tremble, the black Dead Sea to roar, and the hearts of numerous people to tremble in fear. In fact, if the entire land of South Morning lifted their heads to look up, they would find a gigantic white sun that looked like an asteroid in the sky. The white glare shining from the sun had practically turned into the most brilliant ray of light in the world. This scene looked like the apocalypse had arrived today. The sky looked as if it was going to shatter. Cracks appeared on the ground, and due to the movements and roars from the Dead Sea, the speed of the eastern wastelands traveling forth instantly increased by several fold. If it continued with this speed, then it would not take 10 years for it to crash into the land of South Morning. There was a high possibility that the time taken would shrink by a large margin. Ditian's face was pale. His emperor's robe was burning, and the same thing was happening to his crown. They were engulfed in white flames. His skin started withering away at a rapid speed, but as those things burned and his skin withered, the presence of his body became even more shocking. He started lifting up the hand pointing towards the ground slowly, and his right hand, which had caused day to arrive, slowly fell down. Those two hands were continuously closing in on each other, as if they were about to touch. His left hand symbolized the power to soar and his right hand symbolized the day. This continuous breach of distance was the act of soaring. As Ditian executed that art, his appearance instantly turned to that of an old man, and he was still swiftly withering away. His entire appearance now made him look like a corpse, but the brilliant light and monstrous amount of fighting spirit had ignited a life in his eyes. As Su Ming watched Ditian's unimaginable strength and that unbelievable art, he suddenly understood something with a trembling heart. If he did not have the power of the god of berserkers, then he would have been unable to escape through the gate to the void. Hong Luo might have been powerful and had left behind a way for him, but even he did not expect that Di Tian would possess a power equivalent to that of the first god of berserkers. He's so powerful. Will I be able to surpass him? Bitterness rose in Su Ming's heart. He looked at Di Tian. The strand of hair on his right index finger was rapidly burning away, but it seemed to be lacking something compared to that great presence and terrifying divine ability of Di Tian. It's lacking a soul. It's without life. Su Ming took a deep breath and quelled the bitterness that arose within him due to Di Tian's might. He mumbled softly. Then with quick thought he lifted his right hand. Using his finger as a pen, he drew a line at Di Tian. Berserker obliteration. With the power of the god of berserkers, the instant that one berserker obliteration was drawn, Di Tian's pupils shrank. He let out a low growl, and right at that moment, his hands touched. The place where I was born still did things according to the laws of the universe. When I was born, the berserkers had weakened. If the heavens are heartless, then we will all be separated. The earth was heartless, and it made my dark mountain die. Su Ming closed his eyes. His blood started boiling and burning hotly in his body. If the heavens have eyes, then why do they never see that my world is plunged into eternal darkness? If the deities have souls, then why did they divide the sky and seas to the south and north? I kept my duty to the heavens, so why did they not let me see the darkness of night? I kept my duty to the deities, so why did they tear me into pieces and scatter my memories? With Su Ming's drawn line, the burning hair on his finger started shining with a strangely captivating light. That light flashed and was completely different from the light it gave off when it burned previously. It was as if this time, as it burned, it now possessed a soul, a hint of life, a will. An even stronger presence erupted forth from that burning strand of hair. The power of that presence caused the white sky to tremble as well, and it caused a pair of eyes to appear in the space above the sky. Those were a pair of tightly shut eyes. If the heavens don't have eyes, then I will step on it and watch myself seal the heavens. If the deities don't have souls, then I swear I will slaughter the deities and become the emperor. Su Ming opened his eyes swiftly. The instant he did so, the gigantic pair of eyes in the sky also opened up. It was also at that moment that Su Ming's berserker obliteration sliced through the heavens. Once it connected with Di Tian's hands, it crashed into the light emanating between his palms. The rumbling sounds made it seem as if two worlds had collided into each other, and the tremors that appeared because of it caused a bang to go off in Su Ming's head, and he coughed out a huge mouthful of blood. A great force rammed into his body, and he immediately fell backwards, straight into the gate of the void behind him that was still unstable and looked as if it was about to crumble at any moment. His mind instantly faded out. Before he lost his consciousness, he saw Di Tian, who had borne the brunt of the berserker obliteration he cast with the power of the god of berserkers. His emperor's robe was torn. His crown had shattered. The white sky had melted and turned into white rain that poured all over the land of South Morning. He also saw Di Tian freezing in midair. Blood lines appeared on his body. His expression was extremely odd, and he looked as if he was deeply regretful, as if he had gained an epiphany about something, as if he was overcome with melancholy. Eventually, he closed his eyes and his body became transparent. He gradually dissipated. One of these days, I will definitely surpass Di Tian. Su Ming mumbled bitterly and closed his eyes. It was cold, just like the feeling he'd had in that dream. Cold surrounded him. He could not open his eyes. It was dark all around. This was a very familiar feeling from his dream. It was quiet all around him, so quiet it was rather terrifying. There was not a hint of sound that could be heard. Besides the cold and the dark, there was nothing else. If her voice appears and tells me that the sky is bright now and the clouds look like rabbits, wouldn't that be wonderful? But there isn't. That voice still hasn't appeared. That cold is becoming even more freezing. I can't move. I can feel pain continuously surrounding me, but I'm slowly becoming numb towards it. Am I asleep? Who am I? Time was slowly flowing away. It was unknown just how much time had gone by. This was a black seabed. There was not a hint of light. This was the deep parts of the sea. There were numerous gigantic ice blocks here. Due to the uniqueness of the seawater, these ice blocks did not float on the sea. Instead, they stayed at the seabed quietly. Perhaps more accurately speaking, this was not the seabed. This was a glacier. The true seabed was right underneath the glacier. That part was the deepest part of the sea, and few know exactly how far down it was. Above that glacier was the Black Sea. Only the people who had ever been to this place would know exactly how high it was. There was a protruding ice mountain on the glacier. It was not tall, only about 1,000 feet. It was entirely black. No one knew whether that was its original color or whether it was dyed black by the sea. If anyone looked at it from a closer distance, they would be able to see faintly that there seemed to be something sealed in that ice mountain. If anyone stood there with enough power and a powerful divine sense to see through the ice mountain, then that person would be able to see that there was an oval vortex about 100 feet in size sealed inside. That vortex gave people a feeling that it was a gate. It in itself was dark and was sealed within the ice mountain. By the side of the vortex was a body, which was also sealed within. He was not standing but lying with his eyes closed, and because he was sealed, he was like a statue. This was a young man with long hair and a pale face. There was a faint mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. He wore a torn long robe and there was a dark red patch at his knees. It was frozen blood. In fact, there were also blood flecks at the corner of his lips. They were also frozen up by the ice. There was a strand of hair wrapped twice around his right index finger, as well as a red ring on his finger. He looked bitter, but his brows, which were in the shape of blades, gave people a feeling that he was a resolute person. He lay there quietly and continued to be frozen, right up to this day. At the black seabed, within the black ice mountain, cracking sounds rang out from the layers of ice enveloping the young man's body, though they did not shatter. Yet clearly, although the young man frozen within the ice mountain did not open his eyes, there was a faint hint of life emanating from his body. Naturally, that person was Su Ming. He had woken up, but he could not open his eyes or move his body. The chilling presence had already filled up his entire body. Where am I? Su Ming closed his eyes and his divine sense slowly spread out. The instant it touched the layer of ice, it immediately sensed an obstructive force. The power of that obstructive force caused Su Ming's divine sense to only be able to reach several dozens of feet before it could no longer go farther. It's all ice all around me, and the gate to the void? Uncertainty rose in Su Ming's heart. He remembered Hong Luo mentioning that the gate to the void would bring him back to his cave abode. But the ice in this place told him clearly that this was not his cave abode. Could it be that Di Tian's final soar to the white sky stirred up such a powerful energy after clashing with the power of the god of berserkers that some changes happened to the gate to the void? Su Ming quickly found the answer. Taking away the possibility of Hong Luo lying, this was the most likely answer. There was no need for Hong Luo to hide the truth about this, so an answer formed in Su Ming's heart. However, when he began to feel certain of his answer, new questions popped up in his heart. The gate to the void? Why does it exist? From what I understand about this gate and from what Hong Luo said, it should have disappeared after relocating me. But now, even though I can't send my divine sense too far, I can sense that gate to the void near me. What is the reason for this? Su Ming pondered over it, and after a long while, he forced down his doubts and circulated the power in his body quietly. This was the first time since he woke up that he went to sense his level of cultivation. When he woke up earlier, due to Di Tian's presence, Hong Luo's words, and the scenes he saw in his dreams, he did not think about going to sense his own power. At that moment, as he was surrounded by silence and knew that he should be frozen in ice, Su Ming's heart gradually calmed down. When he went on to sense his own power, information started flowing into his mind as if it had been pumped into his head. It was Hong Luo's Tao during his life, his divine abilities, his arts, his understanding towards his own cultivation, and all his knowledge towards the Immortal tribe and their entire cultivation method. Su Ming's heart trembled. As he felt through this information, a huge wave stirred up in his heart. It crashed into his soul so harshly that he only recovered after a long while. Is this the Immortal tribe? 3 steps to heaven. It mixes the sources of multiple worlds and turns it to the sun of a timeline. More bitterness rose in Su Ming's heart, but similarly, a wave of resolution also formed. I once said that I would definitely surpass Ditian. Now that thought hasn't changed. One of these days, no matter what sort of price I have to pay, I will definitely obtain the power to surpass Ditian. When the time comes, Su Ming's heart slowly calmed down. He circulated the power in his body, and as time passed by, his flesh gradually did not feel as cold anymore. Life started growing in abundance in his body, and as he recovered, his divine sense also started spreading to a wider area. The power of the obstructive force also became weaker. Then one day, Su Ming's divine sense shot out of the ice mountain and started spreading in all directions. It instantly covered nearly 10,000 lis of that black seawater, and that short distance was because there was a similar obstructive force in the black seawater. Over there, besides the obstructive force in the water, there was also a pressure that oppressed divine senses, or else, Su Ming's divine sense would have been able to spread to an even wider area. Once he sent his divine sense 10,000 lis away, Su Ming saw where he was. He saw the glacier on the seabed, saw himself in that ice mountain along with the gate to the void. Similarly, he also saw the black seawater. However, his divine sense could not continue spreading until he would send it out of the seawater. It was as if compared to the seawater, the area covered by his divine sense was just a small part of the vast sea. Su Ming opened his eyes. The layer of ice enveloping his body was slowly melting, causing him to be able to open his eyes. However, he still could not move. He looked at the black seawater beyond the layer of ice and confusion appeared in his eyes, but soon that confusion disappeared. Could it be the Dead Sea? Su Ming's pupils shrank. He pulled back his divine sense. He then covered the area around his body with his divine sense and sent some of it towards the sealed gate to the void. After taking a closer look at it, Su Ming found some clues. When the gate to the void was going to relocate me, Ditian's power interfered with its energy, causing the destination of the relocation to be thrown off track, and it sent me to the ice under the Dead Sea. However, due to Ditian's power and this ice sealing it up, it didn't disappear. Instead, it's as if it had gained physical form and was made to stay in the world. If that's the case, if it is operational, then can it activate its relocating abilities and send me back to my cave abode? A pensive look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The power of berserker bones erupted from his body and spread through his body. Cracking sounds rang out and the ice layer encasing him immediately cracked. However, it had only started cracking. He was still a long way from escaping. Su Ming frowned and closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them, and at the instant he did so, profundity filled his gaze. A brilliant light shone in his eyes, and the small person that looked exactly like him sitting at his Dantian region also opened his eyes. With a bang, the ice encasing Su Ming trembled once again due to the different power that erupted from his body. It was a different power from the power of the Berserker tribe. While that power did not cause more cracks to appear, the cracks that had originally been there started spreading out. These two different sorts of power caused two different changes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled, and he gained a new understanding towards his current level of cultivation. The power of the Berserker tribe is strong and fierce, that is why it could make the layer of ice crack. The power of the Immortal tribe is a lasting sort of power and is also gentle, that's why it made those cracks stretch. By changing the types of power multiple times, after a few days, the layer of ice encasing Su Ming's body shattered, causing him to regain mobility. However, only the interior part of the layer of ice shattered, the external layer was still around, and it looked like a gigantic shell. The ice around Su Ming was also rapidly growing. Before long, it would turn into a mountain that would seal him up once again. From the descriptions of the Dao Hong Luo gave me as his inheritance, the small human in me is called a nascent soul. The level of cultivation belonging to the Immortal tribe in me should be called the nascent soul stage. However, the nascent soul stage isn't really that strong. It absolutely can't compare to Ditian. But with his powerful divine sense, Hong Luo had allowed this body to cast most of his divine abilities. If that's the case, then it seems that divine senses are the core of the Immortal tribe. Hong Luo might have died, but in the Tao he left me, he also passed to me a lot of divine abilities and arts. It's a pity. All of them require powerful divine sense before I can execute them. But there are some arts that can be casted in the nascent soul stage, such as a glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He took a swift step forward, and his body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already several dozens of feet away from where he previously was. It might just be several dozens of feet, and Su Ming could close that distance with that same amount of time with his speed, but he was not using any hint of the power belonging to the Berserker tribe. He was only using the Immortal's divine abilities. Short-distance warping. Su Ming mumbled softly. As he mulled over it, he spread his divine sense once again. This time, he did not check the black seawater beyond the ice mountain. Instead, he swept his divine sense through the glacier. Suddenly, his expression changed. Within the area of his divine sense, he saw numerous living creatures frozen and sealed up within the endless glacier. These creatures were almost always sealed at a certain distance away from each other. In the rather remote spot where White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe were located in the land of the shamans in South Morning, something had happened to them during these few days that horrified the two tribes. White Bull Tribe's terror stemmed from Su Ming. He might have left that day, but what the patriarch of White Bull Tribe had done had sparked the people's anger. Most of the members of the tribe believed that sending their women out for an outsider to satisfy his urges was a great humiliation. They would rather fight and kill than go through this. Besides, to most of the people, they believed that if they worked together, there was still a chance for them to kill Su Ming. That was why they were skeptical towards their patriarch's actions. Even though it had not truly happened, that grudge and skepticism had been planted in their hearts like seeds. The monkey-faced old man in White Bull Tribe knew about it, but he could only remain silent. Compared to the cruel methods the other patriarchs employed to control their tribe, the old man was attached to his tribe from the bottom of his heart. Fortunately for him, that grudge and skepticism only lasted for most of the month, and it gradually disappeared a little when that incident that terrified the entire White Bull Tribe transpired. The reason for this was because of a member of White Bull Tribe venturing out of the tribe alone. That person was a young man, and he had with him the hot-bloodedness and recklessness of that age. He was also the partner of two among the 3 women who were sent out at that time. He came to Su Ming's cave abode alone, but when he arrived, he found, to his shock, that the entire mountain range had disappeared. Everything was gone. The spot where the mountain range and cave abode had been had turned into a flatland. There was no sign of any destruction around the place. It was as if there was no mountain over there to begin with. When the young man returned to the tribe and the entire White Bull Tribe learned about it, the monkey-faced old man brought some men with him to where Su Ming's cave abode was located previously. After close inspection, confusion also appeared on the old man's face, but it was swiftly covered by the terror towards the unknown. Not only did the mountain range disappear, even the shaman crystal vein had disappeared. The monkey-faced old man looked at the vast and empty land. For some unknown reason, fear suddenly rose in his heart. It was as if there was a murderous aura looming in the quiet of this land. It made his heart tremble, and he immediately brought his tribe members back to the people. Then, with his status as the patriarch, he placed a gag order on all the tribe members. He forbade all his people from speaking about it, and all those who went against his words were punished severely. He had a feeling that the strange phenomenon that appeared in the land of the shamans over the past few days, especially the gigantic white sun that had manifested in the sky, was somewhat related to this strange incident. However, he did not have any proof for this, only a feeling that it was that way. Black Crane Tribe had also sunk into a state of terror similar to that of White Bull Tribe, but it was slightly different. The disappearance of their tribe leader and Madame G, who left and never returned, all of these were a clear sign, telling them that the person who took over the shaman crystal vein was not an ordinary person. In fact, the patriarch of Black Crane Tribe had also brought some people to the place quietly in hopes of investigating. Yet he saw the exact same sight as the people from White Bull Tribe. That was an empty flatland, a completely different sight compared to what he remembered. The looming murderous aura in the place also caused the patriarch of Black Crane Tribe to feel shaken to the core. He quickly left and told his tribe members to treat that place as forbidden grounds. Due to the disappearance of the shaman crystal vein, Black Crane Tribe and White Bull Tribe also lost their reason to fight against each other. Time passed by slowly. A month later, A fiery red ape charged towards the place from the distance. It was momentarily stunned by the empty plains and circled through the place multiple times in search for something. Eventually, it found that the place had really turned into empty flatland. The cave abode and the mountain range that was once there were gone. Even the only person who was amicable to it was gone. Yet it did not give up. Instead, it lived around the area and would occasionally check the place, trying to search for a way to enter. All of these people did not know that, in truth, the cave abode and mountain range had not disappeared. It was still there, but Hong Luo had cast that divine ability of his and hidden it away, causing other people to be unable to see or sense it, much less touch it. It was as if it had turned into a dimension that was separated from the world. Within that dimension and beyond the mountain range were 2 corpses on the ground. More accurately speaking, it should be 3 corpses, but Madame G's corpse had already turned into pieces, and her appearance could no longer be seen. One of the 2 remaining corpses was Madame G's puppet, who was also her husband, Ji Yunhai. The other one was the dried-up corpse belonging to the tribe leader of Black Crane. What was left besides them were the numerous black beetles on the ground. These small insects lay on the ground unmoving, but there was not a hint of death that could be found on them. It was as if they were only deep asleep. The only thing that could be seen flying about in the area was a black line. It was the strange, small snake belonging to Su Ming. That snake was pacing about in the air, occasionally letting out screeching sounds as if it was searching for something but it could not find it. Eventually, it flew to a small virescent sword lying in the bushes not too far away and laid down beside it, occasionally letting out small cries as if it was calling out to something. The cave abode in the mountain range was beside it, and there was a gigantic medicinal cauldron placed in one of the chambers. The power of the world from all around was still surging into it, causing the medicine inside to go through its slow refinement. In another stone chamber was an old berserker, who was lying there unmoving, but his eyelids were shivering. He was showing signs of struggling to open his eyes and wake up. Yet right when he gathered all his power to open his eyes, the small snake lying in the grass outside the cave abode lifted its head and hissed. It stared at its master's cave abode and moved swiftly, swimming through the grass before immediately flying up. When it flew up, the 3 spirit plunders lying around the area were brought up and charged towards the cave abode, crossing through all the paths before appearing in the stone chamber where the old man's body lay. The small snake let out a sharp shriek, flung its body, and the 3 spirit plunders instantly flew towards the top of the old man's head, floating above him in their original positions. The moment those spirit plunders reached him, the old berserker had actually managed to open up his closed eyes a slit. A low growl that sounded like that of a beast fell from his lips. At the same time, the small snake hissed above the old man. A chilling glare appeared in its eyes. With one swift move, it charged towards him and bit down fiercely on his arm. Immediately, a gust of black smoke spread through the old man's arm, and once it covered his entire body, the old man let out a disgruntled growl. He closed his eyes once again. The small snake stayed by his side and observed him for a while before flying out of the cave abode and returning to the small virescent sword side. Then, when it was back there, it occasionally lifted its head and cried out, calling out to something. Its voice echoed in the air. "This is my home," was what it felt. Everything had to remain in its original state for Master to return. Before its master returned, it would protect this place, even if it was for eternity. Besides, unless there was no one who had a divine sense that surpassed Hong Luo's, then no one in the entire land of South Morning would be able to find this mountain range. And there was practically no one in the land of South Morning whose divine sense could surpass Hong Luo's. As for Di Tian, he had already scattered away. Hong Luo might have died, but his seal was still around. It might be weakening slowly, but it would still take several hundreds of years before it completely disappeared. Time continued trickling, and in the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already been gone from this place for half a year. During the past 6 months, White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe did not pay attention to that disappeared mountain range most of the time. Peace returned to their tribes and there were practically no fights between them. Instead, during the past half a year, they were making preparations to migrate. If they were to migrate alone, it would be difficult for small tribes like theirs to not run into any sort of danger in the vast land of the shamans. That was why even if they wanted to move, most of them would wait for slightly larger tribes migrating, and they would join those people when they passed by their place. Even though they might lose some of their people, but this was the only way for more of their people to survive. On the day half a year later, midnight, a sudden, strong ray of light appeared in the dark sky. That light only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. It might have caught quite a lot of people's attention, but when they focused their gazes over there, the light had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time that ray of light appeared, the small snake lifted its head swiftly at the disappeared mountain range located right between White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe. Watchfulness shone in its eyes, and it continued hissing while keeping its gaze fixed on the empty spot several thousands of feet away from it. At that moment, a ball of dark light had appeared over there. The ball of light brought with it a mighty pressure that caused the grass on the ground to bend its back, because out of nowhere, a gust of wind began to blow against them. There was also a large amount of freezing air coming from within that dark ball of light. That freezing air fused with the wind and caused ice to appear on the ground all around the light, and it started spreading outwards slowly. The small snake did not let out a single sound. It lay on the grass and glared at the dark ball of light coldly. This was where its master's cave abode was. Right then, its master had left the place, and if any outsider trespassed into the land, the snake would definitely protect the place. In truth, during the past half a year, that was what it had been doing. Almost once every few days, it would go and bite that old berserker so that the person would be in a constant state of weakness but would not die. It remembered that this was the duty given to that monkey, but now that the monkey was not around, the snake took its place. At that moment, the small snake's gaze turned colder. It was waiting and was observing just what that dark ball of light was. Time slowly passed by, and after the time of the burning of an incense stick, the ball of light gave off a brilliant flash and its shape changed. That spherical shape gradually turned into an oval, and as it let out an even stronger amount of pressure, fine cracks appeared on it. Cracking sounds came from within, and during that instant, a person walked out of the oval-shaped light. When he stepped out, the chilling air instantly grew thicker by several fold, causing the area to instantly turn bone-chillingly cold. The small snake charged out rapidly without a sound. Its eyes sparkled and its poisonous fangs slipped out, but right when it was about to deliver the killing blow on that person with its bite, the killing intent in its eyes suddenly disappeared and it was replaced by surprised delight. It shrank its poisonous fangs back and let out cries of joy while dashing towards that person. That person was naturally Su Ming. At that moment, his face was rife with excitement. When he lifted his right hand, the small snake immediately flew right onto his palm and started crying out happily at him. At the same time, due to his arrival, an unimaginable amount of freezing air that seemed to come from his body spread through the ground, immediately covering the entire land around the area in a thin layer of ice. Su Ming lifted his left hand and pushed against the vortex behind him through the air. Immediately, a large amount of freezing air spilled out from his body and enveloped the gate. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and immediately, the gate to the void turned into a giant ice block. Once he was done, Su Ming let out a happy laugh. He looked at the small snake on his palm. He might have not seen it for only half a year, but to him, he had gone through a lot of things during the past 6 months. It felt like a long time had gone by since he left the cave abode till he came back. The small snake cried out and hissed on Su Ming's palm. The freezing look in its eyes had been replaced by joy, and it lowered its head to snuggle at Su Ming's palm. It was too small, only as thick as his finger, and once it started doing something like this, it looked rather adorable. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath. He might have returned to his cave abode, but the freezing air in his body had not completely dissipated. As it continued spreading from under his feet, the ground at a circular area of several thousands of feet with him as its center was instantly covered in ice. Wisps of white mist rose in the air and floated about, causing the temperature in the area to immediately be reduced by a large half. That was not all. A large amount of water droplets appeared on Su Ming's body. Those water droplets seeped out of his skin and looked like sweat, but in truth, he knew that those were the results of the freezing air in his body. A glint appeared in his eyes. All his pores immediately closed up, and at that instant, the freezing air spreading outwards died down somewhat. There were still faint wisps of cold air though. I can't let all the freezing air in my body leave, or else it'll take me a long time to get used to the temperature again if I ever go to the glacier at the seabed of the Dead Sea. Su-Ming thought in his heart. He lifted the small snake and moved his right hand to his shoulder. Once he did so, the small snake immediately flew up and landed on his shoulder, lying down there, looking as if it was lounging on his shoulder. Su-Ming looked at his familiar cave abode and the excitement in his eyes gradually disappeared. When his gaze fell on the two corpses on the ground, his eyes lit up with a freezing glare. Ji Yunhai. Su-Ming looked at the thin, dried-up corpse and could not help but remember what had happened during his fight with Madame Ji. He walked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse at an unhurried pace. Crouching down, he placed his hand on Ji Yunhai's corpse. After observing it closely for a few moments, a pensive look appeared in his eyes. Then he dipped his head down to look at the large amount of black beetles that had not died but had only fallen into deep sleep scattered around Ji Yunhai's corpse. The strength of these small insects left an incredibly deep impression on Su-Ming that day. I wonder how many years it has been since Ji Yunhai died and he was turned into a puppet by Madame Ji. She has died now, and if I could control this puppet, then it'd be able to help me when I go to the glacier. Su-Ming lifted 2 fingers and picked up one of the black beetles on the ground, bringing it up to his face. He observed it for a long time. This bug isn't a puppet. How did Madame Ji control it? Su-Ming stared at the small bug for a long while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse. Could it be that these insects aren't controlled by Madame Ji but by Ji Yunhai? Even if Ji Yunhai had been turned into a puppet, the insects are still affected by their own instincts, right? Su-Ming lowered his head and looked at the red ring on his right hand's finger. With a sparkle in his eyes, he stood up and started pacing about outside his cave abode, a frown between his brows. Sometimes he would look pensive, and at other times delighted, but eventually, his mood became one of uncertainty. It was as if there was something that made it difficult for him to make a decision. After the burning of an incense stick, Su-Ming came to a halt and turned his head to the side, looking at the oval-shaped vortex that sent him back here, placed not too far away from him, the gate to the void. That gate was floating there quietly, covered in ice. It had already turned into a huge block of ice. I have no idea how long I've been unconscious, but judging by the changes in the cave abode, once I add all the time together, it shouldn't have been more than a year since I left. And I was in the glacier for about 3 months after I woke up. Su-Ming remembered himself being at what seemed like the bottom part of the Dead Sea and the things he went through during the past 3 months in that dark world in the glacier. He used half a month to walk out of the glacier for the first time, but right when he walked out, the pressure of the black seawater immediately fell on him, and it was incredibly difficult for him to even move one step. Then he used another 1.5 months to somewhat get used to the pressure in the sea so he could walk about 1,000 feet. Once he took each step, he had to lift his foot quickly, or else it would be instantly encased by the glacier. This made it incredibly difficult for him to stop on the glacier, and he had to constantly make sure he kept moving at a fast pace. At a spot 800-something feet away from the ice block where he was previously was the closest thing sealed in the glacier among the countless other living beings there, and he had sensed it earlier with his divine sense. It was a ferocious-looking man with green scales covering his entire body. That man was 60 feet tall, and his muscles had swelled up as if there was a shocking amount of power contained within. He had his left hand clenched in a fist, and he held a gigantic club in his right hand. Su-Ming had no idea what that club was made of. It was entirely black, and there were 9 sharp teeth sticking out of it. It left a savage impression on people, and at the same time, there was also an air about the club that would leave fear in people's hearts. That gigantic spiked club was clearly a treasure. After several days of observation, and once he was certain that the frozen man no longer had a hint of life left in him, he used half a month to test out all sorts of methods to break through that ice. In the end, he had only managed to crack several inches of the ice, and once he stopped, the cracks would automatically close up. With Su-Ming's current level of cultivation, leaving a crack of several inches was already his limit. He was also puzzled by it. After all, he could break through the ice that had encased him, but it was taking him a lot of effort just trying to break that layer of ice sealing the man. Once Su-Ming pondered over it, he obtained his answer. The cause was the length of time the both of them were sealed. From the unique characteristic of him instantly being frozen the moment his feet landed on the glacier, it was clear that it had not been a long time since he was sealed in his block of ice, which was why he could break out of it. However, it was different for the ice encasing this man. It must have been around for ages. If Su Ming wanted to break the ice in which the man was sealed, then he needed a higher level of cultivation. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ming used half a month to dig out the gate to the void from the ice. Once he examined it for a moment, he went through the gate and returned to the cave abode. While staring at the gate to the void, Su Ming frowned. Judging by the immortal system, I'm now at the early stage of the nascent soul stage. I don't know what realm these nascent soul cultivators would be if compared to us berserkers, but from what I can sense, it should be around my current level now. However, the power of the immortals is lasting and they're skilled in using divine abilities. If that's the case, then I can still make some assessments. Su Ming averted his gaze from the gate to the void and started thinking. The early stage of the nascent soul stage is around my current level where I have 4 berserker bones. If it's the mid-stage, then I guess it would be about the level where I have more than 10 bones. If this assumption is correct, then the late nascent soul would be equivalent to when I have 20-something bones, and the soul formation stage among the immortals should be the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. That should be it. An epiphany is required for the immortal soul formation. If the nascent divinity is born from the body, then it would be an existence that surpasses the nascent soul. As for the berserker tribe, once we reach the berserker soul realm, we can manifest our very own statue of the god of berserkers. If I make this comparison, one of them is the nascent divinity in the body, and the other is the statue of the god of berserkers outside the body. They both have similarities. As for the soul transformation stage, which is above the immortal soul formation, that would be the middle stage of the berserker soul realm. Then, in the immortal system, the peak of the first step, ascendant, should be the latter stage of the berserker soul realm. The immortal system has a illusory yin and corporeal yang state between the first step and the second step. Judging by that case, then this illusory yin and corporeal yang is equivalent to the full great completion of the berserker soul realm. If they manage to break through, then according to their system, the immortals will truly arrive at the second step. It's a pity that the berserker's cultivation system has been cut off after the berserker soul realm. But there's definitely a similar realm among the berserker tribe to the immortal tribe's second step. Su Ming closed his eyes, and after a long while he reopened them. I'm practicing both the immortals and berserkers' cultivation methods. But it's a pity. I can't combine these two powers. When I cast the immortals' arts, the power of the berserkers will fall silent, and when I use the power of the berserkers, I can't cast the immortals' divine abilities. Besides my divine sense operating as usual, I can't use any other arts. Still, even so, if I use them alternately, then my battle prowess will be stronger by a large margin compared to when I was half a year ago. Su Ming clenched his fists. Once he swept his gaze past the land, his eyes fell on the dried-up corpse belonging to the tribe leader of Black Crane. Su Ming walked towards him. He looked at the corpse coldly and eventually stared at the person's right leg. There was a wound over there that had clearly not recovered, along with a gigantic, dead scorpion. This person is the one I injured from Black Crane tribe. A chilling glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He had been quite puzzled before about Madame G's arrival. That distinct killing intent was clearly directed towards him. Both White Bull tribe and Black Crane tribe were suspects. However, in his heart, Su Ming held more suspicion towards Black Crane tribe. When he saw the tribe leader's corpse, a cold sneer appeared at the corners of his lips. Madame G's appearance had made Su Ming experience many things during the past half a year. There were good things and bad things, but his narrow escape from death made it impossible for him to let Black Crane tribe, who was the instigator for Madame G's arrival, off. Su Ming's eyes were freezing cold. With a swing of his arm, he brought Ji Yunhai's corpse and the sleeping black beetles back to his cave abode, along with the small virescent sword that came flying towards him automatically with a whistle. Once he returned to his cave abode, Su Ming immediately went to the stone chamber with the medicinal cauldron. When he saw that everything was as it was, he felt relieved. Then he went to the stone chamber with the old berserker. Once he saw that the old man was now covered head to toe in black, and his body was filled with bite marks, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. The small snake on his shoulder immediately lifted its head with a pleased look on its face, looking forward to being praised for its deeds. Su Ming smiled. Once he swept his gaze past the old berserker's body. A glint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. I'm not a soul catcher. Trying to create a soul catcher puppet will be very difficult for me. But now that I have the Immortal's power, Hong Luo had some divine abilities he left with me that can allow nascent soul cultivators to cast their own puppets. Su Ming stroked his chin, then sent a thought to the small snake on his shoulder. The small snake immediately flew up and charged out of the cave abode, floating in midair while keeping vigilance of its surroundings, protecting Su Ming. Di Tian's projection should have disappeared under the power of the god of berserkers, but his clone is already so powerful. If he sends another one or comes himself, Su Ming sat down cross-legged in his cave abode, and when he remembered what happened half a year ago, a dark look settled on his face. But if he has such power, then why am I so important to him? Is there a secret on me or perhaps in Di Tian's heart? Su Ming had been thinking about this question for a very long time, but he still had not found a complete answer. Fei Air, Su Ming said softly. At the same time he said those two words, while there was no grief in his divine sense, but sorrow rose within his heart and body uncontrollably. He closed his eyes. When he opened them after some time, anguish surfaced in them. Perhaps the greatest sorrow in the world is when you don't even know why you're sad. Su Ming mumbled softly in anguish. He remembered the stone statue of the girl in the coffin. He also understood that everything in the dream was perhaps real, but there was still a large part of his memories missing, and it was difficult for him to experience that sort of misery in both his body and soul. Without deeply etched memories, even the most familiar people will turn into strangers. But no one can wipe away the body's memories. The pain in my heart is reminding me of the existence of this sorrow. But my mind is calm. It's as if my body and soul are separated. Just what is this destiny? Just what is Di Tian's will? Who am I? Was everything in Dark Mountain really just an illusion? Why did Elder name me Su Ming? Destiny, destiny. Once I control my own fate, then who else can call me destiny? No one. Su Ming lifted his head, and his gaze seemed to have penetrated through the cave abode to look at the sky beyond the seal. After a long while, he closed his eyes and started forming seals with his hands. The nascent soul in his body moved in accordance to the seals and cast the divine ability required to refine puppets. The material for it was that old berserker. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye, another month passed. During that time, the small snake kept vigilance and observed the surroundings outside, keeping to Su Ming's orders given to it through his thoughts, acting as a protector. On this day, the power of the world in Su Ming's cave abode suddenly started churning in waves and turned into a vortex in an instant, absorbing all the power of the world around the area. Even the mountain range started roaring, and this continued for most of the day until two people walked out of the cave abode. The person walking in front was Su Ming. His expression was aloof and he was dressed in a black robe. Behind him stood the old berserker, whose gaze was blank. He was covered head to toe in black, and there was a ghastly air emanating from him as he followed Su Ming. Su Ming stopped outside the cave abode and turned his head back to cast a glance at the old berserker behind him. A faint glint appeared in his eyes, and he lifted his right hand, formed a seal, then pointed at him. Immediately, dark light shone in the old man's eyes. He took a step forward and threw a fist towards the sky. That one fist caused a loud rumble to ring in the sky, along with a large amount of ripples. There was also a wave of black fog that spread out as he threw his fist outwards, and it covered an area of 70 to 80 feet. Not too far away, the small snake lifted its head and stared at the black fog with a quizzical look in its eyes. The old berserker stood in midair, unmoving. Su Ming stared at the old man, then shook his head and sighed. This person might just be in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm, but he practiced some sort of divine ability that not only made his body really sturdy, he could also split his soul up in several parts and hide them in his body. With the Immortal's art to refine puppets, I can only refine 2 of his souls and 4 of his spirits. I still can't find where he hid that one other soul and 3 spirits of his, or else I would be able to use him to cast divine abilities belonging to the Berserker soul realm instead of me being only able to use his physical strength. But this is good too. From this corpse transformation through all Venom Hong Luo left for me, I can refine a poison corpse. I don't need any divine abilities, I just need a strong physical body, because the venom in that body is the best divine ability it has. Right now, while I'm only halfway done refining it, but some of the small snake's poison is in his body, and that poison is very domineering. I can use that poison temporarily. Once I run into other sorts of poison in the future, I can let this poison corpse absorb it and then slowly refine him into a real poison corpse. With just a poison corpse alone, I might not be able to break that ice just yet. I still need to make more preparations. Su Ming mulled over his thoughts for some time before he sent out a thought to the poison corpse. Then he ignored it, returning to his cave abode and isolating himself once again. The poison corpse descended from the sky. It was still covered head to toe in black, but its eyes had become dull once again. It stood outside the cave abode, unmoving. The small snake in the sky hesitated for a moment before it flew towards the puppet in a flash and laid down on its head while hissing, looking really comfortable. Time continued trickling by. During these days, Su Ming continued trying to refine Ji Yunhai's corpse, but every single time he sent his divine sense into Ji Yunhai's corpse, he could not make his divine sense stay. There was no place for him to leave his brand there. Ji Yunhai's body was empty. Even his organs could not be found. His entire person was like an empty shell, making Su Ming truly puzzled as to how Madame Ji had managed to control it. He tried a lot of methods, but none of them yielded any results. Su Ming stared at Ji Yunhai's corpse and thought about it for a long time with a frown on his face, but he could only shake his head and sigh. Soul catchers are really mysterious. Madame Ji's puppet is also different from the young soul catcher's puppet I saw in the past. Just how did she control this puppet? This is clearly an empty shell. Su Ming frowned. Suddenly, a focused look appeared on his face and he looked towards Ji Yunhai's corpse swiftly. A brilliant flash gradually appeared in his eyes. Empty shell, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. After a moment of pensive silence, he closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, then tapped on several spots on his body. His entire presence changed and the small nascent soul in him opened his eyes. The spirit in his eyes made it clear that this was indeed Su Ming. With one move, that small nascent soul seeped out from Su Ming's jugular notch, then floated above his head. His body was rather indistinct, as if he would dissipate when wind blew against him. He also shuddered, and it caused shock along with confusion to appear in the small person's eyes. The nascent soul cultivators only train their souls. Their bodies are just an empty shell. Their nascent souls are their foundations. For a cultivator, once their nascent soul or nascent divinity is taken away, it would signify their death. On the other hand, their bodies are less important. Su Ming's voice tumbled out of that small nascent soul. With a dash, it charged towards Ji Yunhai's corpse and disappeared without a trace. After a moment, Ji Yunhai opened his eyes. They were gray, but within the depths of that gray a dark light was flashing. Ji Yunhai sat up slowly and dipped his head down to inspect his body. After some time, a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Not bad. So I can use puppets like this as well? It must be different from Madame Ji's method, though. At the same time, Su Ming opened his eyes. Once he met Ji Yunhai's gaze, a smile appeared on his lips, and at the same time, a rather intrigued look crossed his face. Su Ming looked at Ji Yunhai and felt as if he had been split into two. One of them had manifested in Ji Yunhai's body with his power in the Immortal tribe, while the other one was his real self, watching himself casting an art akin to possession so that he could control Ji Yunhai. Su Ming smiled. Ji Yunhai, who was under the control of his nascent soul, also smiled. He got up, and with one move, booming sounds came from another stone chamber. There was a large amount of black beetles there, and they were all waking up, charging towards him. Su Ming's gaze narrowed, but he did not move. Even Ji Yunhai, who was under his nascent soul's control, did not move. He simply let those beetles approach them and cover up Ji Yunhai's entire body, making it seem as if Ji Yunhai had become another person. If no one took a closer look, they would be unable to tell that this body was not made of flesh and blood but by those insects. If that's the case, Then I can consider this to be another clone for me. Su Ming's spirits were lifted up. He witnessed the might of Tion's projected clone, and now that he obtained the strange puppet as well, his understanding towards the immortal tribe increased. Su Ming was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. With just one thought, a hint of a smile appeared on the dark clone's face, and he took a huge step forward before he walked out of the cave abode. As he watched the clone leave, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and when he turned it over, a crystal the size of a fist appeared in his palm. That was the wind crystal of inheritance. He stared at it, and a strange look appeared on his face. He had thought of everything he could, but it was simply too difficult for him to fuse with this item. However, during the fight with Madame G that day, an idea formed in his head when he saw Madame G cast a divine ability when they were fighting against each other. However, he had lost his consciousness later. Now that he had returned to his cave abode, he could clear his mind and ponder over that idea to see whether it was feasible. It doesn't matter whether it's the power of the god of berserkers or Han Mountain Bell. Even this immortal's power is just external power to me. I can't rely on them too much. My power as a berserker alone is the foundation for me to become stronger. Su Ming stared at the wind crystal of inheritance for several moments before a strange light shone in his eyes. Perhaps this method will work. He gritted his teeth. At that moment, his clone walked out of his cave abode under the control of his nascent soul. At the instant he walked out, the small snake lying on the poisoned corpse's head immediately looked up, and uncertainty appeared in its eyes. Su Ming's clone smiled. He swung his right hand at the ground, and the Black Crane tribe leader's corpse flew towards him. With it in his arms, the clone shot into the sky and turned into a long arc to charge into the distance. Once he was close to the seal Hong Luo made around the mountain range. Su Ming's clone lifted his right hand and formed a seal before he pointed at air. Immediately, ripples appeared right in front of them. Su Ming's clone stepped into the ripple and disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, the clone was standing in midair. When he dipped his head down, he saw an empty mass of land beneath him, not the mountain range. There was also a fiery red ape squatting down not too far away, and it was looking at him with a flabbergasted look. When he saw the fire ape, Su Ming's clone let out a laugh, and joy could be seen radiating off his face. He lifted his right hand and pointed at the fire ape. Immediately, ripples appeared in the space before the fire ape, revealing the entrance to the cave abode. The fire ape was momentarily stunned before it immediately crawled in and disappeared within that entrance. The smile on Su Ming's clone gradually disappeared, replaced by coldness. He looked towards the direction of Black Crane tribe, then charged straight towards it. The clone looked like an extremely powerful man from the distance. He was about 10 feet tall and had no hair. His entire body was black, and there were waves of murderous aura spreading out from him. That murderous aura came from those black beetles. At the same time, lying within that murderous aura was a dense life force, and hidden within it was a similarly dense aura of death. The fusion of life and death could be said to be perfect, and it was enough to shock all those who saw it. This was not a normal puppet. In fact, it could be said that there were a lot of differences between this clone and the other Soul Catcher's puppets. Due to Su Ming's nascent soul, the clone looked like a normal person. As Su Ming's clone moved forward, black fog tumbled about under his feet. Buzzing sounds could be heard faintly echoing in the air. If anyone lifted their heads to look from the ground, they would definitely be terrified by this scene. Black Crane tribe was not far from this mountain range to begin with. Su Ming's clone would be able to reach it very soon with his current speed. Smoke could be seen coming up from Black Crane tribe's mountain from the sky in the distance. It was noon at that moment. Clearly, the members of the tribe had lit up fire to cook their food. Some children were still playing, and the warriors stationed around Black Crane tribe were not on alert. Most of them were lounging around. The stone statue that looked like a crane at the top of the mountain cast a shade on the land under the sunlight. As time passed by, that shade started moving slowly. It was peaceful in the entire tribe, but that peace turned into cries of surprise when Su Ming arrived. The children quickly ran back to their houses, and the expressions of the lounging warriors changed drastically as they looked towards the sky in shock. Su Ming's clone appeared in the sky above Black Crane tribe with billowing black fog around him. That black appearance and murderous aura that filled his entire body caused the clone's arrival to be met with commotion from Black Crane tribe. He looked at the nervous warriors within that small tribe coldly, then flew down, landing on the peak of the mountain, right on top of the head of that gigantic crane. As he stood there, Su Ming called out in a deep voice, "Patriarch of Black Crane tribe, come out." Almost at the same time Su Ming's clone said those words, several old men immediately rushed out of their own houses from the tribe underneath. There was a thin old man among these people. He held a bone cane in his hand, and with a steely face he stared at Su Ming. However, that person was feeling rather terrified in his heart. He had never met Ji Yunhai before. At that moment, as he saw Su Ming with this appearance, especially that life force and aura of death that filled his entire body, along with that murderous aura, the old man felt as if he could smell the stench of blood in the air. "Sir, who are you?" "I am the Patriarch of Black Crane tribe." The old man took a step forward and tapped the ground with the cane in his hand before he spoke in a low voice. Su Ming's divine clone smiled coldly. He did not speak, only lifted his right hand to point at the direction below him. Immediately, a dried-up corpse appeared behind him and charged towards the old man. It landed on the ground with a bang. That corpse was naturally the tribe leader of Black Crane. The instant he saw that corpse, the patriarch's pupils shrank. When the other tribe members beside him saw that corpse, their expressions also changed, and they couldn't help it. "What's the meaning of this? Who is this? I have never seen him before." The patriarch of Black Crane tribe gritted his teeth and remarked in a low tone. He had been able to recognize with just one glance that this person was the tribe leader of Black Crane, but he could not admit to his identity no matter what. He could not tell whether this dark man was sent by Madame Ji or by the owner of the mountain range. Yet no matter who sent him, the patriarch was not exactly in a position where he could offend either one, which was why he decided to grit his teeth and not admit to his identity. "It doesn't matter to me whether you admit it or not." A freezing glare appeared in the eyes of Su Ming's clone. He lifted his right hand slowly. This tribe had made him go through all those dangers half a year ago. If Su Ming had not wanted to bring trouble on himself and not destroy this tribe, only choosing to teach them a lesson, then perhaps this would not have happened. Hong Luo's appearance and the things that happened later might have been extremely meaningful for Su Ming, but it also made him a lot of enemies in the land of the shamans. The outcome of it all was not exactly very valuable, and there was in no way Su Ming could accept it if the source of it all did not pay for the consequences. Almost the instant Su Ming lifted his right hand, the patriarch of Black Crane tribe let out a piercing howl and charged over. Behind him, the other powerful warriors of Black Crane tribe flew up swiftly and charged towards the close as well. This was different from White Bull tribe's restraint. Black Crane tribe had chosen to attack. A cold sneer appeared at the corners of Su Ming's lips. He might not have gotten himself completely used to this body, but if he worked together with the Black Beetles, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. At that moment, as the people from Black Crane tribe rushed over, Su Ming let out a cold snort. Immediately, a deafening buzz stirred up around him. Then, as if his body was dissolving, the black beetles scattered away and flew up. At the same moment they turned into a black fog. They charged towards the incoming members of Black Crane tribe with hisses and killing intent. At the same time, the true appearance of Su Ming's clone was revealed. The dried-up body and gray eyes made all those who saw him feel terrified. Shrill cries of pain instantly spread through the attackers. Those people who had rushed over were enveloped by a large amount of black beetles. Blood gushed all over the place from their bodies. They no longer rushed forward, but chose to quickly retreat. Su Ming watched everything aloofly while standing on the crane's head. He lifted his right hand and made a seal before pointing in the direction before him. Immediately, the power of the world around him rushed to him with a boom, gathering up into a gigantic sword before him. He lifted that sword and swung it down in the direction below him. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe let out a low growl and pushed his hands forward to crash into the incoming sword. His body shuddered, and a purplish-red hue appeared on his face, but he managed to keep that sword in midair. There was not a hint of change on the clone's face. He only said one word coldly: "Explode." Once that word was spoken, the sword suddenly exploded and stirred up a whirlwind that swept through the area. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood and tumbled backwards. The instant it happened, Su Ming's clone took a step forward and disappeared. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe saw this with his own eyes, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. As he turned around, his pupils shrank. He saw a finger coming swiftly to tap at the center of his brows. That life-threatening crisis made the patriarch of Black Crane tribe bite his tongue and cough out a huge mouthful of blood. His body rapidly withered away and he looked as if he had aged several dozens of years in an instant. His face was covered in wrinkles and his presence weakened. When Su Ming pierced through the center of his brows, his body started scattering away. Clearly, this was just an afterimage. The old man's body reappeared several hundreds of feet away. His face was ashen and there was fear in it. Shrill cries of pain rang nonstop all around him. All the warriors in the tribe were surrounded by the invincible black beetles. Those bugs were mysterious insects that Ji Yunhai had personally refined in the past. It could be said that these bugs had also given him that fiendish reputation in the shaman tribe. There was in no way such a small tribe like this would be able to kill these bugs so easily. After all, even Su Ming had only been able to make these bugs fall asleep once he isolated Ji Yunhai's body. Sacred progenitor of Black Crane, I offer my blood to you as a sacrifice. Please awaken. When the patriarch of Black Crane tribe saw his tribe's warriors dying, his eyes became bloodshot. He tore open his chest ferociously and ripped out his own heart right before Su Ming without caring about his blood flowing out nor his life force gradually diminishing. That heart was still beating as the old man held it high above his head. A sharp look appeared on Su Ming's face. Immediately, he heard a large number of voices crying out similar words by his ears. Those people who were fighting against the black beetles imitated the old man's actions with madness on their faces. They tore open their chests, ripped out their hearts, and held them high in the air. Sacred progenitor of Black Crane, please receive our offerings and awaken. Bring down sacred punishment on this person. The patriarch of Black Crane tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood. The instant he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the gigantic crane statue at the top of Black Crane tribe's mountain. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, and the stone on the statue turned into numerous fragments that shot out everywhere. At the same time, a black figure flew up from the shattered stone statue, turning into a huge black crane that was 100 feet in size. With a screech, that crane turned into a ray of black light that charged straight towards the patriarch of Black Crane tribe. It bit down on his heart and swallowed it. Once it did so, the black light shone once again, and in the span of a few breaths, the crane devoured all the offered hearts. Then, with a chilling gaze, it looked towards Su Ming. You're just a puppet at the Berserker Soul Realm. You're not fit for me to attack you. Leave, or else I won't mind making you stay and have you become my toy. As that cold voice came from the black crane's mouth, an incredibly powerful presence swiftly spread around. That presence was so powerful that it made the weather change slightly, and even the clouds looked as if they had become duller. Su Ming's pupils shrank. He stared at the gigantic black crane, and uncertainty rose in his heart. Sir Sacred Progenitor, you can't let him leave. The old man who had lost his heart was strangely not dead. He was lying down by the side at that moment, struggling to speak. All right, I'll give you the span of 10 breaths. If you don't leave, then I might change my mind and make you stay. I'll have you know that it's been several tens of thousands of years since I last killed someone. The presence within the gigantic black crane increased once again. It looked at Su Ming in a manner of a person looking down on someone else as it spoke slowly. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. Then he spread his divine sense swiftly to envelope the area, also scanning through the big crane before he eventually gathered it at the small remaining stone left from the shattered stone statue on the mountain. Divine sense. The expression of the gigantic black crane changed. When it saw Su Ming staring at the remaining half of the stone statue, panic immediately appeared in its eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye, turning instead into ghastliness. You're not leaving? Fine. Then stay. As the huge crane spoke, its presence became stronger once again. Rumbling sounds rang in the air. The wind and clouds tumbled about, and its body grew larger once again, making it now look 1,000 feet in size. Its voice was like a tidal wave that spread in all directions. Yet Su Ming turned a deaf ear to its words and did not even spare it a glance. He walked towards the remaining half of the stone, lifted his right hand, and placed his hand on it. "You, what are you doing? Stop. Let's talk peacefully, bro." When Su Ming pressed down on that remaining half of the stone statue, cracks immediately appeared on it. As cracking sounds appeared along with the spread of the cracks, the black crane that had already become 1,000 feet big charged towards Su Ming with a huge gust of wind from behind him. "I gave you a wide path to tread, but you didn't take it. There was no road leading to hell, but you forced your way into it. I'm going to kill you." With a ferocious expression, the 1,000 feet black crane closed in on Su Ming with its gigantic body in an instant, bringing with it a murderous aura. With a flap of its wings, that strong gust of wind immediately forced the people on the ground to be pushed back incessantly. However, when that wind fell on Su Ming, it only managed to make him stop for a moment and did nothing else. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the 1,000 feet black crane, then lifted his right hand and struck down the cracked half of the stone statue. The instant his palm struck, the eyes of the nascent soul in Su Ming's body sparkled. A mighty power surged from his arm into the stone statue with a bang. The stone statue immediately shattered in pieces and the fragments shot in all directions, but there was nothing in there. Su Ming could not help but frown. He had scanned that statue with his divine sense previously, and had clearly felt a faint wave there. It was this wave that stirred up the power of the world in the area and made it turn into that big crane in midair. Fine. Your grandpa crane will give you one more chance. If you leave immediately, then I will let this slide. If you don't, then don't blame me for attacking you. I'm telling you, I'm very powerful." The 1,000 feet crane seemed to have let out a sigh of relief and stared at Su Ming in midair while speaking sternly. Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He turned around swiftly, and with one step he arrived at the previously shattered rock at a lightning-fast speed. He grabbed one of the stones, then the illusionary shadow of a palm appeared on his right hand. With one squeeze, that illusionary shadow also seized that rock, and with a bang, that rock immediately shattered. There was nothing inside. But Su Ming did not stop there. In a flash, he arrived at another rock, then did the same thing he'd done previously. He crushed it again. "You bully!" Panic and terror rose in the 1,000 feet large crane in the sky. It looked as if it was beyond rage. With a flap of its wings, it let out a piercing screech. "You must think I'm full of empty threats, that's why you're not scared. All right, looks like I have to go back on the promise I made years ago. Once I beat you up, let's see whether you still think that way." As the 1,000 feet crane cried out shrilly, it started spinning in midair, and as it did so, black feathers instantly shot out from the vortex. Su Ming had his hand around a stone at that moment. Once he crushed it, he immediately felt something dangerous charging towards him. He did not turn his head back but took a step forward, and his body immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away from his previous spot. With a bang in the sky, the ground trembled. A countless number of rocks and dust rolled down the mountain, and a gigantic pit formed below. At the same time, feathers flew out swiftly from that deep pit. They whistled as they flew into the air and charged towards Su Ming. "Heh. Now you see how powerful I am, right? Well, even if you want to leave now, it's too late." There was smugness in the crane's voice coming from the sky. At that moment, it changed once again and transformed into a vortex. This time, even more feathers charged out and went towards Su Ming. The entire sky was practically filled with black feathers. All of them were incredibly sharp, and as they whistled in the air, they chased after Su Ming. His clone's gray eyes sparkled. He did not manage to dodge those feathers chasing after him even after several warps. In fact, as he continued dodging, there were already 7 to 8 feathers that had managed to pierce his body. They quickly melted and turned into wisps of black smoke that seeped into his body, going straight for his nascent soul. Su Ming let out a sharp cry. His body flashed once again and he reappeared on the ground. The feathers in the sky came after him. The instant they charged towards him from midair, he stretched his arms out wide, and immediately, the black beetles turned into black clouds that came towards him in an instant. Before those feathers managed to pierce through Su Ming, the black beetles had already covered his entire body, causing the clone to return to being covered head to toe in black, regaining his tall and big man's appearance. Booming sounds shot up once again, and the feathers fell on Su Ming's body like rain, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter because of it. The earth sank in, and Su Ming also fell into that pit, sinking further and further down. The feathers stabbed his body, turning into black smoke that tried to seep through the dense black beetles and crawl into him. In the blink of an eye, booming sounds from the pit filled the air. When all the feathers disappeared, the members of Black Crane Tribe who had witnessed everything immediately cheered. The large crane in midair also looked incredibly pleased with itself. It flapped its wings and let out a few fake coughs. Due to the promise I made in the past, I originally did not want to injure him heavily, but this person did not appreciate my kindness. Oh well, remember to offer me more sacrifices. I'm tired now. I need to. As the large crane spoke, its voice suddenly died down, and it narrowed its eyes to the point that it looked as if it wanted to squeeze its eyeballs out of its sockets. It whipped its head around to look at the pit underneath. Right before its eyes, it saw a pressure spreading from the pit, and it was soon followed by a brilliant flash. As that light shone, a small person about the size of a palm could be seen floating within. That person's face was dark, and he no longer bore Ji Yun Hai's appearance. That small person was naturally Su Ming's nascent soul. The body of this type of nascent soul was something the people of Black Crane Tribe had never seen before. Once they saw it, they were all taken aback, and the patriarch who had lost his heart but was still alive also widened his eyes. Nascent soul. You're an immortal. Damn it. How dare a nascent soul like you fly out at your level? Go back. Do you know that just a gust of wind of Een and your nascent soul will shatter? Baiwayu, go back! The large crane immediately cried out in a panic. Su Ming's nascent soul floated out of the pit, and with sparkling eyes, he looked at the screaming crane. The crane was greatly different in his eyes now. It was just an illusion, and only the black feather in its body was real. Ignoring the black crane, Su Ming immediately lowered his head and swept his gaze through the land with a dark light in his eyes. Then with one step, he immediately warped away. When he reappeared, he was already on a broken stone located not too far away. He seized at the air with his tiny hand, and immediately, that stone charged towards his palm. Bro, let's have a proper talk. Don't. The large crane immediately cried out, and as it screamed, before Su Ming managed to catch the stone that was being sucked to his hand, that stone exploded and shattered on its own. A black ray of light flew out from within, and inside that light was a small black crane that was the size of a fist. The small crane looked incredibly cute. It did not have a lot of feathers, only a few. At first glance, it did not look like a crane, but instead was more like a long-necked chick that had its feathers plucked out. At that moment, the small crane looked like it was in a state of panic. It charged forth as if it wanted to run away, but with a glint in his eyes, Su Ming's nascent soul swiftly gave chase. The small crane let out a shrill cry, and it became much faster, charging straight towards the large crane in the sky. At the same time, the large crane in the sky shuddered and its body instantly began fading away, eventually turning to a feather, and when the small crane wanted to seize it with its mouth, Su Ming's nascent soul opened his mouth wide and a ray of green light shot out. It was naturally the small Virescent sword, and it was charging at a speed much faster than Su Ming's to appear before the small crane. The few feathers on the small crane's body immediately stood up. It let out a shrill cry and no longer bothered about that black feather. With one turn, it ran off into the distance swiftly, and with just a few flashes it disappeared without a trace. Su Ming's nascent soul grabbed the black feather, then fixed his gaze at the spot where the small crane disappeared, quickly giving chase. Damn it! I am the sacred beast of celestial Tao. I could have killed a puny nascent soul cultivator like you with just one breath. Now the cranes have fallen, and the land of the berserkers is being trampled by others. Baiwayu, just you wait. The small crane immediately shot forth and avoided that ray of green light that charged by its side. It shuddered in fear, and its pathetic look made it seem even more like it was a long-necked small chick that had lost its feathers. It became even faster. Su Ming's nascent soul was right behind and continued with his relentless pursuit. He had already naturally seen through the strangeness of the crane. It should be from the Immortal tribe, and now that he ran into it, he would definitely not let it go so easily. You were the one who forced me. I'll fight you. When the chick saw Su Ming closing in, it found that the green rays were becoming more frequent, and coupled with the dejection it felt, along with its very important feather being snatched away, that small chick, the more the small crane thought about it, the more upset it became. At that moment, it turned around and madness blossomed in its eyes. Celestial Tao, sacred light! It cried out in a shrill voice, opening its mouth wide to breathe out a puff of air at Su Ming. That puff of air was invisible, and the instant it was exhaled, a strong light shone out of nowhere. The power of the world around them was absorbed towards them, causing the ray of light to shoot through hundreds of thousands of feet as if it was the sun. It did not rush towards Su Ming but exploded abruptly between the two of them. There were no booms, only an almost violent gust of wind blowing past. There was a powerful propelling force contained in that wind, pushing Su Ming's nascent soul back. At the same time, the small crane also let out a shrill cry of pain. It was pushed back, causing its speed as it escaped to increase exponentially, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared. When did this damn sacred light of celestial Tao become so weak? I wasn't boasting earlier, I could destroy a world with just one breath, but now, I can't even kill a small nascent soul cultivator. Just you wait. I'm a bird that holds onto my grudges. A lot. Immensely as the small crane left. Its voice also gradually became weaker. As for Su Ming, he was pushed back by that violent gust of wind, and his nascent soul was left several tens of thousands of feet away. He executed several warps, and only then did he manage to avoid the impact of the force. Yet even so, his nascent soul had already become quite transparent because of it. He stood in midair, not bothered by the transparent condition and weakness of his nascent soul. Instead, Su Ming stared in the direction the small crane had ran off to. Then after some time, he let out a cold harumph and turned around to leave. The patriarch of Black Crane Tribe was now ashen pale. He stared at the sky with a blank look, and a bittersweet smile appeared on his lips. He knew that he would definitely die, and he could not blame anyone for this. If it was not because of his own greed over the shaman crystals that caused him to try and destroy White Bull Tribe, he would have not brought such a disaster on his own head. By his side, most of his tribe members who had offered up their hearts had died. The remaining few old people were by the patriarch's side, and their faces were ashen, their presences weak. Patriarch, please cast the spell quick. We're begging you. Don't stall anymore. We have to cast the spell quick, according to the spell our ancestors left for us. You won't die. There was a middle-aged man kneeling before the patriarch of Black Crane Tribe at the moment, and that man was speaking anxiously. I have to die. If I don't die, then their grudges won't disappear. If I can buy the tribe's peace with my death, then there is at least value in my death. This is my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy for the shaman crystals. Ha! The patriarch of Black Crane Tribe said in a pained voice. He had lived for a long time and was the patriarch of a tribe, so he was definitely not a stupid person. He knew perfectly well that this time he had to die. Patriarch! Sorrow filled the middle-aged man and the other tribe members' faces. Enough! This is already decided. Once I die, take out the 3 sacred feathers of our tribe and offer it to the man. Use them in hopes for exchanging for the tribe's safety, and then, take our people away. We will have to migrate before the date. From now on, you are the patriarch of your tribe. Blood poured down from the patriarch's lips as he looked at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Grief was clear on the man's face. He did not speak. Remember this. Do not think about taking revenge. The patriarch of Black Crane Tribe gave a broken smile and he fell to the side. Dead. He could originally live, but he could not. He could have not died, but for the tribe he had to die. As he died, the old men who had lost their hearts also breathed their last. Most of the powerful shamans in Black Crane Tribe were gone. When Su Ming's nascent soul returned, He saw the patriarch's corpse and the members of Black Crane tribe kneeling down on the ground under the lead of a middle-aged man once they saw him. With a calm expression, Su Ming charged towards the deep pit in the ground. After the burning of an incense stick, his clone slowly flew up from the pit. "Sir, please forgive us. We are willing to offer you our tribe's sacred items." Once Su Ming flew out with sorrow on his face, the middle-aged man from Black Crane tribe lifted his arms high in the air. There was a stone plate in his hands, and there were 3 black feathers on it. There were waves of pressure spreading from those 3 feathers. Yet, compared to the feather Su Ming obtained previously, they were insignificant. Su Ming swept his gaze past the 3 feathers coldly. He did not look at the middle-aged man but towards the dead patriarch of Black Crane tribe. He remembered that the old man had not died when his heart was eaten by the small crane. Clearly, there was some sort of secret in Black Crane tribe's offering that allowed the people who made sacrifices to continue living. However, the old man still died. Su Ming closed his eyes. When he reopened them a moment later, understanding appeared in his eyes. He paid the price, so I'll let it go. Su Ming averted his gaze and looked towards the normal tribe members in the tribe. Then he walked towards the air and turned into a long arc that gradually disappeared into the horizon. He did not take the 3 feathers. Those things were useless to him, but to a small tribe that lost most of their powerful warriors, the use of those feathers was great. Su Ming was not the type to kill everyone and spare no one. His grudge had disappeared when the patriarch of Black Crane tribe and the other powerful warriors died. Su Ming sat in his cave abode in the mountain range and held the wind crystal of inheritance in his hands. There was a long gash on his arm. The blood there had dried up, and there was a variety of emotions on his face. If anyone took a closer look, then they could see that the size of the wind crystal of inheritance had shrank slightly. When Madame G brought out the red ring that day, she took it out from a bone. With that method, she managed to use the ring. Else, she wouldn't have had to suffer so much and could have just put it on her finger. Su Ming mumbled under his breath. I tried putting this thing in the gash on my arm earlier, and when I circulated my chi, I managed to absorb some of it. But I only managed to absorb a little of it. It wasn't particularly useful. Su Ming held the wind crystal of inheritance in his hands in a tight grip, then gritted his teeth. Oh well, I'll try it with my original idea, but I won't do it here. We're at room temperature here. If I use this method, I'll lose too much blood. Su Ming stood up and took a deep breath before he lifted his head to look at the fire ape crouching and leaning against a wall. His lips curled up in a smile. The fire ape also looked at Su Ming and bared its teeth as if it was smiling at him. It looked rather excited. He walked up and patted the fire ape's head, then walked out of his cave abode. Once he walked out, the small snake on the poison corpse's head immediately looked towards him. Su Ming fell into a moment of pensive silence, then gave up on bringing the poison corpse on his journey. He sent out a thought and comforted the small snake before walking out of the mountain range towards the frozen gate to the void floating in the air. Standing next to the gate to the void, Su Ming closed his eyes, as if he was waiting for something. After a moment, ripples appeared in the sky, and his clone appeared to stand behind him. Su Ming opened his eyes and lifted his right hand to press against the frozen gate to the void. Immediately, the layer of ice shattered slightly. Once a crack showed up, Su Ming moved inside. His clone followed behind him, and with a flash, he disappeared along with Su Ming and the gate to the void. The deep parts of the black seawater and the endless glacier were still as dark as ever. There were numerous living beings sealed in the glacier, keeping their former appearances of when they were alive. They looked as if they were struggling. The silence around the area seemed to have been there for countless amount of years. The only things that would appear in that black seawater were the occasional creatures of the sea swimming past the area. In an ice mountain above the glacier was a frozen gate. At that moment, as that gate shone with a dark light, 2 figures appeared. Naturally, it was Su Ming and his clone. Once they appeared, they did not move, and it was clear that they were also frozen. It would not be until a few days later when the ice cracked and shattered that Su Ming and his clone would be able to move about in that ice mountain. The freezing air chilled Su Ming's bones, and he felt as if his flesh and blood were about to freeze. The circulation of his blood had become a lot slower. His clone stood by the side. With those black beetles around, coupled with the fact that this puppet was originally dead to begin with, it was only natural that he did not fear the cold. As his aura of death fused with the freezing air, he could move around with much more nimbleness and ease compared to Su Ming. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he was prepared to protect his host. Su Ming sat down on the ice in the area where he could move around with no problems. He closed his eyes and waited for a few hours. When his body was almost frozen, he opened his eyes, and as he lifted his right hand, the wind crystal of inheritance appeared. At the same time, his clone opened his mouth and spat out a ray of green light that turned into a small sword. That sword charged towards Su Ming under the control of his nascent soul. With a bang, the small sword stabbed Su Ming's back. The frozen body caused Su Ming to be numb towards the pain and to be at ease with it. He only frowned slightly but did not make a sound. The small sword stabbed into his back and started cutting apart his flesh downwards, revealing a small part of his spine inside. Blood spilled out and seeped into the ice. Due to the freezing air, there was not much blood. However, even if the body was frozen, the pain still made Su Ming's breathing quicken. There were 4 vertebrae on Su Ming's spine that were shining with a blue light. Those were his berserker bones. As the small sword stabbed into his flesh, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes. He lifted his right hand, and the wind crystal of inheritance in Su Ming's hand floated and circled above his head once before charging straight to his back, plunging itself deep into the opened wound. Once it touched the 5th vertebrae on Su Ming's spine, the crystal stuck itself closely there. Su Ming's face was pale. His entire body might be frozen, but there was still sweat beading on his forehead. However, there was determination on his face. His right hand was trembling when he lifted it up. He seized at the air, and immediately, half of the lightning crystal of inheritance appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Immediately, that lightning crystal of inheritance shone and flew up to plunge into the wound on his back, right at his 6th vertebrae. When Su Ming forced both of the crystals of inheritance into his body, as if he was planting them in himself, he closed his eyes and dispersed the power he was using to resist the cold. His body was slowly covered by ice, and eventually, his entire body froze up, and he turned into an ice statue. Su Ming's clone sat by the side and observed the surroundings vigilantly, protecting his host. Time trickled by. Su Ming had no idea how long he would need to complete this slightly insane action of his. In fact, if he did not have his clone by his side, it would be difficult for him to do this. The slightest lapse of attention when he was doing this would perhaps make him freeze to death in his weakness. Due to his nascent soul, his clone could sense his host's condition. Once in a while, he would send a warm wave of power into Su Ming's body, causing him to remain alive while encased in ice. He would be in a state of life and death, which would cause the blood on his back to slowly freeze up so that he could gradually absorb the crystal's power and gain an epiphany towards them. At that moment, Su Ming's back looked horrifying. His spine was partially revealed and his flesh was ripped apart. There was a small amount of blood flowing out, but his flesh and blood were slowly growing back and recovering. However, even if he was recovering, the protruding wind and lightning crystals of inheritance still looked horrifying. Yet as time passed by and as the wounds slowly recovered, the wind crystal of inheritance from the 2 protruding crystals gradually shrank. Su Ming still had his eyes closed. As pain showed on his face, confusion would sometimes show as well, and occasionally, he would look like he was thinking hard about something, and at other times, he would look delighted. The wind crystal of inheritance became smaller right until one day sometime in the future, the protruding wind crystal of inheritance had shrank by a large half. The remaining part might still be protruding from Su Ming's back, but if no one took a closer look, it would be difficult for them to notice it. On this day, in Su Ming's mind, a storm stirred up, and it was the storm of inheritance. There was a layer of fog in the gray sky, and there seemed to be a sea of clouds tumbling about in the area. No one would be able to tell whether this was the sea of the sky, or whether it was the sea of the ground at just one glance. Su Ming could not sense his own body. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind in the sea of clouds and floated in the world, not knowing where he wanted to go. Perhaps a long time had passed, or perhaps it had just been a moment. Su Ming, whose mind was a little muddled at that point, suddenly saw a long-haired man sitting in the endless sea of white and gray clouds before him. That man was tall and thin. He was dressed in green and his hair was very long. He might not look handsome, but there was an elegant grace about him, especially his long and narrow eyes. They looked like the eyes of a woman, and those eyes that seemed like they belonged on a phoenix was an unforgettable sight. At the same time Su Ming saw this man, the man slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shone within them. "You came, my scion." Su Ming's mind trembled. His slightly muddled mind suddenly cleared up, and he remembered that he was absorbing the wind crystal of inheritance in the glacier. He also remembered the storm that stirred up in his head at the end, along with himself appearing in this sea of clouds like a spirit once that storm was over. This sort of inheritance is only privy to the first scion. You will be the only one who can see me. The scions after you will not see me, but they will see you. The man with the long and narrow eyes stated slowly in a gentle voice. I am the Wind Berserker. I have become a saint after understanding the power of wind. I fought with the god of berserkers against the 9th great timeline in the great world containing all regions. Everywhere we went, there was no one who did not dare worship us. Now, what remains in this place is a fragment of my will that I left behind when I was about to leave the 9th timeline in the great world with the god of berserkers to search for other timelines in hopes of seeking a chance for a breakthrough. I left the fragment behind so that the future generation may inherit my title as the Wind Berserker. The power of the Wind Berserker changes all the time and it can't be inherited in one go. That's why I separated it into 3 divine abilities. If you can master them all, then you will have understood a fifth of what it means to be the Wind Berserker. The first of the 3 styles of wind separation is Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes spoke slowly, and the moment he said those last words, his eyes sparkled. He lifted his right hand and waved it at the sky above the sea of clouds. Push aside the clouds in the sky, and you can make the sea of clouds stir. You can make the sun reveal itself. All you need to activate the power of Sun Genesis is wind. As his words echoed in the air, the sea of clouds started tumbling ferociously and turned into a giant vortex. With the man as the center, the vortex encircled such a huge area that it seemed endless, and with booming sounds it started spinning. Su Ming stood by the side and watched the sea of clouds spinning. He could even imagine that if anyone looked up from the ground at that moment, they would definitely find themselves witnessing a terrifying sight, a sight where all the clouds in the sky started spinning and turning into a vortex. Where does wind come from? The man with the long and narrow eyes smiled. Wind comes when I wave my arms, and I channel it to the sky to move the sea of clouds. When the sea of clouds turns into a vortex, the wind will come back several times stronger. More accurately speaking, Sun Genesis is divided into 3 levels. The first is wind propelling, the second is wind borrowing, and the final level is Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes clenched his right fist, and the instant he formed that fist, the sea of clouds around them that had turned into a vortex, with a rumble rushed towards the man. Eventually, as Su Ming's mind trembled, he saw the vortex disappearing into the man's right fist. It was as if the entire process of him clenching his fist happened during the instant the endless sea of clouds rapidly gathered towards him. It was just as if the man was holding the endlessly rotating sea of clouds in his right hand. It was as if he now held the boundless power of the wind in the world in his hand. Sun Genesis! With his right fist, the man punched forward gently, seemingly without any power. But when that punch was delivered, a violent gust of wind that could not be described with words erupted forth. It felt as if a shocking thunder had crackled during a quiet dawn, as if a storm spanning 100,000 feet had erupted on the quiet surface of a sea, as if an ear-splitting boom had resounded in a meadow. The violent gust of wind turned into a wind dragon. As it roared, it charged out and tore through the sky, causing a gigantic pit to appear in the air. The wind dragon roared, then crawled into the pit and disappeared. The second style, lunar burial. The wind berserker narrowed his eyes, and a green glare appeared within them. I personally like this style a lot. I didn't create this style on my own either. I gained an epiphany for it from an ancient legend. I also went to a lot of ancient ruins to examine them so that I could finally produce this ancient legend. I believe that this art had existed since the beginning but was only lost in time. I am merely restoring it slightly. In older times, there was a legend that said that when the ancients die, they are not buried in the sky or the earth. They are instead buried in the wind. The wind is their coffin. A smile appeared on the man's lips, but it looked rather sinister. He pointed at the ground with 2 fingers of his right hand. When Su Ming lowered his head to look, the ground underneath suddenly turned indistinct. It did not last long, and the ground became clear once again. But once it became distinct, what appeared before Su Ming was no longer the ground he'd seen previously. Instead, it had turned into a place filled with people. A large number of people whose clothes and appearances could not be seen clear were now on the ground. They all prostrated themselves, and Su Ming heard words he could not understand coming out from their mouths in the form of buzzing sounds. From the sky, he could see that these people numbered to several tens of thousands. They stood close to each other and formed a gigantic circle. The center was empty except for a gigantic wooden tower. At the top of the tower was a bound corpse that hung high in the sky. "Look closely, my scion," the man with the long and narrow eyes suddenly said. Su Ming immediately looked down with rapt attention, forcing down his shock, not shifting his eyes from the spot. The tens of thousands of people surrounding the giant wooden tower on the ground started moving slowly. All of them were walking and looking at the sky. It was as if the circle they had formed was spinning. This scene sparked curiosity in Su Ming's heart. He could not tell just what sort of connection these people's actions had with lunar burial. However, as time passed by, the tens of thousands of people on the ground gradually stopped walking slowly and started running. The tens of thousands of people running all together caused the circle to start spinning even faster. Could it be that the vortex is formed when the people run, and that's how they form wind? A sharp glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. As the tens of thousands of people ran, a wave of hot air spread from all these people. This was a wave that naturally came to be as their qi circulated in their bodies. Perhaps the hot air from a singular person would not be much, but when tens of thousands of people ran together, it would look incredibly distinct. Once that hot air spread from their bodies, it started floating into the sky slowly. At the same time, several hundreds of people immediately shot up from the running crowd and charged into the sky to stand above the bound corpse on the gigantic wooden tower. These hundreds of people sat down cross-legged over there, and a chilling aura spread from their floating bodies. That chilling air immediately spread through the area, causing the place to abruptly turn cold. What happened next took Su Ming completely by surprise. With his own eyes, he saw the chilling air that was seeping out of these hundreds of people descend to the area underneath, and during that process, that chilling air instantly clashed with the hot air floating upwards. The instant they clashed, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, stirring up sharp whistling sounds. At the same time, the tens of thousands of people on the ground opened their mouths and shouted one word: "Burial!" The voice shook the sky, causing the tens of thousands of people to run even faster, and more hot air spread from their bodies. The hundreds of people sitting cross-legged and floating in the sky also opened their eyes at that moment and roared simultaneously, "Lunar!" The moment they shouted, a larger amount of chilling air spread out and descended to the area underneath. Once it clashed with the hot air, the wind started interacting as if they were convecting heat, and it gave birth to stronger wind. The wind swept past the land and blew against the corpse bound on the gigantic wooden tower, causing the dead man's blood and flesh to rapidly dry up from that indescribably man-made wind, eventually turning into skin and bones, ending up as a dried-up corpse. That was not the end. As the words burial and lunar were repeatedly shouted, the wind became stronger, and after an unknown amount of time passed by, as Su Ming's heart was shaken to the core. He saw the dried-up corpse turning to ashes. As the wind was born, the ashes disappeared into the world, and once they disappeared, this scene, which was clearly from a ritual, returned to being indistinct and disappeared from Su Ming's eyes. "That is lunar burial," the man with the long and narrow eyes said. Su Ming looked at the muddled ground that had returned to how it originally was with a blank stare, and his heart was in chaos, as if there were waves crashing against it. He was not shocked by the lunar burial but stunned by these people's intelligence, and how wind was formed. Is this how wind is formed? The clash of cold and heat. Perhaps I should say it is the transfer between cold and heat that formed wind. Convection forms wind. That's right, if I throw a punch I will cause wind to stir, but I've never thought about how that wind came to be. By the looks of it now, wind is born due to the transfer between two auras. Su Ming looked as if he had gained an epiphany. My scion, wind exists in all parts of the world, but if you can separate the wind from a particular region, thereby causing wind to no longer exist in that region, then you can become the lord of that region. Without wind, there is no aura, and without aura, there is no power. When the power of the world is sealed within, when all manner of aura no longer exists, then from then on, the place where you are will be a forbidden area for all lives, and that is wind separation. The 3 styles of wind separation contain all my understanding towards wind. I am passing it to you, and it will depend on you on how much you can understand out of the provenance of wind. Also, besides wind separation, I will also use the remaining fragment of my will to give you 3 chances to gain an epiphany. Each of the chances will be for a style of the divine ability. This is your first chance, Epiphany for Sun Genesis. The man with the long and narrow eyes disappeared as he spoke. Soon after, a violent gust of wind whistled by and enveloped Su Ming within. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye it was 6 months later. A year had gone by since the chaos caused by Hong Luo to the land of the shamans. Several large-scale battles had happened in the war outside Sky Mist City, while the small-scale battles launched over the warzone were already so numerous that they could not be counted. These battles were only becoming more intense. The defense of Sky Mist City was also gradually being weakened. Most of the powerful berserkers in the Berserker tribe were acting as garrisons for Sky Mist City. There was a rumor regarding the calamity of the Eastern Wastelands spreading out secretly among the berserkers, and most of those who heard it took it with a grain of salt. There were no longer any tribes located at the edge of the Dead Sea in the land of the shamans. Almost 1/7 of the tribes had migrated. However, there were some tribes that did not migrate. These tribes either had no power to migrate or were small tribes that would have difficulties if they moved too far even if they wanted to migrate, which was why they decided to stay. White Bull Tribe was one of the tribes in the latter category. They struggled before, pondered over it, had the urge to migrate, had even sent their people to venture out in search for any migrating tribes that would pass by their tribe, but eventually they had no choice but to give up. This was a remote land to begin with. If their tribe members traveled far and wide, they would perhaps run into migrating tribes, but that was only a possibility. If they did not meet any of them, then instead of being destroyed, they would rather stay in their tribe. On the last month of the past 6 months, the monkey-faced old man, the patriarch of White Bull Tribe, went to the area near Su Ming's mountain range multiple times. He still believed that there was something off about the place. When he learned about the things that happened to Black Crane Tribe, he became even more skeptical of Su Ming's mountain range. The old man was polite every single time he came to the place, even after he'd visited it many times. He would respectfully shout outside the mountain range in hopes of meeting Su Ming, but never received any response. However, the old man did not give up. He always came back once every few days. Time passed by this way, and the fire ape laid around lackadaisically within the seal of the mountain range. The small snake flew in midair. As for the poison corpse, he continued standing at the entrance of the cave abode and never moved once during those 6 months. The ice on the frozen gate to the void still remained during that half a year. It continued releasing cold air and never melted. Su Ming was sitting cross-legged in the ice mountain located in the glacier surrounded by black seawater. His body was completely frozen up. His clone had protected him for half a year. There was no longer any blood flowing out of Su Ming's back. His wound had slowly recovered during the 6 months. By now, there was only a bump that could be seen belonging to the lightning crystal of inheritance. As for the wind crystal of inheritance, it practically could not be seen anymore. There were 4 berserker bones in Su Ming's spine, but at that moment, the 5th vertebrae was shining with a green light, and it seemed as if it had already transformed. Its appearance might not have changed, but it gave people a similar feeling to the wind crystal of inheritance. It was as if the shrunken wind crystal of inheritance had been absorbed by the 5th berserker bone. Another month passed by. On this day, the layer of ice surrounding Su Ming, who had isolated himself there for 7 months, suddenly shook. At the same time it started shattering and cracking. Su Ming opened his eyes slowly. The instant he opened his eyes, besides the profundity in his gaze that already existed before, there was also a vortex that looked like a whirlwind in his eyes. At the same time, the layer of ice around him shattered with a bang, causing Su Ming to regain mobility. He silently sensed the changes in his body, and he could clearly feel that he had become much stronger compared to how he was before he isolated himself, and more importantly, Sun Genesis, huh? Su Ming lowered his head and looked at his right hand. There was a brilliant flash in his eyes. In the one chance he had to gain his epiphany during his entire process of understanding the inheritance of the Wind Berserker, he had tried countless times to cast Sun Genesis. In that sort of condition to gain his epiphany, Su Ming had a feeling that he had been reborn in that illusion filled with wind. He lightly formed a fist and stood up slowly. The instant he stood up, the clone behind him also did the same. Su Ming did not turn his head back, but instead stared at the shell of the ice mountain and the glacier before him. After a moment of pensive silence, his gaze fell at the spot sealing the green-scaled man 800 feet away. After thinking for some time, Su Ming lifted his right hand and touched the layer of ice before him. Immediately it cracked. After another moment, it shattered, and black seawater instantly surged in. But the instant the seawater surged in, Su Ming had already walked out of the ice mountain. His clone also followed behind him. He did not bother about the ice mountain behind him. A wave of pressure descended on them in that black seawater, causing Su Ming to sink. But his expression was calm as he walked forward slowly. He walked forward until he was 800 feet away from the ice mountain. When he arrived at the place sealing that green-scaled man, Su Ming once again felt the difference between his current self and his previous self. Before he fused with the wind crystal of inheritance, walking 800 feet was already his limit, but now, he felt that he could still walk several dozens of feet forward. As he stared at the ice mountain sealing the green-scaled man, Su Ming furled his right hand into a fist and punched. At the same time, his clone behind him took a step forward and pointed at the ice through the water. Immediately, densely packed circles of cracks appeared on the layer of ice Su Ming punched. Green light flashed, and the small sword flew out from his clone to stab into the crack. At that moment, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and when the sword retreated, he pressed his palm on the ice once again. The process repeated several times, and as the cracks on the layer of ice slowly spread outwards, the crushed ice also fell off. Su Ming's spirits lifted and he increased his speed. By working with his clone, they gradually dug a hole in the ice mountain, and behind that hole was the black wooden club with 9 teeth held by the green-scaled man. As the layer of ice continuously became thinner and when he was just 3 inches away from the tip of the club, suddenly, a strong current shot forth from the black seawater above the glacier. At the same time, Su Ming heard a muffled growl. Soon after, a gigantic, muddled figure charged forth from the black seawater. As it closed in, its low growl shook the glacier, causing the seawater to roll, and the pressure formed made Su Ming's heart shake. His eyes sparkled. At the moment, there was already a big hole wide enough to fit a person dug out in the ice mountain. He was less than 3 inches from that club. Before long, he would be able to completely dig through. However, the arrival of that low growl made Su Ming hesitate for a moment before a resolute look appeared on his face. He immediately curled his right hand into a fist and rammed it against the thin layer of ice. His clone attacked at the same time, intending to break through before the unknown creature came over. Yet before Su Ming managed to attack, the low growl traveled to his ears as if the sound came right from his side. The seawater around him started distorting, and an incredible force came charging towards him. Su Ming's expression changed. Without a hint of hesitation, he immediately crawled into the big hole he'd dug out. His clone crawled in at the same time. The moment they blocked the entrance, Su Ming found out, to his shock, that the entire glacier shuddered. His pupils shrank, and he saw a gigantic, ferocious beast with an astonishing presence appearing in the seawater. It was a two-headed dark turtle. Two of its gigantic heads were outside its shell and were coldly staring at the layer of ice where Su Ming had hid himself. The moment a fierce glint appeared in its eyes, it swung its tail, and immediately, another head rose on its tail. This was not a two-headed turtle, but a three-headed dark turtle. His body was not really that big, only 1,000 feet in size. It stood on the glacier and not many ripples formed from its aura could be seen. However, the presence of its chi left Su Ming afraid. Roar! The three heads of that dark turtle roared at Su Ming at the same time. However, it only stood and roared. It did not do anything else. Su Ming hid himself in the layer of ice. His clone was slightly further ahead, and they were both sealed up by the newly recovered ice mountain. As Su Ming looked at the three-headed dark turtle outside, he groaned internally. However, gradually, Su Ming noticed something strange about this dark turtle. The creature only roared and did not attack him. This stunned Su Ming momentarily. He remained in pensive silence for a moment. As he saw the ice mountain gradually sealing up, he lifted his right hand and punched the newly returned 3-inch thick layer of ice behind him. Cracks echoed in the air, and the layer of ice became only 2 inches thick. It was also at that moment that the three-headed dark turtle roared even more furiously as if it had gone mad. It took a big step forward, and at the same time it got closer to the ice mountain. Its tail charged towards the ice mountain with a whistle, but it did not hit the ice. Instead, once it swung down beside the ice mountain, the dark turtle's face became even more savage, and it started growling lowly as it glared at Su Ming. The power of its chi makes it clear that it has incredible power, and it's a power so strong that I've never seen its like before. But it looks as if it doesn't know any divine abilities. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and by its previous actions, could it be that this creature cannot destroy the ice mountain here? Could it be that it's the guardian beast of the place? A thought bloomed in Su Ming's heart, and he moved closer to the thin layer of ice. Immediately, the dark turtle outside roared even more fiercely. It swung its tail back and forth, letting out piercing howls. Su Ming immediately shrank back, putting some distance between himself and the thin layer of ice. The dark turtle clearly relaxed and no longer looked at Su Ming, but instead stared at the green-scaled man that was several inches away from Su Ming, sealed within the thin layer of ice. Su Ming was incredibly nervous at the moment, but his head was calm. Once he saw the dark turtle's actions, he knew that the longer he stayed in the place, the worse it would be for him. That was why he sent a thought to his clone. His clone immediately lifted 2 fingers and tapped at the ice behind them. As it was just a short time since that ice was formed, that one tap immediately broke a small hole. A black beetle instantly flew out and crawled into that hole. Su Ming stared at the bug. When the dark turtle saw the bug flying out, it only spared it a glance and no longer bothered itself with it. It let the small bug fly 800 feet back to where the gate to the void was in the ice mountain. It's not paying attention to us, but those sealed in the ice. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. This was not the moment for him to anger that dark turtle now and forcefully take the black club. After a moment of pensive silence, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes. He lifted his right hand and drew a circle on the layer of ice before him. With one press, the circle instantly shattered, and then he took a step outside to walk out of the hole in the ice mountain. Su Ming stared at the dark turtle and was already prepared to use his nascent soul to escape, but the dark turtle only cast a glance at the clone before it ignored him. Could it be that, as long as we don't touch the things that are frozen here, then the turtle won't bother us? Su Ming gritted his teeth and walked out slowly from within the hole in the ice mountain. Once he completely came out, his heart started racing. He saw the dark turtle turning its head around to cast a freezing glance at him before averting its gaze. Su Ming let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. He walked forward slowly, but once he took a few steps, conflict appeared on his face, but it did not last for long. Su Ming did not stop moving, and as he continued moving forward, his clone immediately moved back and crawled into the hole in the ice mountain. Su Ming was incredibly nervous as he did these series of actions. He continuously observed that dark turtle, and when he saw that it did not give too much of a reaction, he took a few brisk steps forward until he arrived at the frozen gate to the void located 800 feet away. Once he stood inside the ice mountain containing the gate, Su Ming immediately came to stand beside it and started dealing with the ice around it to keep the gate open at all times. When he finished doing all this, he turned his head around and stared at the frightening dark turtle outside, along with his clone inside the hole. Should I snatch it, or should I not? The turtle is clearly the guardian of this place. All the things that it guards must be extraordinary items. The glacier here is very big too. I have reason to believe that this turtle is not the only guardian of this place. Besides, when I broke open the ice mountain sealing that green-scaled man last time, that turtle had not appeared. Clearly, the degree of damage I dealt was not big enough. This time, when I almost succeeded, this creature appeared. Now I caught its attention. Even if I come next time when it's not around, it'll still be difficult for me to get closer to that item. I'll take it. Su Ming's face lit up with determination. Immediately, a glint appeared in the clone's eyes, who was within the hole of the ice mountain sealing that big man 800 feet away. He lifted his right hand and tapped at the thin layer of ice with two of his fingers. Once he tapped at it repeatedly, the layer of ice instantly shattered, revealing the black, spiked club inside. As if the dark turtle had gone mad, it started roaring, and as it swung its tail back and forth repeatedly, Su Ming's clone pressed on that black, spiked club, wanting to put it away into his storage bag. However, the club did not budge. He could not put it into his storage bag. With burning resolution, Su Ming immediately made his clone repeatedly break through the ice with his two fingers. When half of the black spiked club was revealed, the clone took hold of it and tore it out. A loud bang reverberated through the area, and the gigantic black wooden club was dragged out. The dark turtle roared and blocked the ice mountain's exit. There was a murderous look in its eyes as it roared, but at that moment, Su Ming took a step forward and rushed out several hundreds of feet. At that instant, his clone let out a piercing shriek, and as if it was burning, all the power of his cultivation erupted forth, and he used it all in warping. He rushed forth with that black wooden club, and then his body, along with that wooden club, instantly disappeared. The instant he disappeared, the dark turtle was stunned. At the same time around 500 feet away, Su Ming's clone appeared. He looked as he usually did, but Su Ming's nascent soul inside had already shrunk quite considerably. It also looked rather unstable, as if it was about to dissipate and turn back into a core. When the clone appeared, Su Ming caught it and charged forth with a whistle in the water towards the ice mountain containing the gate to the void with his absolute fastest speed. The dark turtle whipped its head around and let out a livid roar. It lifted its right leg and stomped on the ground. Immediately, the glacier shook and ice needles shot up from the ground. They also came from under the ground from all around Su Ming. As he continued charging forth, they shot out with banging sounds, turning into offensive ice needles trying to block his path. At the same time, the turtle's tail swung forth with a whistle in the water, bringing with it a shocking wave. With that one sweep, the seawater parted. All the ice needles that did not manage to block Su Ming were all shattered by the dark turtle's tail, but it did not slow down at all. Instead, the tail traveled forth even faster towards Su Ming. The dark turtle's hatred towards Su Ming had clearly reached incredibly heights. It did not just swing its tail forth but also opened its mouth wide and blew a puff of white air at him. When that puff of white air was let out, booming sounds immediately rang out, and the seawater before the dark turtle instantly turned into ice, and it was rapidly spreading forward. As Su Ming charged forth, dragging his clone behind him, he was blocked in his path by the ice needles that shot through the ground, but he did not stop. At the same time he activated his speed, the provenance of wind in his body circulated rapidly, causing his speed to increase exponentially, and he charged out of the blockade. When he saw that he was less than 30 feet away from the ice mountain containing the gate to the void, the whistling sound behind him whipped the seawater so hard that it parted. Su Ming felt his skin crawl. His divine general armor materialized on his body, and at the same time, Han Mountain Bell showed itself. The nascent soul in his clone coughed out a mouthful of essence and warped once again, causing Su Ming to disappear without a trace the instant the dark turtle's tail rammed into his body. When they reappeared, they were already beside the gate to the void. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. Han Mountain Bell hummed and shrank back into his body. The divine general armor also shattered, but the crisis was not over. The instant Su Ming reappeared and pulled his clone to step into the gate to the void, the dark turtle behind him blew out a white puff of air, and the frozen seawater came towards him in the span of a breath, causing Su Ming's body to be filled with chills. His face instantly turned pale, but his body did not stop. He dragged his clone, and along with the black wooden club his clone held onto, they moved into the gate to the void. The instant Su Ming disappeared, ice instantly covered the ice mountain with the gate to the void, causing the ice mountain to instantly become larger by several fold. Once it was frozen in many new, thick layers, the dark turtle floated up and let out mad roars, swishing its tail back and forth as if it was absolutely livid. Eventually, it decided that it might as well lay there and fix its gaze on the frozen gate to the void. Continued staring at it. The other end of the gate to the void, located outside the cave abode in the mountain range in the land of South Morning, started flickering with a dark light. Then Su Ming and his clone rushed out from within. Once they charged out, Su Ming's clone fell to the side. The nascent soul was already in a state where it had almost completely vanished. The nascent soul had his eyes shut tightly in the clone and was silently circulating his chi to recover. Su Ming's face was pale. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the gate to the void, and fear could be seen lingering on his face. When he remembered what he had just done, Su Ming thought that his actions were a little too crazy. He sucked in a deep breath and immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground. He did not have time to be bothered with the small snake and the fire ape that came towards him, quickly meditating to recover his chi. A few days later, Su Ming opened his eyes, and his face regained a slightly healthier color. He let out a long breath and immediately turned his head around to look at the gigantic, black wooden club beside his clone. The 9 teeth stuck on that club were letting out rays of freezing light. The black wooden club was Su Ming's height and it was filled with a savage air. Su Ming stood up and went beside it. After dipping his head down to look at it for a moment, he lifted his right hand and grabbed the wooden club. Then a frown appeared between his brows. He sucked in a light breath and lifted that wooden club. I wonder what this thing is made of. It's so heavy. It'd be great if it was a little lighter. Su Ming gave it a few simple swings, and once those swings brought up whooshing sounds from the movements, he went on to place the wooden club down. But his body suddenly jolted and he widened his eyes to stare at weapon in his hands. He lifted it up once again, then swung it around himself once. Astonishment surfaced in his eyes. It grew lighter, become lighter, just a little lighter still. With that gigantic black wooden club in hand, Su Ming continued swinging it about on the spot, and its weight became increasingly lighter. Eventually, Su Ming practically could not feel its weight at all. Once he lifted it up, he leaped into the air and rammed the club against the ground. The instant the gigantic wooden club crashed onto the ground trembled with a boom, and a powerful backlash spread from that wooden club straight up through Su Ming's right hand and into his body, making him lurch forward, and he was forced to let go of the club. He took a few steps back, and his face was a mix of red and white. He only recovered after a long while. If it just becomes lighter, then the value of this thing doesn't match up to the risk I took earlier. Su Ming took a few steps forward and picked up the wooden club once again. Looking at the 9 teeth, he hesitated for a moment before he swung it again. He did not leap up this time, but instead, once he started swinging it and the instant he readied himself to smash it towards the ground. Heavier! That word fell out of his mouth when the wooden club crashed against the ground. Its weight increased exponentially, and the instant it fell, a shocking boom abruptly resounded in the air. Soon after, the ground trembled, and a large crack started spreading on the surface with rumbling sounds, stretching into the distance. It shot through the seal Hong Luo had placed and appeared in the land beyond. The crack stretched out so far that it was several tens of thousands of feet long. Blood trickled down the corners of Su Ming's lips. He could not keep a tight grip on the wooden club in his hands, causing it to be flung out from the rebound and fall on the ground beside him. Another boom reverberated in the air. Su Ming's breathing was quick. He looked at the wooden club in the distance, then at the giant crack on the ground. He suddenly laughed, and his laughter grew louder at each passing moment. I, Patriarch of White Bull Tribe, wish to see you, Sir Soul Catcher. Sir, you still remember me? I'm the guy who prepared the 3 virgins for you in the tribe. As Su Ming laughed, a weak and complacent voice came from within the crack on the ground. The voice might have come from within the crack, but in truth, it came from the spot above the ground outside the seal. The monkey-faced old man from White Bull Tribe looked at the crack that suddenly appeared 30 feet away from him with a pale face, and cold sweat trickled down his body. Damn it all! Which bloody idiot is it that made this crack suddenly appear? He scared the heck out of me. The old man wiped his sweat. When Su Ming heard an old man's voice from the crack and that strange accent, he immediately thought of the old, monkey-faced patriarch from White Bull Tribe. Su Ming did not like nor hate this person, but his act of offering up 3 women from his tribe and giving up on having his entire tribe attack had left a rather deep impression on him. At that moment, when Su Ming heard those words, he pondered over them for a moment before walking out. The land was empty, but there was a place that sported a gigantic crack out of nowhere, and it was spread far and wide. The old man from White Bull Tribe stood beside the crack and waited for a long time, but to no avail. So he went to the crack and stretched his head to look inside. Damn! The old man did not hear Su Ming's laughter in the seal. He only came here once every few days, and once he arrived at the place, he would walk around shouting the same words he said previously, though he himself did not know that his voice had already reached Su Ming's ears. He looked at the crack and started mumbling under his breath. Damn what? Before the old man finished mumbling, Su Ming's cold voice rang out behind him, causing the old man to immediately be stunned. Once he turned around swiftly, surprised delight appeared on his face. What? Damn who? There's no damning whoever anywhere. Greetings, great soul catcher. The old man quickly wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed deeply towards Su Ming. Su Ming cast the old man a glance. He did not speak. The old man was being cautious and was sizing up Su Ming from the corner of his eye as well. Once he saw the mark of the peach blossom at the center of Su Ming's brows. He quickly averted his gaze and put on a complacent look. Sir, this old man told quite a number of the women in my tribe to make preparations this time. You'll definitely be pleased with them. If you aren't, then I'll be a damned old fool from now on. What damned old fool? Stop using the word damn. Su Ming frowned. Okay. Then I'll change it to boyo. The old man quickly nodded his head and put on a flattering smile. As the old man's expression fell into Su Ming's eyes, he scrutinized him. He remembered that this old man was a very tactful person. It did not matter whether it was their first encounter with each other or his decisive act of sending the 3 women to him. They were enough to show that this old man was definitely not as he seemed. What is it? Speak up, Su Ming said calmly. The old man was feeling rather nervous. When Su Ming was scrutinizing him, he immediately felt that he was being seen through. This sort of feeling, as if he was standing naked before someone else, made him instinctively avoid looking into Su Ming's eyes. It's nothing, really. The old man hesitated for a moment, and once he said those words, Su Ming turned around and walked into the distance, no longer bothering with the old man. The patriarch was momentarily stunned, then quickly walked forward and spoke with the obsequious smile. Sir, please wait. This is This is actually a very difficult thing for me to say. It's like this. You know that the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands is coming in a few years' time, and most of the tribes in the land of the shamans have already migrated. But White Bull tribe is too small and we have a lot of normal tribe members. With my power alone and the other powerful shamans in my tribe, it's still impossible for us to protect them. That's why I'd like to ask whether you take on jobs. The old man no longer hesitated and rambled off rapidly as he chased after Su Ming. Su Ming paused in his footsteps, then turned around to look at the old man. What are you using to hire me? If you truly have an attractive pay, why insist on finding me? Sir, the most powerful shaman around this area is Madame G. But Madame G has already gone missing. When the old man said those words, he became even more cautious, even cast a glance at the mark of the peach blossom at the center of Su Ming's brows. This is a remote place and powerful shamans seldom come here. We're also at war now, so it's really very tough for us to find powerful shamans we can trust. Well, sir, we are kinda like neighbors and I can trust you. As for the pay, well, I'm going to offer our ancestors' priceless treasure. It's also the sacred item White Bull tribe inherited, and we offer our sacrifices to it. The old man looked rather pained when he said those words. Oh? If you give me your tribe's inheritance, then you will have broken off your own tribe's roots. What difference is there? Su Ming knew that each shaman tribe had a different item of worship. Some of them contained strange powers while some of them were common objects. But no matter what, these were all a tribe's soul. Like the lizard statue from Lizard Shaman tribe, the crane from Black Crane tribe, and the mackerel pike from Autumn Sea tribe. All of them were such items. If I don't give you this item, it would be difficult to convince you. If our tribe stays here and doesn't move, we will end up dying and being destroyed during the catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands. But even if we leave as such a small tribe, it will be very tough for us to survive. No one knows how many of us will end up surviving either. In fact, there's a high chance that all of us are going to end up dead. If that's the case, then what use is the tribe's sacred item? Instead of keeping it as our ancestors told us to, I'd rather use it in exchange for a slim chance of survival. The old man forced those words out of his mouth. In truth, he had thought about what he just said for a very long time before he decided to go to Su Ming for help. After the few brief encounters they had, he had slowly come to realize that Su Ming was the type of person that if no one caused trouble to him, then he would not go and cause trouble to others. But the most important thing about Su Ming was that if he truly wanted to snatch their things away, then he would not have waited for so long and still not acted. I can't agree to this. I'm not leaving this place for some time. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. When the old man heard his words, he looked rather disappointed, but judging by his looks, it seemed that he expected Su Ming to give that answer and was already prepared for it. He spoke once again. I understand that you have your problems. How about this? I won't need you to protect us when we migrate. I just need some of your time to help 2 of my tribesmen to pass the seal of soul catchers. I'll still use the sacred item of our tribe as pay. Sir, how's that sound? Seal of soul catchers? How should I help? Tell me the details, but I might not agree to it. This was the first time Su Ming heard of that term. Sir, you are a soul catcher. You should have gone through the seal of soul catchers before. The old man from White Bull tribe was suddenly stunned, and a faint sparkle appeared in his eyes. I've gone through the seal of soul catchers before, but I didn't have anyone helping me, nor have I helped anyone before. Su Ming looked as calm as ever as he provided a vague explanation. Sir, you must have come from a big tribe. No wonder you don't know about this helping thing. How welp you can hear it as a joke. The chances for soul catchers to appear in small tribes like mine are very tiny. Even if they appear, most of them won't be able to clear the seal of soul catchers alone and obtain the soul catcher legacy. That's how hiring powerful shamans to help came about. The old man put on a confused look on his face before he spoke with a wry smile. It'll be the month of spirits next month. Sir, you know that the month of spirits is the month of inheritance for soul catchers, set by the god of Shaman's temple. During that month, all the tribes that have the potential to become soul catchers will sense the call from the god of Shaman's temple and the soul catcher's relocation will be activated with the mysterious power of the god of Shaman's temple. Right now, I managed to identify 2 of my tribe members who might have a soul catcher's constitution. They will be sent by the power of the god of Shaman's temple to the world of 9 If it is their destiny, then they will be acknowledged by the candle dragon there and begin their path as soul catchers. Sir, I hope that by using the power of relocation as a draw, you will go with them and help them so that they would successfully become soul catchers. Once the old man from White Bull tribe finished speaking, he looked at Su Ming nervously. This was the final method he could think of. If Su Ming did not agree to it, then White Bull tribe would have to forcefully migrate. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he shook his head. He did not have knowledge about this, and once he heard about it, he found that there was nothing too attractive about it for him. Sir, this is the first time you're helping someone become soul catchers. Honestly, from what I know, there are many soul catchers who willingly use the chance to be relocated to the world of 9 with those who have a soul catcher's constitution during the month of spirits. Because every soul catcher can only be actively involved in the relocation once, and it is during the first time they go there. If these soul catchers want to enter the world of 9 from then on, they will need to rely on the power of relocation from the people by their side drawing them in. In fact, it's not just soul catchers. Spirit mediums, thought soothsayers, and the other shamans will also use the chance to enter, because you must surely know about that legend saying that there is a corpse of a candle dragon buried in the world of 9. In fact, there is one more legend telling that the mysterious curse came from the world of 9. Since this world was an ancient ruin to begin with when it was first discovered, there are quite a few places that the members of the shaman tribe have not explored. There is only a small part in the world that is used for us to obtain the cultivation method of a soul catcher. Only after we discovered the place did we start researching the curse. The old man spoke in extreme detail. With his intelligence, he would not have spoken in such detail if he was speaking to another shaman. After all, this was not exactly a secret among the shamans. However, it was clear that the old man was speaking in such detail because he, with his intellect, had caught onto a faint trail that there was something off about Su Ming. However, to him, Su Ming's origins did not matter. His only concern was his tribe's survival. Besides, Su Ming's power had caused the old man to pretend as if he knew nothing even after discovering those clues. He would not tell others about it and bring disaster to his own tribe either. There was the ghost of a smile on Su Ming's lips. He looked at the old man and did not speak. The old man let out a fake cough and continued speaking. The berserkers should also be looking for ways to enter the world of 9, because there is a plant called 9 abyss flower in that place. It can increase the chances of survival during the life and death disaster they have to go through when they enter the berserker soul realm, achieving great completion in the bone sacrifice realm. Also, there are plenty of serendipitous encounters in the world of 9. The old man continued speaking, but Su Ming still remained with that ghost of a smile on his lips, and it made the old man rather scared. "Tell me your real motive," Su Ming said slowly. "About that, I wouldn't dare hide it from you, sir. My goal is that once those 2 tribe members of mine obtain the cultivation method to become soul catchers, then with their potential, they might be sought after by some middle-sized tribes. It'll be best if they take those 2 away, and as a price, help our tribe migrate. If we can't manage to do it and the 2 of them are still taken away, they will still be able to continue passing down the line of our tribe. Even in the worst-case scenario, if the 2 of them can find other powerful shamans and form a deal for us, it'll still be better than our current situation." The old man spoke with a wry smile. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly lifted his right hand and grabbed something from his bosom. When a dark light flashed, a round object appeared in his hand. "This item is the sacred item of my tribe. Please take it first." When Su Ming swept his gaze past that round object, his pupils shrank and a large storm raged in his heart. "This is..." Su Ming waved his arm and immediately seized that round object in his hand. When the old patriarch of White Bull tribe saw Su Ming actually losing his cool, he was momentarily stunned before he became ecstatic. He was not in any sort of pain from parting with the sacred item. No matter how strange and mysterious of a treasure this was, It could not match with the importance of his tribe members in his heart. If he had to choose, even if he would one day come to know that this item left behind by his ancestors in his tribe for generations was an incredible treasure, he would still not regret his decision. As long as more of his people could survive through this disaster, then there would come a day where the children in his tribe would grow up, and the adults of the tribe would have a chance to see themselves grow white hair. If he could do this, then he could give up on everything. To him, this was the biggest meaning in his life ever since he became patriarch. At the same time he felt that ecstasy in his heart, the old man also felt uneasy. This was the first time he ever saw Su Ming being unable to control his own emotions. When he seized that item, the old man had a misconception that if he retracted his hand, he would definitely bring about a massive storm of killing intent on himself. The old man took a few steps back and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. As Su Ming observed his tribe's sacred item, the old man spoke respectfully. "It doesn't matter whether you will help the weak White Bull tribe, this item will belong to you. But on behalf of the 379 people in the tribe, I beg for you to have compassion on us and help us this once." As he moved back, this old man, this patriarch of White Bull tribe, this person, who was not very attractive, had a sharp mouth and the cheeks of a monkey, knelt down before Su Ming. He was the patriarch of White Bull tribe, he had his pride, he was a medial shaman, he had his own dignity. In truth, if his tribe did not exist, even if he died, he would die standing. He would not kneel easily. Yet at that moment, for his own tribe, for the familiar faces there, for the young voices calling him Grandpa Patriarch, for the young adults he watched grow up in the tribe, he knelt down. He would never forget how his people treated him kindly when he was young, even though he was ugly. He would also never forget himself having a crush on the most beautiful girl in the tribe when he was a young man. Even less so could he forget the previous patriarch appointing him as the patriarch the moment of his death. That kindly gaze and hopeful eyes, all of these things were his warmth. They were the most important things in his life. For his tribe, it did not matter whether he had to kneel and beg, did not matter whether he had offer up his tribe's sacred item, did not matter whether he had to come under question for his actions by his entire tribe. In fact, he could already imagine that when his people discovered that their sacred item was gone, and that the sacred item placed in the tribe right at that moment was a counterfeit he made, they would probably hate and hold a grudge against him for the rest of their lives. However, he chose to bear through all this, to silently bear through everything, all for the sake of the continuity of his tribe. Su Ming was his only hope. Su Ming's gaze slowly moved from White Bull tribe's sacred item in his hand to the patriarch of White Bull tribe kneeling over there. The intelligence the old man showed was something gained by him through time. His resolution was a part of his personality. Su Ming might not know all that he had done for his tribe, but he could still somewhat tell some of the things he did. "I am your only hope?" After a long while, Su Ming spoke slowly. Even if the old man was a shaman and Su Ming himself came from the berserkers, even if both of their races were at war, but the old man's actions reminded Su Ming of his elder. The old man, kneeling on the ground, nodded lightly. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he asked, "What if I wasn't here?" "I would choose to merge with Black Crane tribe even if the price would be huge. In fact, I can already imagine that Black Crane tribe will search for the strongest shaman in this area, Madame G. Honestly, if Madame G really came looking for trouble, I would still have a way for her to stop." The old man lifted his head and looked at Su Ming. His wrinkles and that monkey face made him radiate with wisdom and age at that moment. There was also a deeply rooted fatigue showing on him. "If those two tribe members of yours cannot find a tribe that will find them to be an asset or manage to find any powerful shamans who are willing to help you migrate from this place, what will you do?" Su Ming asked calmly. The old man remained silent, and after a long moment, a smile appeared on his face and he said softly, "This will be our tribe's fate, then. If that's the case, I will stay here with my people and watch the calamity of the eastern wastelands come upon us. As we head to our destruction, we will sing our ancient folk songs, dance the dances passed down in our tribe. Death isn't really that terrifying." Su Ming looked at the old man, and respect gradually appeared on his face. This was a person who deserved his respect. Even if he was a shaman, when he said those things, Su Ming could not feel any hint of deception in his words. If he did not truly have those thoughts, even if he said those words, it would be difficult to convince anyone. Bring your tribe members here on the eve of the month of spirits. Su Ming closed his eyes. Then when he reopened them, he spoke with a flat tone before turning around to the sealed mountain range. A wave of ripples spread through the now empty-looking place, and he disappeared. The old man from White Bull tribe watched Su Ming leave, and gratitude appeared on his face. He stood up, wrapped his fist in his hand, and bowed down deeply towards the place before he left with hope. Su Ming walked out of the air into the sealed mountain range. He held White Bull tribe's sacred item in his hands and sat down cross-legged beside the black wooden club. As he dipped his head down to look at the item in his hand, an excited look appeared on his face. I didn't expect to meet this thing again here. Just what is it? Su Ming took a deep breath. The thing in his hand was a round stone plate. The stone plate looked very normal. Besides some rather fine carvings on it, there seemed to be nothing else strange about it. There was only a fragment the size of a fingernail embedded at the center of the bowl. The fragment's color was quite different from the stone bowl, which was why it looked quite distinct. What made Su Ming lose his control before the old man from White Bull tribe was that embedded fragment in the stone fragment. This fragment the size of a fingernail was entirely black and was letting out rays of dark light. That item gave Su Ming the exact same feeling as the strange stone fragment hanging off his neck. However, compared to Su Ming's stone fragment, this was much smaller. This was the only item that could make Su Ming lose his cool. When he seized it, the old man had discovered some clues about him, but these things were nothing compared to him obtaining the item. Su Ming stared at the fragment, and his face was occasionally filled with confusion, and at other times nostalgia. The memories of the things that happened in Dark Mountain surfaced in his mind subconsciously. From the moment he obtained the black stone fragment, to the moment he deceived the statue of the god of berserkers, causing him to be able to practice the ways of the berserkers, to the moment Dark Mountain was destroyed, to the moment he obtained the inheritance of the wind and lightning berserkers, the black stone fragment changed everything about him. Su Ming was caught in a daze for a long time as he looked at the stone plate. When the sun set in the sky, he sighed with a complicated look on his face. Those memories made him want to sigh for the first time. He calmed his mind down and brought out the black stone hanging on his neck. The instant he placed it in the stone plate, the fragment there immediately shone with a brilliant dark light. At the same time, Su Ming's stone fragment also shone strongly with that dark light, as if they were reflecting off each other. Soon after, something made Su Ming suck in a sharp breath. The carvings on the stone plate with the fragment embedded inside started shining with a white light. Then those carvings started spinning as if they had come alive in Su Ming's eyes. However, once they spun around 3 times, their light instantly turned dim. Cracks immediately appeared on the plate, and the plate looked as if it was about to shatter. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He put away his own stone fragment, and only then did he manage to prevent the stone plate from shattering completely. This stone is embedded in the stone plate, but I wonder what sort of mystery lies within the plate itself. Next time, when the patriarch of White Bull tribe comes, I'll have to ask him. Su Ming stroked the bottom of his chin. He quelled the excitement in his heart and put the stone plate away into his storage bag. World of 9 an ancient ruin, huh? The 9 abyss flower can increase the chances of success when I go through the life and death disaster as I try to break through into the berserker soul realm. I've never heard about it before, but the old man didn't seem like he was lying. The curse actually came from there as well, and it's controlled by the shamans. If that's the case, then there should be some ancient treasure in the world of 9 such as... Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the red ring on his finger. He did not have time to examine this thing up till now. The berserkers are also thinking of ways to enter, huh? Perhaps I'll be able to see some familiar faces there, along with those from the shaman tribe. When he thought of the shamans, Su Ming felt a slight headache pounding in his head. The chaos Hong Luo caused made him not know what to say if he ran into Wan Qiu and the others. He thought about it for a moment, then shook his head and no longer thought about this troublesome thing. He knew that he could not go to the glacier in the Dead Sea for the time being, and the fusion of the lightning crystal of inheritance would not be complete within a short time as well. As he waited for the people from White Bull tribe coming over, Su Ming decided to examine the curse. At the same time, he also went on to stabilize his control over the 3 styles of wind separation that he gained from the inheritance of the Wind Berserker. Also, he had to examine that black wooden club which he had snatched after going through that incredible danger to see whether there were any other uses to it. Besides these, his nascent soul in his clone was also heavily injured. He would need to pay a lot of attention to nurse it back to health. However, the power of the world in this place was thick. Even if he did not have any spirit medicine, he could still lighten the injuries he sustained slowly. Most of the month passed by in the blink of an eye. During those 20-odd days, the injuries the clone sustained recovered slightly. Su Ming's nascent soul was no longer in a constant state of scattering away. It might still be rather weak, but it regained its liveliness. As for the black wooden club, while Su Ming could not find a way to put it away into a storage bag, he found out that not only could he change the item's weight at will, he could also change its size. Once he shrank it down, he could bring it with him. There was also the matter with that red ring. There was a power contained within it that made Su Ming rather enthralled as he examined it. The power of the curse was incredibly great, causing Su Ming to still be unable to make heads or tails of it in the midst of his confusion. However, every single time his mind was immersed in that ring, he would be caught in a daze. During one morning, Su Ming emerged from his immersion in that ring. There was still a dazed look on his face, and he only snapped out of it after a long moment. The power of the curse, he mumbled softly. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he lifted his head to look at the spot outside the seal. After a moment, the voice of the old man from White Bull tribe traveled forth faintly from the area outside. Sir Soulcatcher, I, the patriarch of White Bull tribe, would like to meet you. I brought the tribe members with the Soulcatcher's constitution here. Su Ming stood up and waved his arm. Immediately, the small snake flew towards him and disappeared on him. At the same time, the poison corpse turned into a ray of black light, and Su Ming put him away into his storage bag. His nascent soul instantly flew out from his clone, and once it crawled into his jugular notch, he put away Jiyun Hai along with the black beetles that returned to slumber once again. Only then did he lift his right hand and point forward at a moderate speed. Immediately, ripples appeared in the air before him, and a gap formed up. The old man from White Bull tribe brought a boy and a girl, both of whom looked nervous, and walked over. When the old man from White Bull tribe, the boy, and the girl entered the sealed area of the mountain range, Su Ming had already put on that black mask on his face and hid his appearance. He stood there dressed head to toe in black robes. Due to the freezing air still remaining in his body and the layer of ice freezing the gate to the void, this place was freezing compared to the burning world outside. Once the boy and girl anxiously entered the place, they instinctively shuddered. Their breaths came out in white puffs, and their gazes were filled with respect as they looked towards Su Ming. This medial soul-catcher had left too deep an impression on them. The scene of the red-haired Su Ming going to their tribe that day was carved deep into their memories. Sir, these are the 2 children. The patriarch of White Bull tribe took a few steps forward and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards Su Ming. The first quarter of the hour of spirits tomorrow will be the start of the month of spirits. The god of Shaman's temple will cast the ancient spell, and all the children with the blood of soul catchers in the entire land of the shamans will sense that faint pull. Then, with the call coming from their blood as soul catchers and the pull from the soul stone, they will be able to be relocated from this place. You will also need soul stones to leave. As the old man from White Bull tribe spoke, he brought out 3 white rocks from his bosom. The 3 stones were round and looked as if they were sparkling slightly, but they were not transparent. The 3 soul stones were passed down through generations in White Bull tribe. It was specially made for those with a soul catcher's constitution to activate their power as soul catchers. The old man from White Bull tribe placed all of them respectfully by the side. Sir, once you help these 2 children completely obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers, you can just send them back to the shaman city. You must definitely be thinking of going alone after that. No matter what time, you can come back using the soul stone at any place with a shaman tower in the world of Nine. The old man bowed deeply to Su Ming once again, and when he lifted his head, he looked towards the boy and girl. A stern look appeared on his face. Listen well, the both of you. You must listen to the soul catcher during this trip. If you don't obey his orders and if you harbor any ulterior motives, then think of your tribe. Sir, if these two children don't obey your commands, you have the right to kill them. If they are not willing to care about the troubles of the tribe, then it's better for this sort of person to die in the word of Nine. Respect immediately appeared on the girls' and boys' faces. They voiced their compliance with their heads lowered, their hearts beating nervously. Sir, if you would please. The old man from White Bull tribe cast the boy and girl a complicated look, then eventually looked at Su Ming. Let them stay. You can leave now, Su Ming said slowly. The old man from White Bull tribe cast another look at the boy and girl once more, then turned around swiftly and walked outside. But the instant he was about to leave the sealed area, Su Ming suddenly opened his mouth. The old man paused in his footsteps and turned his head around to look at Su Ming. It has been generations since anyone has been able to control this item. However, it is recorded in our tribe's ancient records that this item will choose its own owner. Its biggest use is tracking. As for its origins, I'm already looking into it. As the old man spoke, he hesitated for a moment and brought out a wooden slip from his bosom, then sent it out gently. The wooden slip floated towards Su Ming. Then once he held it in his hand, he scanned it with his divine sense, and he nodded his head. The old man bowed towards him and walked out of the sealed area. As the ripples filled the air, his body disappeared, and Su Ming, along with the boy and girl, were the only ones left. Without bothering about the boy and girl, Su Ming sat down cross-legged on the ground, then brought up the wooden slip to examine it closely. The boy and girl from White Bull tribe were very pretty, but in their fear, they looked as if they were shivering. They looked at each other, then sat down demurely at a spot not too far away from Su Ming. They remained silent, as if they did not know what to say. Time passed by slowly, and soon, it was midnight. There were no stars in the dark sky. Even the moon was hidden behind the clouds, and only when it occasionally peeked out would moonlight shine gently on the ground. It was quiet all around the area. Su Ming held the wooden slip in his hands and closed his eyes, sinking into his thoughts. Perhaps it was because the boy and girl had remained immobile for too long in this freezing place that their bodies became rather stiff and numb. However, they did not dare stand up. They only used their hands to rub their arms. When dawn arrived, due to the chilly air that originally existed in the place, the area turned much colder. The boy and girl had already exhausted their minds in the cold and fear, and they gradually began to feel drowsy. However, the moment they started nodding off, a strange cry suddenly came from the mountain range. The sound came too suddenly, causing the boy and girl to be instantly shocked awake. When they looked over nervously, they saw a fiery red figure charging towards them through the dark from the mountain range not too far away. When it got closer, the boy and girl saw that the creature was a fire-red ape. The fire ape scratched its head and circled around Su Ming several times before it looked at the boy and girl and bared its teeth, showing a ferocious look. It also put up a show that it was drooling and its saliva was dripping all over the floor as it walked towards them while growling. The boy and girl's faces instantly turned pale. The murderous aura spreading out from the fire ape's body caused their originally freezing bodies to shiver even more. When the fire ape rushed towards them, the boy let out a scream and rapidly moved back while rolling and crawling. However, when a huge gust of wind blew past his side, the fire ape instantly closed in on him. It did not chase him down, but only looked as if it was having fun while also regarding the boy with scorn. It sat down beside the girl, who looked pale but did not retreat, then turned its head to regard her closely. The girl looked to be only 15 or 16. She was fair-skinned and her eyes were like that of a phoenix. While she might look terrified, she was looking resolutely at the fire ape. The fire ape bared its teeth at her, but even so, the girl continued sitting there, though her face became even paler. However, she did not do anything that would show that she was overly panicking. As if it felt rather bored, the fire ape laid down on the spot. Before long, it started snoring. Soon, the girl immediately noticed that it was no longer as cold in the area once it appeared. Waves of heat were spreading from the ape's body, causing her freezing body to gradually become warm. Her eyes instantly brightened up, and when she looked at the snoring fire ape, she no longer felt that it was ferocious. She was originally intelligent to begin with, and knew at that moment that the fire ape meant no harm. "Thank you, Senior." The girl stood up and said softly to Su Ming, who was meditating with his eyes closed not too far away. Su Ming continued meditating there as if he did not hear it. The girl was not bothered by it. She treaded lightly to the fire ape's side and lifted her hand as if she wanted to touch the fire ape's fur. But at that moment, the boy who had crawled into the distance and was so terrified that he was shivering immediately widened his eyes. He wanted to remind her of something in his panic but was afraid that the ape would wake up. The instant the girl almost touched the fire ape, it opened its eyes and started growling and baring its teeth her. It looked incredibly terrifying, as if it wanted to devour her. Fear emerged in the girl's heart, but she smiled faintly and pressed her right hand resolutely on the fire ape's fur, stroking it lightly. The boy's breathing was practically frozen at that point. The fire ape's growls gradually weakened. It cast the girl a look, then decided to lay down once again, letting her stroke its fur. Before long, it looked as if it was enjoying itself, and it made the girl let out tinkling laughter in her joy. "Ahu, come here. It's all right, this place is warm," the girl called out to the boy. The boy hesitated for a moment, then right when he was about to move his feet and walk over, the fire ape lifted its head and bared its teeth at him. The boy immediately froze in his footsteps, and did not dare get closer no matter what. Yet even so, the spot where he stood gradually became less cold, and warmth spread through his body. The night went by just like that. The girl lay against the warm fire ape and yawned, actually falling asleep while leaning against it. However, during that night, while being envious of her, though it was envy without any bitterness, the boy found himself to be terrified, and he could not sleep. While these two teenagers' personalities could not be entirely gauged with the fire ape's arrival, but Su Ming could figure them out slightly. When the first rays of sunlight fell in the morning, he opened his eyes and swept his gaze past the boy and girl. The boy is just envious. There's no jealousy or bitterness in him. He might be weak-willed, but when he saw his companion doing something so risky, he panicked. He's an honest fellow, but he needs to go through some hardships to become a stronger person. As for the girl, this child is bold but sensitive. She can tell from the details that as long as she doesn't make any mistakes, she won't be in danger. She can also tell that I made the fire ape come to get rid of the cold for them. In fact, once she makes a decision, she won't give up easily. If she can continue being like this, then she might be able to go farther than the boy in her path of cultivation. However, that sort of personality makes her rather stubborn, and it might cause her to show extremist behavior. She's also the type to easily believe in other people, and she's rather childish. Then we talk about the chances of survival, then the chances of her dying are much higher than the boys. The two people sent by White Bull Tribe aren't too bad. Su Ming averted his gaze and closed his eyes once again. He always used himself as the standard when he judged a person. Time flowed by once again, and when noon arrived, the boy and girl had already woken up. The fire ape was nowhere to be found. The instant Su Ming opened his eyes once again, the 3 white soul stones placed before him suddenly shone with a gentle light. It was as if they had absorbed the rays of the sun from the sky. However, that light was not strong. Su Ming cast them a look, and lifted his right hand to wave it at the sky. Immediately, a gap appeared in the seal in the air, causing sunlight to descend downwards without any obstructions, illuminating the 3 soul stones. The boy and girl had also stood up and were looking at the 3 soul stones nervously. "Say, Senior, can we go over?" The one who spoke was the girl. Her voice was weak. Clearly, in her eyes, Su Ming was still a person who deserved respect. Once Su Ming nodded his head, the girl took a few brisk steps forward and sat down beside the 3 soul stones. The boy followed close behind with slightly shivering legs before he sat down. The 2 of them closed their eyes at the same time. Then, after they did something, the 3 soul stones immediately shone with a piercing light. The light spread outwards swiftly, and once it enveloped Su Ming, it shot into the sky in a strong ray. The light lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before it gradually disappeared. As the light dissipated, Su Ming, along with the boy and girl, also disappeared. The gap in the seal in the sky also started closing up gradually, and only then did the place regain its peace and quiet. When that strong ray of light rose, the old man lifted his head to look at the sky while within White Bull Tribe, and an expectant look appeared on his face. The hope of White Bull Tribe lies in the both of you. The world of 9 was discovered by the 9 tribe when the Shaman tribe just appeared in the land. It is one of the bigger ruins left behind from ancient times. It seems to be located in a different dimension compared to the world of the Berserkers. 9 is contained in its name because the 9 tribe was the one who explored the place and occupied a small region within the area. From then on, it became the territory of the god of shamans temple, and they built the one and only city belonging to us shamans in this place. The name of the city is Shaman City. The boy's somewhat young voice rang in Su Ming's ears lightly. In this place, there was a gray sky, covered by tumbling clouds. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would flash past. Thunder boomed in the sky, and due to the clouds sinking because of their heavy weight, it gave people an oppressive feeling. The word "een" is due to the dense aura of death contained in this place when it was first discovered. That aura of death could instantly kill a living person, and there are a lot of dangers and threats in this place as well. That's why it was named "een." As the boy whispered, Su Ming swept his gaze past the area. They were in a mountain forest filled with fog. There were no leaves on the trees in the forest, but those trees were not dried up. Instead, they had quite the hideous appearance, looking like fingers on a person's hands, and they were scattered all over the mountain range. The world of 9 is so big that us shamans have only occupied a tiny part of it. However, the discoveries we made in several spots in this place allowed 3 types of cultivation to appear among us. One of them are the soul catchers. This cultivation method was discovered when our ancestors found a candle dragon's complete carcass. Even if there are some records about ancient ferocious beasts like this that only exist in legends, most of those records are incomplete. Most people believe they were just rumors as well. It is impossible for there to be a being that can bring daylight by opening its eyes, then plunge the world into darkness by closing its eyes. We thought this was just a myth created by the ancients because they did not understand how day and night works. However, the discovery of this corpse changed everything. The boy's breathing quickened and anxiety appeared in his eyes as he spoke quickly. Su Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain rock while looking at the hideous mountain forest before him. The boy stood by his side. As for the girl, she was currently tied up by the branches of a big tree several hundreds of feet away. Her face was pale and she was struggling non-stop. There was a knife in her hands and that knife was stuck in that tree. Green liquid seeped out of it. "Continue," Su Ming said languidly. "The candle dragon might be dead, but there is a powerful will left in its complete carcass. The ancestors of shamans discovered that only certain people with certain constitutions can absorb a hint of that will into their bodies and use it for their cultivation. With the body as the foundation, the person will practice the divine abilities contained within the candle dragon's will. This is the origins of soul catchers, but for some unknown reason, the candle dragon's corpse cannot be brought out of this place. That's why we hold the legacy of the month of spirits once every decade. On the beginning of the month of spirits, each tribe will bring out the soul stones they've prepared, and let the tribe members who can let these soul stones shine enter the world of 9 through the power of the soul stones activated by the god of shaman's temple spell. The boy's voice was trembling. He saw that the girl's face had turned stark white, and she seemed like she was already losing her grip on the knife. There was even a hint of the aura of death on her face. However, she was still struggling. "Senior, please save Lon Lon. She's going to die. She should know that she made a mistake now. Please. Su Ming's expression still remained as calm as ever. He cast a cold glance at the boy and stated, "Continue." The boy shuddered. Then, after remaining silent for a while, he spoke softly once again. Besides the candle dragon's corpse, they also discovered an altar here. That altar is made of a creature's skull. Rumors say that it's incredibly big. There's a power contained in that altar that won't lose to the candle dragons. That power is not a will, but is instead a strange power that cannot be described. Most of the shamans who fall under the influence of this power will start hallucinating until they die. Only some people will not die after they see those hallucinations. Once they break out of those hallucinations, they will possess a similar power to that altar. Those are thought soothsayers. As the boy spoke, the girl's struggles gradually grew weaker. She had trouble breathing, and her face was breathless. The knife in her hand fell to the ground. At the same time, the strange tree lifted another branch slowly. The tip of that branch was beyond sharp, and that tip was sent hurling to the girl's forehead. Yet the moment the branch closed in, green light shone on Su Ming's body. The small virescent sword shot out and swept past that branch with one slash, cutting it down. Then, the small virescent sword flashed one more time and moved on to cut down all the branches on the tree. It also circled the girl once to immediately shatter the branch around her body. She fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth, and once she struggled to her feet, she grabbed the knife. She did not immediately run back to Su Ming, but instead turned around and stabbed the knife deep into tree, causing it to tremble violently. During that time, the girl pulled out the knife and quickly ran back to Su Ming. When she was 10 feet away from him, she fell to her knees with a crash and her head lowered. She was still pale. "Senior, I made a mistake." "What is your mistake?" Su Ming cast the girl a glance. There were many bruises on her skin, and she was also covered in her own blood. "I should not have gone for the knife on the tree due to my own greed after we were relocated here and before you said anything about it. Then went 100 feet away from you to try and get it. Please give me one more chance. I won't be so reckless anymore." The girl had her head bowed down. Fear was still lingering on her face. The thing that had happened just now made her truly feel death and despair. "You didn't do anything wrong." With a profound gaze, Su Ming looked at the girl through the mask. She was taken aback. She lifted her head to look at Su Ming, and confusion appeared on her face. "If you want to obtain something, then you must pay for it. If the reward is great, then the price for it will be greater. Riches will only be gained if you take risks. If you like this knife, then you must be prepared to pay the price when you take it. Your experience about that encounter is that price. Think about it carefully. I might have made a promise with your patriarch, but I will only save you 3 times. Su Ming stated calmly. You are bold, but sensitive. You knew that even if you ran into danger, I would save you. You are better than him in this regard. However, even though you are still weak, you have already become very reliant on others and are not cautious enough, nor do you have much awareness of the threats around you. In this regard, you cannot compare to him. Su Ming averted his gaze from the girl and looked at the gray sky in the distance. Who? Continue speaking. The boy cast a concerned look at the girl kneeling on the ground, then lowered his head and voiced his obedience before he continued speaking beside Su Ming. The 3rd place is a mass grave that is the burial ground for an unknown number of corpses. The thickness of the aura of death over there is said to be so thick that it has already gained physical form. That spot is the birthplace of spirit mediums. Those with a spirit medium's constitution are said to be able to sense the grief of the deceased over there, and from there, begin to pity the dead while becoming cold towards the living, and they will gain the power of death from that feeling. The area of 1,000,000 lis about the shaman city is shaman territory. It is also where the shamans have set their roots in this land. The area past that 1,000,000 lis is forbidden grounds. All the tribe members who come to this place are not allowed to step into the forbidden grounds. Few of those who step outside manage to survive. As the boy continued speaking, the girl sat down beside Su Ming, and the words he had told her previously echoed in her head. She dipped her head down to look at the knife in her hands, as if she was absorbed in her own thoughts. As the month of spirits arrives, there will be different people with soul catchers' constitutions who will be sent to different locations within the shaman's territory here, and none of them will be able to control where they are sent to. However, once they arrive, they must remember 3 things. 1. Do not try and explore the area. Check the mark on the soul stone quickly and head to Shaman City with the fastest speed possible. Over there, register your identity and your tribe to obtain the map and items provided by the god of Shaman's temple. Only then will you be able to start your journey to obtain the cultivation method of soul catchers. 2. It is forbidden for any shamans to fight amongst themselves. All shamans who have not completed their journey and obtained the cultivation method of soul catchers are not allowed to form alliances with those from other tribes who have also come for the journey. Forming alliances and joining teams can only be done after we have completed our journey and obtained the cultivation method for soul catchers. 3. Do not be greedy. Once you completed your journey and obtained the cultivation method for soul catchers, immediately head back to Shaman City. Once he said those words, the boy cast Su Ming a glance. When he saw that Su Ming still looked as calm as ever, he continued speaking. There are several types of dangers in the world of 9-een. The first type is invaders from other worlds. It would be difficult for us to avoid killing each other if we ran into them. The second type is from the tribes of the shaman tribe itself. Since there are less than 100 who complete the journey and obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers during each month of spirits, we can deduce somewhat that there might be a set amount of people who can obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers. Perhaps if there are too many people, it will be difficult for us to absorb a sufficient amount of the candle dragon's will, but there might be other reasons as well, so we have to be careful of the other shamans. The third is the numerous seals in this place, along with the threats caused by the countless amounts of ferocious beasts here. The boy stopped speaking for a moment. Senior, I've finished speaking. My patriarch told me to tell you these after I came here. I didn't miss a single world. I already memorized this countless times in the tribe. As the boy spoke, he looked at Su Ming nervously. Su Ming looked as calm as ever, but he was feeling rather displeased. The patriarch from White Bull tribe didn't mention that there would be fights between other shamans here. If that's the case, he won't be able to complete this task so easily. However, due to his respect for the old man from White Bull tribe and the fact that he was shocked by the item the old man brought out, since Su Ming agreed to help, he would not say much about it. He stood up and said flatly, "Check where Shaman City is and how far it is from here. We'll go and register your tribe there first. We won't stay for long after that. We'll be leaving the city immediately." The girl immediately brought out the soul stone from her bosom, bit her finger, forced out a drop of blood, and pressed her finger on the soul stone. The stone immediately shone with a weak light that showed them the way. "We need to travel approximately 300,000 lis from here." The girl let out a sigh of relief and pointed in the direction of the strange forest. They were already considered lucky to be able to be sent to a spot 300,000 lis away from Shaman City, under the circumstances that they could be randomly relocated within an area of 1,000,000 lis. "Let's go." Su Ming walked forward calmly. Green light shone on him, and the small sword circled around them to protect the boy and girl as they followed him into the strange forest. By what the girl originally thought of, Su Ming should have blasted all the weird trees in the forest all along the way and used the fastest way to walk out of the forest. This was why his current actions were causing confusion in her heart. Each and every step Su Ming took was made with extreme caution. Most of the time, he would walk in the spots where the trees were not dense. By doing so, their speed became significantly slower. The girl did not dare speak, but she was starting to become dubious of Su Ming's power in her heart. Nonetheless, the red-haired Su Min had left a very deep impression within her. That was why, even though she was skeptical, she still believed that her patriarch's choice was right. After they had walked for a full day in the forest, several long arcs charged past in the sky, and they came with an astonishing momentum. Wherever they went, the layers of clouds would look as if they were ripped apart. There were 5 people in those long arcs. For among those 5 people were teenagers, and the one other person was right in front, leading them. He was an incredibly handsome middle-aged man. His expression was as cold as ice, and his whole entire being exuded power. When they passed over the strange forest, that person cast a look downwards, as if he saw Su Ming and the two youths. Once he swept his gaze over them, he chose to ignore them, rushing past the area with the 4 teenagers behind him. When the girl saw all of this, she became agitated. She cast Su Ming a glance, and after a long moment of hesitation, still chose to remain silent. The boy, however, felt completely different from the girl. To him, this was great. They could avoid as much trouble as possible this way, and when he saw the 5 people flying in the sky, he thought that they were a little too flashy. In the danger-filled world of 9-een, flying in such a flashy manner was not a good thing. When the 3 of them spent their first night in the forest, 9 moons appeared in the sky for them. Su Ming's pupils shrank the moment he saw the 9 moons shining above him. The 9 moons shone with a gentle light that scattered on the ground, causing the earth to shine in a glittery light, which also made the sky look much gentler. The layers of clouds seemed to have scattered themselves during the night. Rest! Su Ming came to a halt at a place where there were not many strange trees in the area. He spoke in a calm voice, and once he said his piece, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, then averted his gaze from the moons in the sky and closed his eyes to meditate. The girl felt that she was being forced into stopping and could do nothing about it. She felt that they should keep moving and head to Shaman City as quickly as possible. In fact, it was to her belief that they should be flying, not walking in the forest. If they continued walking like this, then it was completely unknown just how long they would need to take to cross those 300 lis. Lon Lon, do you want a drink? Just as the girl was feeling as if she was being forced against her own will, the boy moved to her side and brought out a water skin for her. The girl took the water skin, and after she took a sip, she asked softly, "Ahu, if we continue walking like this, how long do you think it'll take for us to reach Shaman City?" "I think it doesn't matter how long it'll take for us. As long as we can ensure our own safety, it'll be okay." The boy called Ahu scratched his head and answered with a smile. "Safe. That's the only thing you think about all the time. You're always like this in the tribe. This is called being cowardly. Get it? Besides, I don't think it's safe for us to walk on the ground. It's only safe if we travel in the sky. We'd be able to leave this weird forest sooner then." The girl glared at him, displeased. Clearly, she was venting all her frustrations during the day on the boy. The boy mumbled a few words under his breath and did not dare speak more. It was clear that he was afraid of the girl. After some time, he brought out some food from his bosom and placed them before the girl. "Eat. That's the only thing you know how to do." The girl nagged him a little more, and when she saw his expression, she rolled her eyes, then ignored him. Su Ming might have seemed calm as he sat there, but in truth he remained vigilant. He had spread out some of his divine sense in the area during the day and found that the weird forest completely covered an area of 100 lis. In fact, he had a faint feeling that, as he walked through this place, there were countless pair of eyes watching them. However, compared to the number of invisible gazes on him, Su Ming noticed that there were even more such gazes within the dark clouds in the sky. In fact, when Su Ming swept his divine sense through the area, he had felt a twinge of surprise in him, which was why he did not choose to fly, especially when he saw the 5 people flying past in midair during the day. He had immediately sensed all those invisible gazes locking onto the 5 people with greed, and it made Su Ming completely give up on the idea of flying in the sky. Even if the path he took in the mountain forest did not reveal anything, this particular trail was only chosen after he had spread out his divine sense and found that it was the road with the least amount of gazes focused on him. Only by doing so did he feel marginally safer. However, the boy and girl clearly did not know about this. Su Ming had seen the girl's disgruntlement at being forced to walk on the ground and her thoughts, but did not find the need to explain anything. As he remained seated, Su Ming opened his eyes to a slit and looked at the 9 moons in the sky once again. A glint appeared in his eyes. 9 moons? I wonder what would happen if I cast the fire berserker's art here and executed the burning of blood. Su Ming did not act recklessly. That thought only flashed by in his head before it disappeared without a trace. The night went by without a single word exchanged between them. When morning arrived, Su Ming stood up and continued moving forward with the boy and girl. The path they took that day was even more incomprehensible to the girl, because there were several times where they looked as if they were just going round in circles. The only thing that was similar was that there were fewer trees in the area they traveled through. In fact, there were even certain places where there were absolutely none of those strange trees around. If she had nothing to compare, perhaps the girl would have endured it. But when dusk almost arrived on the second day, they heard a violent bang from the distance. When they heard that bang coming towards them, Su Ming stopped and turned around to look. His gaze pierced through the forest, and he saw a half-naked man walking 1,000 feet away from him with a savage laugh. There was a gigantic battle axe in his right hand, and wherever he went, the trees would be shattered, leaving behind a large amount of green liquid. There were 2 boys following behind that man, and their faces were lit in excitement. They followed closely behind, stepping on that green liquid and passing through the area quickly. There was a girl sitting on the man's shoulders. The girl also looked to be about 15 to 16 years of age. She swung her legs about, looking incredibly smug. When Su Ming and the 2 youths looked towards them, both parties could still see each other even though the trees were blocking them and there were 1,000 feet between them. The girl sitting on the man's shoulders chuckled and asked them, "Hey, you there? Which tribe are you from?" "We came from Tranquil Field Tribe." "Where did you come from?" Lon Lon stared at the girl sitting on the man's shoulders with non-malicious envy. The presence spreading out from the man made it clear that he was a medial battle shaman. When she saw the strange trees shattering under the man's axe and the group of people moving forward with a speed much faster than theirs, her displeasure towards Su Ming grew stronger. "We're from White Bull Tribe. I'm Lon Lon," the girl immediately said. Su Ming frowned, and the boy went forward to tug at Lon Lan's sleeves. "The patriarch told us not to get into too much contact with the other tribes before we complete our journey and become soul catchers," Ahu whispered to her. "White Bull Tribe? I never heard of it before. It must be a small tribe. The path you take is rather remote. Could it be that you're afraid of these trees? How about this? I'll allow you to walk behind us." The girl sitting on the man's shoulders smiled, and her tone contained a slightly arrogant quality to it. Once she finished speaking, without waiting for Lon Lan's reply, the girl swiftly left with the man and the 2 boys behind him as the man continued opening the path. One of the 2 boys turned back to cast a glance at Su Ming and the 2 youths when they were far into the distance, and there was slight disdain on his face. "Let's go." Su Ming remained as calm as ever. He averted his gaze, then turned around to continue walking down the path his divine sense had perceived. During that instant, he could strongly sense those invisible gazes in the forest instantly focusing on the man. His existence was like a ball of fire in the dark, attracting all manner of darkness towards it. But why do we still have to walk through this place? They already opened the path there. Why can't we take that path? Lon Lon could no longer hold her frustration in after having endured for 2 days. And everyone is flying in the sky, and they're traveling really quickly. Even if we don't fly in the sky, we can charge through the forest. We can get out of this stupid forest faster that way and arrive at Shaman City earlier too. If we're earlier, we can also attract other people's attention. This will be good for White Bull Tribe. The girl rambled off, and when she spoke, Su Ming acted as if he did not hear her. He did not even turn his head back, and there was not a hint of change in his expression as he continued walking forward. There was a torn look on the boy's face as he looked at Su Ming walking in the distance, then at Lon Lon. "Lon Lon, the patriarch chose him to protect us. I think the senior definitely has his own reasons for his choice." "Shut up." The girl was originally annoyed that Su Ming ignored her, and was directing all her anger at the boy. He mumbled a few sounds under his breath again, and simply let the girl vent her frustrations as he continued trying to console her. Eventually, in the midst of all her disgruntlement, she chased after Su Ming with the boy. 4 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During those 4 days, the girl saw several people flying in the sky once more, and she had already become skeptical of Su Ming's power. However, she did not notice that several big trees in the path they took the day previously had faces protruding out of their tree barks, and all of them looked as if they were suffering. However, it was difficult for her to see those faces at first glance as they were all the same color as the tree bark. She would simply think that those were the lines on the tree bark itself. If she had looked closely, she would have found that those faces belonged to a man, a girl, and 2 boys. I don't understand why the patriarch chose him. He's just as cowardly as Ahu. We've already been walking for 10 days in the forest. Another 5 days passed by, and Su Ming brought the girl and boy out of the forest. All along the way, they did not run into any sort of danger whatsoever. On the final few days, Su Ming increased his speed by quite a large margin, which caused the girl's resentment to disappear slightly, but it was still very strong. There's no danger here, and we wasted 10 days. Those people who overtook us must have already arrived in Shaman City, but we only managed to travel such a small distance. The girl was extremely livid, and Su Ming's unfazed attitude towards everything had especially made her feel as if she could not vent her frustrations, making her feel really horrible for having to keep her anger in. Because of that, the boy turned into her punching bag and had to be scolded by her all the time during those few days. But there was never a hint of displeasure on the boy's face. Every single time he would try to console and comfort her. Even after they walked out of the forest and there was an endless plain before the girl, she still did not know that there was a large number of trees in the forest behind her that contained numerous corpses. Those corpses were all impaled by an endless amount of tree branches, and there was liquid flowing out of their bodies, nourishing the trees. Those corpses were all drying up one by one, and as time passed by, they would become part of the trees. Su Ming turned his head around and cast a glance at the strange forest with a calm expression. Most of the time, he did notice the corpses that were absorbed into the forest using some unknown method. As expected of the world of 9-in, it's already so dangerous even though it's just the shaman's territory. But the shamans have already occupied this place for many years, and they should know about the dangers within their territory like the back of their hand. If that's the case, why are the people who come in here acting so recklessly? This was something that Su Ming did not understand. It was explainable as to why White Bull Tribe did not understand the dangers in the place. After all, White Bull Tribe was practically cut off from the world and they were located in a remote region. It was difficult for them to know the details of this place, but there was in no way the other tribes were the same as White Bull Tribe. As Su Ming was engrossed in his thoughts, his expression suddenly changed, albeit only slightly, and his gaze fell on the forest. Rustling sounds came from within the place, and it was followed soon after by a middle-aged man walking out, exhausted. Behind him was a boy. His face was pale, and his right arm was withered up. Su Ming had seen the middle-aged man once before. He was the aloof person who had charged through the sky with 4 teenagers behind 10 days ago. Not only did Su Ming recognize the middle-aged man, even Ahu and Lan Lan had managed to recognize him with just one glance. Ahu's pupils shrank, and as for Lan Lan, she was momentarily taken aback. The middle-aged man also saw Su Ming and the other 2 youths behind him. There was surprise on his face. Clearly, he had also recognized Su Ming. He could remember somewhat that he had seen these 3 people in that strange forest 10 days ago. At that time, he had been calm, and he did not bother himself too much with those not connected to him. He only noticed these 3 people because they were walking in the forest and not charging through. That strange action made him give them a second glance, but that was all. However, when he saw Su Ming, the middle-aged man was shocked in his heart, and a hint of amazement could be seen faintly in his eyes. He found that there was not a hint of injury or patheticalness on Su Ming, but that was not all. The stranger was clearly the same as he was and was tasked to protect these children, but no sign of injury or patheticalness could be found on the boy and girl as well. This caused the middle-aged man to not be able to help but be surprised. He knew too well of the strangeness and terrors of forest by then, and it could be said that he had escaped death narrowly. In fact, he even had to use enchanted vessels and divine abilities that could protect his life before he managed to bring one person out, albeit with much difficulty. Yet even so, The boy he managed to bring out already had his right arm rendered useless. It was because he knew of the changes and the terrors of the forest that he was shocked by the trio's current appearance. He immediately recalled Su Ming walking leisurely through the forest 10 days ago. If he did not run into Su Ming right at that moment, he would not have thought too much into it. But once he did, he immediately recalled his discovery when he was escaping from danger a few days ago. He had found that the faster he moved in the forest, the more dangerous it was, but if he moved at a relaxed pace, the level of threat would reduce by a large half. Besides his divine abilities, a large part of the reason as to why he managed to escape from the forest with his protege was this. When he remembered just how the man had been walking this way since 10 days ago, the middle-aged man found himself in shock. But at the same time, he also became wary of Su Ming. He absolutely did not believe that he was merely lucky. This sort of thing had absolutely no connection with any luck whatsoever. I am Nan Gong Hen. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself before you with my current sorry state compared to me 10 days ago. Nan Gong Hen smiled wryly and wrapped his fist in his hand towards Su Ming before he bowed. His attitude towards Su Ming was extremely polite. There's no embarrassment whatsoever. I am Mo Su. Su Ming returned the greeting with a wrapped fist and replied without even batting an eyelid. Fellow tribesman Nangong, I remember seeing you fly in the sky a few days ago. Why did you walk out of the forest now? Brother Su, why are you asking what you already know? The forest suddenly changed and caught me off guard. I was surprised when I saw you walking in the forest a few days ago. By the looks of it now, it seems that you have already foreseen this coming. Nan Gong Hen shook his head and laughed bitterly. I only thought that this forest was slightly strange. I only got out by pure luck. If I exchanged places with you, it might have been difficult for me to walk out alive. Su Ming stated calmly. Brother Mo, there's no need for you to be humble. Nan Gong Hen shook his head, but he already had quite a good opinion about Su Ming. He cast a glance at Lon Lon and Ahu beside him before asking, Brother Mo, which tribe are you protecting? Just a remote little tribe. You wouldn't have heard about us before, Brother Nangong. Su Ming smiled faintly and avoided the topic. We came from White Bull tribe, but when the girl saw this middle-aged man, excitement appeared on her face, and she quickly spoke. Su Ming frowned, and Nangong Hen was also taken aback slightly, but he soon smiled and ignored the girl. He had merely asked out of mere politeness and did not expect that Mo Su would answer. The girl butting in already allowed him to somewhat tell that there were some problems between this Mo Su and White Bull tribe. Nan Gong Hen hesitated for a moment before he cast a glance at Su Ming, then wrapped his fist in his palm and spoke politely. Brother Mo, both of our destinations should be Shaman City. There's still quite some distance before we can reach it. Why don't we team up? We'll be able to take care of each other this way. Su Ming did not answer immediately. Instead, he cast the girl a cold glare first, and there was a warning look in his eyes, along with a freezing glint. The girl also knew that she had acted rather recklessly just now. When she saw Su Ming giving her that aloof glare, she immediately lowered her head. As for the boy, he was looking at Su Ming earnestly. Do this one more time, and you will no longer receive my protection. I made a promise with your patriarch that I would only need to have a single person complete the journey. Su Ming's voice echoed in the girl's head, and this method of sending his voice directly into her head without being heard by anyone made the girl's heart tremble. Once he was done dealing with the girl, uncertainty appeared on Su Ming's face. After some time, as Nan Gong Hen continued waiting, he nodded his head. Delight immediately appeared on Nan Gong Hen's face and he let out a bark of laughter. Brother Mo, in all honesty, with you by my side, I feel slightly more confident, or else, I don't know whether there will be any more sudden changes in the forest. This forest is truly strange. The wooden slip provided by the god of Shaman's temple never mentioned anything about the terrors of this forest. And I remember that I never ran into any sort of danger when I first came here with my companions and walked through this forest. Brother Nangong, could you let me see the wooden slip? I don't understand the changes in this place either. Su Ming asked unhurriedly. He had only agreed to travel with these two because he was not familiar with this place, and he was also wary of this so-called sudden change in this forest. Nan Gonghen cast a glance at the boy and girl beside Su Ming. Then, as if he had understood something, he smiled and brought out a wooden slip from his bosom, handing it to Su Ming. Once Su Ming took it, he scanned it with his divine sense. There was a complete map on the slip, and the map covered an area of 1,000,000 lis. Right at the center of the map was a city. The shaman's territory was mapped out clearly. This was precisely what Su Ming needed. Once he engraved that map in his head, he handed the wooden slip back to Nan Gonghen, but right at that moment, "Brother Mo, this is a gift for you. I have another map with me," Nan Gonghen said with a smile. "If that is the case, thank you." Su Ming smiled and saluted Nan Gonghen with a wrapped fist as a form of thanks. The two of them flew up at the same time and charged towards the sky in the distance. Su Ming did not find any of those gazes focusing on him in this area, so he decided it would be good for them to be able to not walk. As for the three youths, they were all carried into the air by Su Ming and Nan Gonghen's divine abilities and flew behind them. As the 5 people charged forward, Su Ming spread his divine sense out in the area and observed his surroundings carefully. Nan Gonghen swiped his right hand across the center of his brows, and immediately, a pair of violet eyes appeared at that spot. Those eyes blinked 7 times in succession. Then multiple spirits flowed out of Nan Gonghen's body, turning into a vortex as they swam about in the area, and that vortex covered an area several tens of thousands of feet wide. Clearly, Nan Gonghen was a spirit medium. The 3 youths behind Su Ming and Nan Gonghen were all quiet. The boy who lost his right arm looked extremely determined, but he would occasionally frown and pain would appear between his brows. Ahu was looking at Su Ming's back while lost in his thoughts. As for Lon Lon, while she had been uncertain as to why the powerful Nan Gonghen in her mind would be so courteous to Su Ming, she still believed that luck was a big reason as to why Su Ming had been able to bring them out of the forest. Since Su Ming and Nan Gonghen had to bring 3 youths with them, the group could not travel too quickly in the sky. They traveled for a few days, and on this day, as they were still flying in the sky, a gigantic ship broke through the clouds in the sky and charged forth from another direction. There were 8 people on that ship. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, some of them were looking into the distance from the railings, and some of them were talking to each other. At one of the corners of the ship was a girl. She looked incredibly average, and not a hint of extraordinariness could be seen on her person. The only thing that stood out about her was the distinct tranquility in her eyes. She was dressed in white and was frowning at that moment, absorbed in her own thoughts. She swept her gaze casually through the area, and when she saw Su Ming, her eyes widened, but her eyes soon filled with uncertainty, and a torn look appeared on her face. He might be in the land of the shamans, but there's no chance for him to come here. Su Ming, where are you? The woman thought silently in her heart, sighing. The ship traveled incredibly quickly, breaking through the clouds. It stirred up a large amount of ripples that reached Su Ming and Nan Gonghen's east, and as if the sky was the ocean to it, the ship charged past. The ship was incredibly luxurious and shone with a multitude of colors. The ripples spreading out from within made Lon Lon and Ahu widen their eyes. They looked envious, though it was without resentment. As for the boy with the withered right arm, he simply lifted his head to cast that ship a glance. His expression remained aloof, and not many changes in his expression could be found. That is the Sky Deck ship from Divine Cyclone Tribe. Among the great tribes in the land of shamans, that ship is very famous. It is said that when it travels at full speed, it can compete with a ladder shaman who has arrived at the peak. Its defensive powers are also incredibly strong. That's why it's the best method of transport when going to dangerous places. Nan Gonghen looked at the ship leaving into the distance, then smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming seemed rather preoccupied by his thoughts. When he scanned the ship previously with his divine sense, he had felt a power repelling him, which was why he did not force his divine sense inside to explore. However, when he swept his gaze past the few people standing on the ship, there was a girl in white who gave him a feeling that they had met before. "Brother Mo, are you interested in the Sky Deck ship?" Nangonghen saw Su Ming looking at the direction where Divine Cyclone Tribe left and asked with a smile. Even if a small shaman like me is interested in the sky deck ship, I can only be envious of the people who own it. Su Ming shook his head. Brother Mo, you don't have to belittle yourself. If you truly want to obtain that sky deck ship from Divine Cyclone Tribe, there is a way. A glint appeared in Nangonghen's eyes, and he spoke in a hushed tone as he continued traveling with Su Ming. Oh, Brother Nangong, please enlighten me. Su Ming looked towards Nangonghen. From what I understand, every single time the world of Nine opens up, Divine Cyclone Tribe comes here not just to help their tribe members obtain the cultivation method for soul catchers, but for the treasure gambling event as well. Brother Mo, don't tell me that you didn't come here for the event. Nangonghen smiled and cast a glance at Su Ming. What does this have to do with the sky deck ship? Su Ming asked calmly without even batting an eyelid. Perhaps you don't know about this, Brother Mo, but as long as you have enough luck during the treasure gambling event and manage to find an herb that Divine Cyclone Tribe needs, then they will definitely go to you in attempts to try and exchange for it. At that time, you can just ask for the sky deck ship. Nangonghen let out a boisterous laugh. About that, Su Ming let out a wry laugh and shook his head. He did not continue speaking. His current look could convey a lot of meanings, and it all depended on how the person who saw it interpreted it. Brother Mo, are you worried about your own luck? Indeed, this is truly hard to predict. I once met a medial shaman who managed to find a 9-abyss flower. It might have been just a remaining segment of its leaf and it was not complete, but it was still bought by a person from a big tribe at an exorbitant price. Not only is this item useful to berserkers, it's also very useful to the latter shamans. As Nangonghen spoke, his expression was filled with envy. 9-abyss flower? A sharp look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. That's right. Why don't I have that sort of luck? That crystal didn't even look flashy, and no matter what, it didn't look as if it contained the 9-abyss flower. It's luck. All of it boils down to luck. Nangonghen smiled wryly. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, but the person who found that 9-abyss flower must have had a tragic end, right? That's true. But he ended up in that state because he was too greedy and made several mistakes. He should have immediately left, but if he didn't want to leave, it was fine too, as long as he rented the spirit of Nine from the god of Shaman's temple from the city with half of the items he got in exchange for his 9-abyss flower. With the protection of the spirit of Nine, as long he didn't go further than 1 million lease from the city, he would basically be safe. After all, the world of Nine is very mysterious. Over the years, only one N shaman is allowed to be on garrison duty here. If 2 N shamans appeared, then within a few days drastic changes would immediately appear in the area, and it might even affect the entire shaman city. I heard that this matter has been pretty accurate so far. That's why the god of Shaman's temple will never allow a second N shaman coming to this place. They can only come here in turn to be garrisons, though their true goal in coming here is to search for treasure. Unless we act like the time we did that year when we just developed this place. We could bring all the N shamans and ladder shamans here and forcefully suppress the changes in the area. But this is the time of war. It's just not possible for us to do that. As for berserkers, even if they do manage to come here, they will at most be at the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. All those who are in the middle stage and beyond cannot avoid being found out by the god of Shaman's temple when they are relocated. Nangonghen seemed to have in-depth knowledge about this and told Su Ming with a smile. Su Ming was as calm as ever. Once he nodded his head, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Nangonghen. Nangonghen was momentarily stunned. There was something slightly off on Su Ming's face, and it made Nangonghen puzzled. Brother Nangong, the forest was originally supposed to be clear of threats, but there was a change recently. Could that be the change you were talking about? Su Ming asked. Nangong's expression changed drastically, and there was a variety of expressions on his face. After some time, he started laughing bitterly. It doesn't matter whether it is or isn't. This isn't something we can control. But if that's the case, then we will have to be even more careful. Oh well, once we are in Shaman City, I'll immediately rent a spirit of Nine then I'll have a higher chance of protecting my own life. Once I enter the treasure gambling event and let the boy behind me obtain his cultivation method as a spirit medium, then I'll immediately leave the place. Brother Mo, we might have just got to know each other, but we managed to hit it off right from the start. Here's a piece of advice. Don't be stingy with your money. Go and rent a spirit of 9 as well. After all, while the spirit of 9 cannot leave the world of 9, it can bring out a battle power so great that it is equivalent to a ladder shaman's. They are also the locals here. They've signed an eternal treaty with the god of Shaman's temple many years ago. Nan Gonghen's words were filled with sincerity as he told Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and nodded. They continued flying in the air, and several days passed by. Most of the clouds had dispersed on this day, and they could somewhat see the sky. The end could not be seen no matter where they looked, and there was not a single human soul besides theirs that could be spotted. As the 5 people continued moving forward, Su Ming suddenly came to a halt. Then, with a grave look on his face, he spread out his divine sense once he stopped and started checking the area closely. Nan Gonghen also came to a stop. He quickly spread out the wandering souls around him and had them search in a wider area, but he did not find any sort of threat in the area, and he could not help but look at Su Ming with a puzzled look in his eyes. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at the empty space before him. When his divine sense had covered that area just now, some of it disappeared, as if it was devoured by some mysterious creature. It was precisely because of this that he suddenly came to a stop. He sent his divine sense to that area where it had disappeared earlier, and once he scanned through it carefully, that feeling of his divine sense disappearing happened once again. This time, more of his divine sense was devoured. But strangely, when Nan Gonghen's wandering souls went through that area, they did not find anything out of ordinary. Su Ming watched those wandering souls circle it, and they did not show any signs of being devoured. Su Ming's pupils shrank and he frowned. He retracted his divine sense, no longer letting it cover that strange space. Brother Mo, what's wrong? Nan Gonghen was slightly bewildered as he looked at Su Ming. There's something wrong over there. Su Ming no longer had that slightly humble tone in his voice which he used when he spoke to Nan Gonghen earlier. He went straight to the point this time. When he heard Su Ming's words, Nan Gonghen became even more cautious. A dark light shone in his eyes, and immediately, the wandering souls around the area let out piercing screams. Then all of them surged towards the space Su Ming was looking at. No matter how he looked at that space, it looked the same as the sky around the area. There was not a hint of abnormality that could be seen. Even if Nan Gonghen had sent a large amount of wandering souls over to that place and they were circling around it, nothing different happened. There's nothing there. A puzzled look appeared on Nan Gonghen's face. If Su Ming's actions in the forest had not left a deep impression on him, and he had seen that Su Ming and his 2 protégés were completely unharmed, he would definitely think that Su Ming was deliberately putting on an air of mysteriousness. Among the 3 youths behind the 2 of them, the boy with the withered right arm remained as aloof as ever as he was absorbed by his thoughts. Ahu was very nervous as he stared at the area. He completely believed in Su Ming's words, and there was not a hint of doubt within him. However, Lon Lon frowned and grumbled in her heart. Humph, he's just pretending to be mysterious. There's nothing there, or else it's impossible that Sir Nan Gong wouldn't have noticed anything. Brother Mo. Nan Gonghen sent his wandering souls circling several times in that area once again, and once he was certain that there was nothing different over there, he looked towards Su Ming. Brother Nan Gong, if you want to go there, I won't stop you, but I suggest that you don't. I'm steering clear of that place. As Su Ming spoke, he turned around and waved his arm, immediately bringing the still grumbling Lon Lon and nervous Ahu to fly in another direction. By the looks of it, he truly intended to skirt around that place. Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment, and as he stared at that obviously normal space, he suddenly lifted his right hand, flipped his palm over, and a ray of black light shot out from his sleeve. That ray of black light sparkled before him and turned into a black python 100 feet in size. The python hissed, and a cold glare appeared in its eyes. It looked at Nan Gonghen, and with one point, It let out a hiss and flew towards the empty space Su Ming had avoided. In an instant, Nangong Hen's pupils shrank as he stared at the black python, and at the same time shock appeared in his eyes. The boy with the withered right arm behind him widened his eyes as well, and for the first time, his expression changed. Right before their eyes, once that black python entered the area, it suddenly let out a piercing cry, and a large part of its body disappeared into thin air. It was as if there was an invisible mouth that devoured most of the black python's body in one bite. Nangong Hen felt his skin crawl. He already knew that if he had went in there rashly, then it would be difficult for him to escape from that sudden danger. At that moment, as his heart beat in lingering fear, he cast his gaze at Su Ming, who was flying in another direction. Wariness appeared in his eyes, and he quickly flew towards him. Lan Lan also saw this. Her eyes popped out, and she looked at Su Ming's back with a dumbfounded expression. At that instant, she suddenly felt that they did not come out of the forest safely due to pure luck. Ahu's eyes were shining, and his gaze as he looked at Su Ming was filled with respect. Brother Mo, the depth of your cultivation and your keen perception has really impressed me. Wherever we go to next, as long as you give the word, I will definitely follow you. Once Nangong Hen caught up, there was a slight awkward look on his face as he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. The boy with the withered right arm behind him no longer looked at Su Ming with an aloof gaze. There was instead a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I was just lucky. Brother Nangong, if you look closely, you will also be able to discover some clues. Su Ming shook his head and spoke calmly. Brother Mo, you don't have to be humble. I'll be honest with you. I couldn't tell that the place was that dangerous. Nangong Hen laughed wryly and bowed once more towards Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and no longer spoke. He continued charging forward with Nangong Hen with the three youths behind them. With Su Ming's divine sense and Nangong Hen's wandering souls swimming about in the area, while they might have run into some dangers on the way, they managed to avoid all of them. Even if they had to take certain longer paths, they did not run into any life and death crises. As time passed by and they got closer to Shaman City, Nangong Hen grew to respect Su Ming even more, and he deeply believed that he had made the right choice when he first invited him to travel with him. Nangong Hen was really curious as to how Su Ming managed to deduce the dangers. There were one time during their journey that while he had followed along with Su Ming's suggestion to change their path, he turned around and saw with his own eyes several long arcs charging through the place they avoided. Without any obvious reason, those people suddenly let out piercing, shrill cries, and their bodies exploded into bits and pieces. Nangong Hen was then struck dumb, and thoroughly convinced by what he saw. He trusted Su Ming's judgments and decisions wholeheartedly, following his instructions right down to a T without any hint of hesitation. Ahu was already practically holding Su Ming in position akin to that of a god in his mind. The zealous look in his eyes was clear to everyone watching. As for Lan Lan, the things she went through on the way made her skin crawl, even though she was a bold girl. She felt cold chills crawling down her spine, and her gaze as she looked at Su Ming became very different. The boy following behind Nangong Hen was the same. He could remain aloof to everyone, and he treated Nangong Hen in the same aloof manner. But when he looked at Su Ming, that aloof gaze disappeared, and it was no longer replaced with curiosity, but with respect. Somewhere along the way, Su Ming became the leader of the team. When he suggested changing their course, every single one of them would obey without question. Eventually, he did not even need to speak. He just needed to move, and Nangong Hen, along with the others, would immediately follow. White Bull Tribe is really lucky to have been able to find someone like Brother Mo as a guardian for their tribe members who have been sent for the trial. Nangong Hen would occasionally cast his gaze at Lan Lan and Ahu all along the way and sigh deeply in his heart. He knew that the others might perhaps have a way to reach Shaman City, but with Nangong Hen's power, if he did not have Su Ming guiding the way, it would be difficult for him to protect the boy behind him, and his own life would be in danger as well. However, the boy and girl from White Bull Tribe were completely unscathed all along their journey, and all of this was because of Mo Su. 1 month later, in the midst of that frightening but safe journey, Su Ming and Co. arrived at the center of the Shaman tribe's territory, Shaman City. Once they were 100 li away from Shaman City, they were no longer allowed to travel in the sky. Su Ming and Nan Gonghen descended from midair and landed on the ground. Shaman City was not very big, but it was built to look incredibly majestic. It was cubic in shape, and there were gigantic walls of 100 feet surrounding it. The city was entirely crimson, as if it was dyed in blood. The crimson city walls occasionally shone with a red glare, forming a mighty pressure that would make people's hearts tremble. There was only one gate to Shaman City, and all people used that gate to enter and exit. From 100 lis, several unique buildings could be seen shooting off the ground within the city, and their distinct characteristics stood out. It was especially so for the stone pillar that shot high into the sky at the center of the city. It gave off an ancient feeling, and at the same time, there was a gigantic head placed at the top of it. That head was 1,000 feet in size, and due to some unknown method of preservation, only a small part of it had decayed. That head's appearance could still be clearly seen. Its inside was empty, and it was lopped on the stone pillar, turning it into the most eye-catching building and road mark within Shaman City. It was a gigantic head that was filled with drooping branches. It had the appearance of a human, but had the skin of a dried-up tree bark. The head was entirely brown and its facial features could be seen clearly. Anyone who saw it at first glance would think it was a human head, but if they looked closely, they would find it was clearly a giant block of wood. There were numerous branches drooping down like tentacles from that gigantic head. The longest of them all was nearly 1,000 feet long, and the breadth of each branch was different, along with all their lengths. They were all supported in the air by the stone pillar. If anyone looked from the distance, they would find that the stone pillar looked like a huge long spear that had lifted the head high in the sky. We're finally in Shaman City, Brother Mo. I cannot express just how grateful I am for all that you've done during the trip. Nan Gonghen looked at Shaman City and let out a huge sigh of relief. He wrapped his fist in his palm to Su Ming with gratitude radiating off his face. Brother Nan Gong, you don't have to do this. I also wanted to come to Shaman City. We could take care of each other if we traveled together. Besides, you want to enter the treasure gambling event as well. I've heard quite a lot about it when I was previously in the land of the shamans, but I didn't manage to enter it due to certain reasons in the past. Now that I'm here, I'd like to experience it no matter what. I will need your help in introducing me to the place, Su Ming said with a smile. After experiencing all the things on the road, Nan Gonghen had become even more intent on becoming friends with Su Ming. Once he heard Su Ming's words, he immediately spoke. That's easy. I've entered the treasure gambling event a few times before. Since you're here, Brother Mo, you should indeed experience it. Perhaps if you're lucky, you will be able to find a priceless treasure. But Brother Mo, before we go, we should rent a spirit of 9 yin. Nan Gonghen fell silent for a moment, then extended his invitation to Su Ming. How about this? If you don't mind, why don't we stay in the same inn in Shaman City? If that's the case, we will be able to communicate with each other easier. Su Ming thought about it for a moment before he nodded with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Nan Gonghen let out a boisterous laugh and walked forward briskly towards Shaman City with Su Ming, bringing with them the 3 youths behind them. Before long, the group arrived right outside the city. There were already quite a number of people waiting to enter at that moment, and there was already a very long queue in line. Most of the people in the queue were teenagers, and there would be one medial shaman standing in between some of the teenagers acting as their protector. It did not matter whether it were those teenagers or the medial shamans, most of them had injuries on their person. There were even some of them who looked pale, as if they were injured terribly. The queue waiting to get into the city was very long, but the examination right in front was incredibly strict. There were a dozen-something medial shaman dressed in uniform standing right outside the city gate. Usually, once they finish each of the examinations, they would receive some money before they allowed the people into the city. There were quite a number of impatient-looking people waiting in the long queue to enter the city, but once they looked at the medial shamans in uniform, they would force down their irritation. However, there would occasionally be someone who arrived and did not need to queue up due to their unique identities. They could walk straight to the gates and enter the city after a simple examination. All of these people belonged to big tribes or had close relations to the god of Shaman's temple. There are so many people here. We're gonna have to wait until tomorrow before we can go into the city. When Lon Lon saw the long line once she arrived outside the city gate, she sighed. However, she also noticed that most of the teenagers that were like her, waiting in line, looked defeated. Clearly, they had gone through a lot of hardships on their way here. There were even some of them who had grief on their faces, and it was plain as day that their companions had died on the way. When Lon Lon remembered just how her journey to this place had been more frights than true danger, she could not help but look at Su Ming. Su Ming swept his gaze past the crowd with a calm look. He did not mind waiting till tomorrow. That matter was not a problem to him. We don't need to wait, we can just go in. Once they arrived near Shaman City, Nan Gonghen felt his spirits lift up. When he heard Lan Lan's words, the idea of letting Su Ming know the vast amounts of connections he had popped up in his head. After all, to people with their current level of cultivation, making friends was not because they could get along well, it was also because they could mutually benefit each other. Su Ming's nonchalant attitude during the entire trip was incredibly valuable in Nan Gonghen's books. That was why it was necessary for him to befriend Su Ming. However, he felt that he still had yet to show his own value to Su Ming. As he spoke, he brought the group straight to the city. Su Ming's lips curled up into a light smile. He could somewhat tell what Nan Gonghen was thinking. Judging by how confident the other looked, he definitely had a way, and if Su Ming did not have to wait, he would naturally choose not to wait in line until tomorrow. He followed behind Nan Gonghen, and Lon Lon, along with the two boys, followed suit. The act of those 5 people not lining up and going straight to the city gate immediately caught a large amount of attention from the crowd. When they looked over, a large number of the medial shamans who were protecting the children immediately appeared shocked when they saw Nan Gonghen. Some of them even wrapped their fists in their palms from the distance and greeted him with a smile. "So it's you, Brother Nan Gong? Which tribe are you protecting this time? Brother Nan Gong, it's been a long while. How are you?" "Haha, Brother Nan Gong. Once we get into the city, you and I have to drink till we're drunk." With a smile on his face, Nan Gonghen continued walking forward while wrapping his fist in his palm to return his greetings to these people. He was not at all disoriented because there were too many people greeting him. Everything was done methodically, and it was obvious that he was already used to this. When Nan Gonghen arrived right outside the city, the medial shamans who were dressed in uniforms and were examining the people smiled. They did not examine Su Ming and the others at all, but simply moved out of the way, and when they did so, Su Ming was shocked by the connections Nan Gonghen had. There was always a smile on Nan Gonghen's face. Once he greeted the medial shamans guarding the place, he brought Su Ming and the others through the city gate. As they walked through the city gate's tunnel, Su Ming remarked with a smile, "Brother Nan Gong, the amount of people you know is really impressive, though the reason why the guards from the god of Shaman's temple let us in without an examination isn't because you were close to them, am I right? Brother Mo, it seems like I've made a fool of myself before you. I like making friends, and since my father also has a large number of friends, I've grown up in the god of Shaman's temple since I was young. That's why, please excuse me for making a fool of myself," Nan Gonghen said with a smile. Su Ming smiled. He was just about to speak when his smile suddenly froze and his pupils shrank. He saw a woman walking towards him from inside the city through the tunnel. It was an incredibly cold and beautiful woman with violet hair. The woman looked to be around 26 or 27 years of age. She was tall and dressed in purple robes. There was a white whip tied to her waist, causing her waist to curve in beautifully before the lines curved out in an exaggerated fashion to show off her posterior and her long legs. Her long hair danced in the wind as she moved. It would not be an exaggeration to compare her to ice due to the chilling look in her eyes and the aloof look on her petite face. The woman's beautiful face especially gave her a unique, cold beauty when paired with her indifference. Su Ming laughed wryly in his heart, though no one could see any hint of it since he had his mask on his face. He knew this woman, or more accurately speaking, he'd seen this woman when she was naked before. That woman was the one from the god of Shaman's temple which progenitor Hong Luo had met when he was in control of Su Ming's body, and because the woman did not have enough aura of Yin, He did not cast the art of the dragon subject, In Simmerg, on her. Hong Luo, why did you say you were Su Ming? Su Ming laughed even more wryly in his heart and felt a massive headache in his head. When he saw this woman, a feeling as if he was falsely accused formed in his heart, and he could say nothing about it. When he had woken up, he had seen everything that happened when Hong Luo controlled his body. He even had a feeling that he was Hong Luo himself. With that feeling around, he could remember clearly that this woman had looked at him with eyes burning with hatred. If she learns that I am me, ha! Su Ming forced down the torn feeling in his heart and looked at the woman walking over with a calm look on his face. Nan Gonghen was originally smiling by the side, but when he saw the woman, his smile froze as well. And just like Su Ming's, it was then replaced with a wry one. Nan Gonghen let out a fake cough and asked that cold woman, "Sis, are you going out? So you're not dead yet?" The woman, who was as cold as ice, remarked coolly when she was 10 feet away from Nan Gonghen and Su Ming. If anyone ignored that chill in her voice, they would find that it was actually very pleasant to the ears. Nan Gonghen fake coughed again, choking for a moment due to the woman's words. Then, as he laughed wryly, he shook his head. "Sis, how could you say that to your elder brother?" "Oh well, let me introduce to you. This is..." "Not interested," the woman said coldly, and without even casting a glance at Su Ming, she walked past through them. Nan Gonghen quickly made way for her. Su Ming sighed and moved out of the way as well. The woman walked through and out of the city gate. "Who is that?" Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but still asked. He had to know of her identity so that he could think of ways to avoid her in the future. "That's my little sister, Nan Gongshan." "Ha! She's been becoming more and more indifferent because of the cultivation method she's practicing. I know it's not a big matter, but 1 year ago, when she was in isolation, something happened, causing her aura of Yin to become even thicker, and now she has become like this," Nan Gonghen said with a wry laugh. He walked through the tunnel with Su Ming and entered Shaman City. Sounds of a bustle entered their ears, and they could see that the city itself was very lively. There were a large number of shamans inside, and when they stood there, they had a feeling as if they had forgotten that they were in the world of Nine Yin. When Su Ming heard Nan Gonghen speaking about the accident a year ago, he felt a little guilty, and he sighed in his heart. He did not expect that Nan Gonghen, whom he met on the way here, would be this woman's big brother. "I didn't expect that she would be here. Brother Mo, I hope you don't mind my sister's cold attitude." "Ha! Speaking of that accident, did you hear about that unrivaled shaman who suddenly appeared 1 year ago in our land?" Nan Gonghen shook his head, and once he explained his sister's attitude to Su Ming, he started chatting casually with him. Su Ming laughed even more wryly in his heart. He cast a look at Nan Gonghen, and when he saw that Nan Gonghen was just talking about him casually and not pointing fingers at him, Su Ming shook his head. "I have been in isolation for many years. I've heard others mentioning the incident a year ago, but I don't know much about it." Nan Gonghen sighed, then led Su Ming and the other 3 youths through the streets of Shaman City. It was very lively on both sides of the street. There were all sorts of shops there, and most of them sold some of the shaman's necessities. Besides these, there were also shops selling unique items that could only be found in the world of Nine Yin. Compared to the perils outside, this place was an incredibly relaxing place, and it looked peaceful here. Speaking of a year ago, a shaman so powerful he was unrivaled appeared in our land. That person's level of cultivation was so high that he had actually surpassed an end shaman. When Nan Gonghen said those words, respect and yearning appeared on his face. He actually possesses power that surpasses an end shaman. I wonder how he did it. When he appeared, in a few days he challenged multiple powerful shamans, and every single time those who fought against him lost, he would use a special method and absorb half of their power. Most of the people believe that he is evil, but I don't think so. A hint of excitement appeared in Nan Gonghen's voice, making it clear that he was not at all calm when he spoke of this person. Su Ming blinked and did not say anything. I know that he thinks that these so-called powerful shamans aren't worthy of having any power born out of cultivation, which is why he didn't take their lives but took away a large part of their power. This is him telling those losers without saying a single word that if they can surpass him someday, they can go find him and retrieve that power he took. I know it, I understand him, I get him. This is a great sentiment showed by that person. This is the true quality of a powerful warrior. All those who lose must give up their power, and this is also a way to motivate them. I always believed that he's a shaman, or else why would he show such compassion to those so-called powerful shamans? He's doing this to urge them on in their training. He's personally motivating them to improve. Nan Gonghen said agitatedly. Su Ming was stunned. Brother Mo, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not the only one who feels this way. There are quite a few of those who lost who have similar feelings. I asked them before. Respect appeared in Nan Gonghen's eyes. I respect this unparalleled shaman from the bottom of my heart. He actually went out his way to motivate even those ferocious beasts. Just how great must he be to be able to do even this? During those few days, there were plenty of ferocious beasts who had great luck and ran into him, and their minds were all stimulated. Perhaps one of them will turn into a sacred beast. Su Ming was rendered completely speechless. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose, but ended up touching his mask instead. His lips under the mask were curled up into a wry smile. Lon Lon and Ahu's eyes were shining brilliantly when they heard Nan Gonghen's voice. Their hearts were filled with excitement, and they looked thrilled. Even the aloof boy with the withered right arm was filled with respect and zeal. Then, just how strong is he? Lon Lon could not help but ask. How strong? Heh. With just one flick of his hand, Sir Zhongzhe from Autumn Sea Tribe was sealed in the sky and could not move. All the tribe members of Autumn Sea Tribe were immobilized when he pressed down on the ground. They were all sealed and could not move an inch, and could only watch as he descended and went to their sacred lady's side, hugged her, and flew away with her. This is a great love story. I'm really envious of it. Nan Gonghen let out a long sigh. Su Ming could not help but let out a few dry coughs. The story sounded off when he heard it from other people's mouths, because he knew that the truth was in no way what Nan Gonghen had just said. When Lon Lon heard his words, her eyes shone, and when Ahu saw how Lon Lon reacted, he made a decision in his heart. The sacred lady of Autumn Sea Tribe returned a few days later with the blood dragon he gave her. Now, besides the sacred mackerel pike, Autumn Sea Tribe has another sacred beast. Honestly, my little sister isn't too bad either. Why didn't he choose her? Nan Gonghen shook his head. When he looked at Su Ming, he felt that there was something strange about Su Ming's current demeanor. Brother Mo, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just really moved by this person's actions. Su Ming sighed. Honestly, my little sister also met that person, but they just weren't fated to be. It's also because of that encounter that my sister started harboring unrequited feelings for him and became bitter. That's why she's even more indifferent now. Nan Gonghen brought Su Ming and the others across several streets and sighed as he walked. Where is he now? What is his name? Ahu could not help but ask. He went missing. I suspect that he felt that there was no longer anyone left in the land of the shamans for him to motivate. That's why he chose to leave. His name is Su Ming. The red-haired Su Ming. When Nan Gonghen said that name, excitement and idolization appeared on his face once again. Su Ming froze for a moment and could only laugh wryly in his heart. That was the only thing he could do, to laugh wryly. He was originally prepared for this, but when he heard about it with his own ears, that feeling was still a little different from what he had expected. Su Ming let out a fake cough, and was just about to change the topic when Ahu suddenly sprang a question behind him. Red hair? His hair is red. That's right. It doesn't matter whether it's from other people's accounts or from what I saw. We all know that he has long red hair, purple lips, and the mark of a peach blossom at the center of his brows. Those are his greatest characteristics. If you ever have a chance to run into this person, you must bow down to worship him, because his greatness is not something the people can understand. But I do. I know what he's doing. I can comprehend his deeds. I understand him, Nan Gonghen said softly. Red hair, pale face, purple lips. The mark of a peach blossom. Lan Lan mumbled. She had a vague feeling that she had seen a person with such a description before, and when she lifted her head and saw Su Ming turning over to look at her, her expression drastically changed. She just remembered. A year ago, a person with such an appearance appeared above their tribe, and a year later this person was standing before her with a mask over his face. Since she was behind Nangong Hen, he could not see her change of expression, and Su Ming's gaze at the moment caused Lan Lan's heart to tremble. She quickly lowered her head, and her heart was filled with anxiety, along with shock. Ahu's face was stark white, but when he saw Su Ming's face, his expression immediately turned normal, as if nothing had happened. He held Lan Lan's hand, but his back was already covered in cold sweat. Su Ming cast a flat look at Lan Lan and Ahu before he averted his gaze and looked towards Nangong Hen. "You saw him before?" "Ha! I only managed to see his back." As Nangong Hen spoke, he shook his head regretfully. At that moment, the group had already arrived at a rather remote area in Shaman City. Right before them was a normal-looking inn. "We're here. Brother Mo. This is where I stay every time I come here. It's very quiet here. Please go rest for a while. Once morning arrives, we'll go rent a spirit of 9 een." Nangong Hen walked into the inn, and immediately, after having a brief exchange with the innkeeper, he wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming, with the regret of having only seen the red-haired Su Ming's back still lingering on his face. He brought the boy with the withered right arm and headed to their rooms. "Come with me," Su Ming said flatly to the children, then turned around to walk towards his own room once he received instructions from the innkeeper. Lan Lan's face was pale. She became hesitant, even though she was usually bold. However, the usually timid Ahu grabbed Lan Lan's hand and gave her a nod with a determined look on his face. Then, pulling her along, he followed behind Su Ming. For the first time, Lan Lan let Ahu pull her, and nibbling on her bottom lip, she slowly followed Su Ming into his room. There were only a few people staying in the inn. Most of the rooms were empty, and every single one of these rooms had its own seal. Once a person stepped inside, that seal would be activated. When the door to the room fell shut, Su Ming stood by the window and looked at the quiet street outside, as well as the fog-covered sky. It was almost noon outside. He could hear muffled noises filled with excitement coming from the distance, but when they fell into his ears, those sounds were so weak that they felt as if they had traveled through several layers of something before they fell into his ears. This was not a bad place to stay. He could avoid being bothered and could obtain some form of peace. He spread out his divine sense and had it surround the room without making a sound, causing no one to be able to find out what was going on in the room as long as they did not send out a wave of power that would cause ripples in the air surpassing the amount caused by Su Ming's divine sense. Su Ming also sent his divine sense to Nangong Hen's room as he spread it out. Under his divine sense and his scrutiny, he saw that once Nangong Hen returned to his room, he first had a melancholic look on his face as if he was deeply moved by something. Then he sat down cross-legged to meditate. When he showed no other actions after a long while, Su Ming left a trail of his divine sense to continue observing Nangong Hen, then turned around to look at Lan Lan and Ahu. The two teenagers had already waited for a long time, but they did not dare have even a hint of impatience within them. Lan Lan's face turned even paler, and Ahu clutched Lan Lan's hand even tighter. When she met Su Ming's gaze, Lan Lan shuddered. "Say, Senior." Ahu's current manner of conduct was completely different from how he showed himself to others usually. With a resolute look on his face, he pulled Lan Lan down and knelt on the ground with her. "Senior, please cast a spell on us to wipe away our memories just now to avoid us revealing anything subconsciously. If we did, not only will it bring trouble to you, we will also bring disaster on ourselves." Su Ming did not speak. After sweeping his gaze across the two youths, he closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. This was an accident. However, Su Ming was already prepared for this accident to happen when he agreed to White Bull Tribe's patriarch's request. After all, Hong Luo's actions were too flashy, and it was difficult for people to not remember his looks and traits. However, he did not expect that this would happen so quickly. Just one Nangong Hen, and his appearance when he was his red-haired self was completely revealed. But fortunately for him, Nangonghen had been talking about it casually when they were in the city, and judging by his looks, he did not seem to have grown any suspicions towards him. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he looked at the two youths once again. Knowing about this will bring more harm than good to you. Not only will it possibly make you lose your life, you might also bring about total annihilation to your tribe. Su Ming did not lie. Once the two children revealed any hints, then White Bull tribe would be in danger. Senior, Ahu's face turned pale. Lan Lan, too, was in the same condition. Su Ming lifted his right hand swiftly, and with a flick of his wrist, the boy and girl immediately fell to the side unconscious. Su Ming was still as calm as ever. If he did not have the Immortal's nascent soul and learned a method to wipe out other people's memories from the legacy Hong Luo left him, he would not have agreed to escort anyone in the world of 9-yin. He was already prepared for this a long time ago. He just did not expect that he would be using it so early. 2 hours later, Lan Lan and Ahu walked out of Su Ming's room with dazed looks in their eyes. After returning to their rooms, they only started recovering gradually after the time taken for the burning of an incense stick. Not a hint of the red-haired Su Ming was left in their memories. Teenagers would never be able to keep still. Once Lan Lan regained her senses, she could not contain her desire to go out and take a look around Shaman City, especially now that noon had just passed by and it was still bright outside. So she went with Ahu and invited the boy with the withered right arm to go with them. Once the three of them obtained permission from Su Ming and Nangonghen, they left the inn. Time trickled by. When it was almost evening, while sitting with his legs crossed, Su Ming opened his eyes and looked towards the door. After a moment, knocking fell into his ears, and it was soon followed by Nangonghen's cheerful voice. Brother Mo, dusk in the world of 9-yin is incredibly beautiful, and it's even more so when the 9 moons show up. Why don't we drink and admire the sky together? A large part of the reason why Nangonghen could have so many friends was because he spoke with a cheery tone and because he was the type of person who would take the initiative and invite people to drink with him. When Su Ming heard Nangonghen's words, he smiled and went to the door. Once he pushed it open, he saw Nangonghen carrying 2 pots of wine standing outside his room. Since Su Ming had covered the entire inn within his divine sense, all of Nangonghen's actions, and even everything that happened in the inn could be detected him. Nangonghen did not bring out those 2 pots of wine himself. He had instead asked the innkeeper for them, and these pots of wine had just been brought out from the underground wine cellar. Su Ming had also scanned the innkeeper and the wine with his divine sense, and detected no problems. Besides, Nangonghen had also drank 1 pot when he was in his room, and it seemed like because he thought that wine when drank without any company was tasteless, he came to Su Ming. Su Ming knew about all of this, and took over a pot of wine with a smile, then took a big swig from it. Nangonghen's eyes shone brilliantly, and as he laughed heartily, they walked towards the top level of the inn. The top level of the inn was a balcony loft. There were several tables placed there, and the balcony did not have a lot of things acting as shelter, causing the air to enter the space from all directions and circulate freely there. They sat at a table by the edge and looked towards the fire-red shade in the sky. It was very comfortable. I like the world of 9-yin a lot, and I come here almost every single time it's opened, Nangonghen said with a deep sigh while drinking and looking at the sky in the distance. Su Ming's gaze fell on the fire-red shade in the sky and he remarked in a calm tone, "This is indeed a good place. It's difficult to imagine that it was an ancient ruin. Heh. Look at the peace we have here and think about the dangers outside. Think about the area 1 million li's away where not even our ancestors have managed to explore. And here we are, drinking and looking at the moon appearing. This is just so friggin' comfortable." Nangonghen laughed boisterously and drank a huge mouthful. "Brother Mo, do you know what my dream is? I want to go past those 1 million li's and go to a place no one has ever gone to before. And I want to drink over there while looking at the dusk and watching the moon appearing." Nangonghen looked at the faint shadow of the moon that was gradually appearing in the red sky and spoke with a smile. "Over there I wouldn't have to be bothered by any wars. I could ignore my father's dreams for me. I wouldn't have to think about anything, just my own dreams. And over there I would wait for a person. Nan Gonghen let out a light sigh. Oh! Su Ming took a sip of his wine and looked towards Nan Gonghen. Brother Mo, you must have wondered why I always come here. It's not just because I like this place. I really like it, by the way. But I come here every time because I made a promise with someone, and that's the more important reason. Nan Gonghen remained silent for a moment before he spoke with an agonized voice. I will wait for her here. She went past those 1,000,000 lease, and we made a promise that I'll wait for her here. But it's been so many years, and she still isn't back. Promise. Su Ming lowered his head and looked at the pot of wine in his hand. He brought it up and took a big swig from it. His gaze fell on the sky in the distance, and in the midst of that red, the first moon gradually appeared. If you truly can't forget her, then why don't you go and look for her in that area? Right at that moment, an aloof voice traveled forth from the loft. Su Ming's divine sense focused together. He had only managed to notice this person appearing one breath before that voice spoke. Several breaths later, an aloof woman walked up the stairs. That person was naturally Nan Gonghen's little sister, who also happened to be the one person Su Ming kind of did not want to see at the moment. The woman did not even look at him. Once she walked over, she sat by the side and took the pot of wine from Nan Gonghen's hands. Immediately, white, chilling air spread out from within, and it was obvious that the wine inside the pot had chilled over instantly. She brought it up and took a big mouthful from it. Nan Gonghen lifted his head and looked at the woman, only speaking after a long while. I definitely will. Su Ming watched the siblings by the side and was just about to search for an excuse to leave when his expression suddenly changed. A freezing glint immediately appeared in his eyes, and he got up to look at a distant spot in the city. Brother Nangong, I have something I have to deal with. Please excuse me. As Su Ming spoke, the freezing look in his eyes became even colder, and with one move, he turned into a long arc and flew off the balcony. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned. When he lifted his head to look, the cold woman by his side turned her gaze on Su Ming's departing back for the first time, and her pupils suddenly shrank. At that moment, in a bustling street located in a downtown area to the north of Shaman City was a shop, and Lan Lan was standing in that shop seething in rage. Ahu looked a little frightened by her side, and as for the boy with the withered right arm, his face was pale and his expression bitter. Right before them stood an extravagantly dressed boy with scorn on his face. There was a married woman standing by his side, and she held herself in a beautiful manner. No signs of time or age could be seen on her face. Her eyes were calm. There were 3 expressionless men standing behind the boy and woman. The ripples spreading off the 3 men showed that they were all medial shamans. Qi Dong was the one who first took a fancy to this herb, and he even paid for it. How could you be so unreasonable and snatch it away? Lan Lan demanded furiously. Qi Dong, I didn't expect I would run into you here. Judging by your right arm, you must be thinking about using this herb to heal it. Don't you worry. I'll have someone buy all of these herbs in the city. If you come and beg me, I can give you some of it. If you kowtow to me, then I will give you a shrub. But right now, I'm feeling horrible. Chase them out, the rich boy said with a smile, and his final sentence was spoken to the medial shamans behind him. Bay Air, don't go causing trouble to other people intentionally. That's impolite. Since he bought this herb first, then we'll give it to them after we break their legs and throw them out. The woman spoke with a bland voice, then turned around and no longer bothered with them, looking at the other things in the shop, as if this sort of thing would not catch much of her attention. Since she gave the order, there would naturally be someone who would carry it out. Once the boy called Bay Air heard the woman's words, a hint of cruelty appeared on his lips. Then he looked at the boy with the withered right arm with a smug look on his face. The right arm of the boy who came with Lan Lan and the others was now withered up so badly that it looked to be only skin and bones. His face turned even paler. How could you do this? We've never bothered you before, and we already paid for this herb. You're the ones who were trying to snatch it from us. Your power is great. How could you bully us children? Don't you feel ashamed? Lan Lan's face was red from anger. She was terrified, but among the three of them, Qi was keeping silent like a block of wood, and Ahu was being as timid and cowardly as ever. While Lan Lan was terrified, she was still screaming in rage. When she saw Qi pale face, she gritted her teeth. Our guardian is Mo Su, and his guardian is Nan Gong Hen. If you dare hurt us, the both of them will never forgive you. When she saw that one of the expressionless medial shamans started walking towards them, Lan Lan shouted loudly and protected Qi and Ahu as they retreated. Her face was already stark pale, but she continued keeping up a brave front. Nan Gong Hen, the woman who had already turned around to look at the other items, frowned slightly when she heard Nan Gong Hen's name. Since it's Nan Gong Hen, I'll just take one leg off each of you. As for that little girl, she has a quick mouth. Cut her tongue off. Understood, ma'am. The medial shaman who was walking towards Lan Lan and the other two bows was a thin, middle-aged man. At that moment, he turned towards the woman and bowed to her while voicing his obedience to her respectfully. Then he turned around and walked towards Lan Lan and the others without any sort of expression. Under the pressure coming from him as a medial shaman, Lan Lan shuddered. Ahu's eyes were filled with terror, and Qi lowered his head bitterly. It was impossible for the three of them to leave the place. The pressure was like the might of heaven to the three of them. Qi Bei, First Mistress, this has nothing to do with the both of them. We only came together to Shaman City because we were heading down the same path. My matter doesn't concern them. If you truly wanted to deal punishment, you can break my legs and my remaining arm. I will take their place. The boy with the withered right arm lifted his head at the moment, and with a bitter expression on his face, he took a few steps forward. The boy's words did not catch the woman's attention. As if she did not hear them, she picked up a black wooden hair stick in the shop and looked at it with her head lowered. The boy by her side cast Qi a glance with a cold sneer on his face. The smugness and disdain on his face was as clear as day. The middle-aged medial shaman who was walking towards Lan Lan and the other two boys did not stop for even a moment. As he got closer, the cold chill spreading from his body made despair appear in the three teenagers' eyes. Qi eyes turned red. With a roar, as he moved back, he used his body and knocked Lan Lan and Ahu towards the door to the shop. Run! Ahu! Take Lan Lan and run! Lan Lan hesitated. Ahu grabbed her hand by her side and immediately rushed towards the gate in his anxiety. However, right at the instant he and Lan Lan managed to reach the door, a gust of wind shot out from nowhere and blew against them from before them. It immediately caused Lan Lan and Ahu to shudder before their bodies were forced back against their will, as if they had knocked into a wall. As they moved back, they coughed out a mouthful of blood. Our guardian is Mo Su. He won't forgive you. Lan Lan wiped away her blood and glared at the medial shaman fiercely. Ahu sucked in a deep breath by her side. His face might be pale and his chest hurt, but he stood before Lan Lan with an unwavering determination on his face, just like a mountain. Qi laughed brokenly, and when he looked at Lan Lan and Ahu, there was a deep, apologetic look on his face. He regretted his actions immensely. He should not have come out. It would have been fine if he alone was harmed, but getting others involved was not his intention. The middle-aged medial smiled coldly and did not have the responsibility a person of his status should feel as a high-ranked shaman. His attacks against the three defenseless children were incredibly brutal. Mo Su? I've never heard of any powerful medial shamans who goes by that name before. I'd like to see just how this person won't forgive me. The middle-aged medial shaman took one step forward and leapt past Qi. With a swing of his arm, he flung Ahu aside, and Ahu was instantly sent tumbling to the side, causing the middle-aged medial shaman to arrive at the pale-faced and despair-filled Lan Lan. With a cold sneer, the middle-aged medial shaman lifted his right hand swiftly and moved to point towards Lan Lan's right leg. The moment his finger touched her leg, it would immediately shatter to pieces, and she would forever be rendered lame. By the side, Ahu let out a piercing howl as if he had gone mad and was about to charge forward. As for Qi, his heart was pain, but he did not hesitate. He too charged forward. But the two children were not even fledgling shamans. It was impossible for them to overtake that middle-aged medial shaman, and even if they did manage to pounce on him, they could do nothing against him. The middle-aged medial shaman's right hand was as quick as lightning, and with a speed that seemed as if there was nothing that could hope to match up to it, he went straight for the despairing Lan Lan's right leg. However, it looked as if there was nothing that could match up to his right hand. It was not as if there was truly no one who could stop it. Right at the instant, there was only 3 inches between the middle-aged medial shaman's right index finger and Lan Lan's right leg. A voice that could chill one right down to the soul traveled forth from the sky outside the shop. "Don't you dare!" The voice echoed in the air, sounding as if it was still coming from the distance. But if anyone listened carefully, they would feel as if that voice was right by their ear. The moment the middle-aged medial shaman heard that voice, his index finger was suddenly held by a right hand that suddenly appeared beside him. It was a cold hand attached to a black sleeve. As the hand appeared, a masked man dressed in black appeared beside the middle-aged medial shaman as well. "Didn't you want to see how exactly I would not forgive you? I'll show you." Naturally, that masked man was Su Ming. It only took the span of a breath from the moment he spoke to the moment he appeared. Right when he grabbed the middle-aged medial shaman's right index finger, that man's expression immediately changed drastically. However, right when his expression changed, Su Ming crushed his finger with his right hand. A sharp crack rang in the air. The medial shaman let out a groan and his face instantly turned pale. His right index finger had been crushed to bits. His heart trembled, and by instinct, he wanted to retreat. But before he even took 2 steps back, he saw blood pouring out from the cracks of Su Ming's fingers. Right before him, Su Ming's eyes under the mask shone with a profound light, and he lifted his right hand to swing it at the medial shaman before him. With that one swing, the gust of wind that this person used to deal with Lan Lan and Ahu appeared out of nowhere with an intensity far greater than before, turning into a whirlwind that swept this person inside. Green light shone at the center of Su Ming's brows, and the small virescent sword charged out with a sharp whistle, piercing through that whirlwind, and as blood scattered into the air, green light flickered. The whirlwind disappeared, and what was left on the spot was the middle-aged medial shaman with his eyes wide open in disbelief. There was a bloodied wound at the center of his brows that pierced through his entire skull. He fell to the side, convulsing a few times before he breathed his last and died. All of this, right from the moment Su Ming appeared to the moment the middle-aged medial shaman died, only lasted for the span of a few breaths. It happened so fast that it was unbelievable, so quick that no one could react to it. The woman who was inspecting the black wooden hair stick turned around swiftly. With an electrifying gaze, she looked at Su Ming, and a stern look appeared on her face. The boy beside her turned pale in the blink of an eye. To him, that span of time that only lasted for a few breaths was only an instant. Yet it was as if the world had turned upside down after that instant. It made his head go off in a bang, and he stood there with his mind in a blank state. The 2 medial shamans beside the woman were originally expressionless, but both their faces instantly changed at that moment. Their gazes were immediately filled with shock as they stared at Su Ming. They knew it themselves that they could not kill a fellow shaman at the same level so quickly and clearly. It was as if the middle-aged medial shaman was so weak that he could not withstand one blow before this person. When Lan Lan saw Su Ming, she was also taken aback. This was the first time she saw Su Ming attack, and with just one attack, he had managed to make this person who had made her sink into despair die instantly. That sort of power and that sort of murderous aura made all the doubts she had towards Su Ming disappear without a trace. At the same time, right after she saw him, she was like a child who had met her parent after she was bullied, and immediately felt hurt and reliant on him. "Senior." Lan Lan's eyes turned red and she sounded almost in tears. "Senior." Ahu's face was filled with excitement as he stood by the side, and he bowed deeply towards Su Ming with a fist wrapped in his palm. Even Qidong came to Su Ming's side with excited haste. That aloof boy seemed to not know how to convey his emotions, so he could only kneel down towards Su Ming and kowtow several times. The woman's face was stern as she stared at Su Ming. After some time, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on her countenance. "Sir, How may I address you? This might perhaps be a misunderstanding. I am a member of Eastern Goosefoot tribe. We've always liked getting to know the powerful shamans from other tribes. Do you have anyone that you may be familiar with in our tribe? The woman might no longer be young, but her beauty still remained. When she smiled, she gave off a feeling as if she was charm personified, and with that beauty of hers, she did not look as if she was deliberately doing it. She instead gave others a feeling that this was natural for her. This was completely different from Madame G's charm. They gave off two different kinds of appeal. The reason for this is because my son likes this herb and got into a conflict with this boy. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong, you have already punished my guard. This is a misunderstanding, could you let it slide? The woman asked gently, twirling her hair with a finger. It's not like that. They were being bullies. We already paid for that herb, but they wanted to break our legs. Lon Lon immediately said by the side. Enough! Su Ming's gaze was calm when he interrupted Lon Lan's words. Lon Lon immediately fell silent obediently and no longer spoke. I don't care who is right or wrong. You hurt my people, and you want to call it off by saying it's a misunderstanding? That's not enough, Su Ming declared coldly. This was the Ninth Summit's principle, and it was also Su Ming's own principle. Once the woman heard Su Ming's cold words, a murderous glare appeared in her eyes. She already told him her tribe and had even humbled herself because she did not want to offend this person who could marginally be considered to a powerhouse even among the powerful shamans. After all, there were not many of those from Eastern Goosefoot in Shaman City. In fact, to her, what she did today could not be considered going too far. She was already being merciful to that Qidong boy, and as for that boy and girl, she was only asking for one of their legs to be broken. She was not trying to take their lives. This man had already killed one of her people, and she even tolerated it, but judging by his words, he was being completely unreasonable. That was going too far. Sir, aren't you being too arrogant? The woman demanded coldly, but right when she finished speaking, Su Ming shook his head and moved towards them. Kill him. Murderous intent shone in the woman's eyes. To her, since Su Ming did not appreciate her goodwill, then she would have his head stay in this place. When I attack you, you are not allowed to strike back. When Su Ming walked over, the two medial shamans closed in on him quickly. One of them was a battle shaman, and the other a spirit medium. At that moment, the spirit medium bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a large amount of vengeful spirits. With piercing howls, they pounced on Su Ming. At the same time, the battle shaman took a huge step forward with an incredibly stern countenance, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Golden light shone on his body, and he looked as if he was dressed in golden armor. With an incredibly mighty bearing, he threw a punch at Su Ming. That one punch instantly caused sounds as if the wind was broken through. There was also a suction force spreading out from the punch, causing the space around them to distort. Clearly, the battle shaman's punch was not any ordinary fist. However, right when his fist was about to land on Su Ming looked as if he did not intend to dodge and was simply going to let that punch hit him. But right at that instant, he moved slightly, and the battle shaman's fist landed on empty air. At the same time, Su Ming appeared to the battle shaman's right. If you strike back, I will strike back heavily, Su Ming stated calmly. He formed multiple seals with his right hand, and during the instant his nascent soul's power spread from his body, the seals had already changed several times. He pressed his hand on the battle shaman's ribs, and the man shuddered. His face instantly turned pale, and at the same time, Su Ming retracted his nascent soul's power. The berserker's power that was used to refine the body erupted on his right hand. He clenched his fist and struck. The battle shaman coughed out fresh blood and moved to the side with a groan, unable to stop Su Ming at all. As he moved back, a black bruise appeared on his ribs, and a strange round mark showed up there. The mark looked as if it could absorb the man's flesh and blood, causing the man to rapidly wither away as he retreated. Once that black round mark started absorbing his flesh and blood, a large amount of his flesh started rotting away. The appearance of that mark might have made it seem like it was an easy thing to do, but in truth, It was what Su Ming had obtained when researching the curse while he was in isolation. Attacking with his nascent soul's power was to cut off the circulation path that was almost like those passages for qi circulation in his opponent's body, and that punch filled with the berserker power was to temporarily stop the recovery of his opponent's flesh and blood, and it was followed by Su Ming sending out the curse's power through his hand. Just by doing these things, he could cause the person to not have any sort of cultivation circulation. When the blood and flesh started to be unable to recover on their own, they would begin absorbing everything else in the body to aid in their recovery with an explosive force. Waves of black mist spread out from that round mark, causing the man to scream in pain. With a shocked look filled with terror, he tried to stop that mark under his ribs from rotting away, but it was difficult to do. He could only scream in pain and convey a terror that would strike fear in other people's hearts. If you intend to injure me heavily, I will strike back fatally. Su Ming no longer bothered himself with the man and walked towards the medial spirit medium. The vengeful spirits that had spread out from the spirit medium were circling Su Ming, but right at the instant they were about to pounce on him, a bell chime came from within Su Ming's body. The bell chime rang mightily, and the instant it rang out, those vengeful spirits instantly let out screams of pain and swiftly retreated in desperation. It was as if there was an existence within Su Ming's body that terrified them. However, before they could retreat too far away, they immediately started letting out shrill screams, and as if there was a great suction force from Su Ming's body, they were sucked towards him. In the span of a breath, they were dragged into Su Ming's pores, disappearing without a trace. Su Ming remained as calm as ever, and not a hint of change in expression could be seen on his face. It was as if he knew a long time ago that this would happen. This was the power of the bell he obtained after the sixth head had awakened on Han Mountain Bell. He would need to absorb enough souls to awaken the seventh head. After Hong Luo passed away and Su Ming subsequently regained his senses, he checked Han Mountain Bell as well. The three heads Hong Luo shocked awake earlier had fallen asleep once again after his death, but Su Ming could feel that even though the three heads went back to sleep, they had become much easier to awaken compared to before. Absorb 100 million vengeful spirits to attain the power of Han Mountain Bell's sixth head, 100 million soul-devouring heaven. When the spirit medium saw Su Ming forcefully absorbing those vengeful spirits into his body, and even felt the connection between him and them breaking in an instant, his face turned pale. He lifted his right hand abruptly and slapped his own forehead. Immediately, veins popped up there. This scene made the spirit medium look incredibly hideous. He did not look like a person, but was more like a malicious spirit. He let out a piercing howl, and a large amount of black mist seeped out from all over his body. If you strike a fatal blow, then I will have your family die with you. Su Ming's words were spoken slowly, and when he said them, he had already appeared before the spirit medium. The spirit medium shuddered. Su Ming's words and swift decisiveness when he killed previously rose in his mind instantly. Those words were spoken calmly, but the meaning behind them had a domineering presence so mighty it seemed to be able to shoot straight into the sky and blow apart everything. That presence was so overbearing that no one could go against it, could not even resist it, or else they would only die. One of Spirit Medium's companion's corpse was still on the ground, while his second companion was still wailing in pain, most of his body already decayed, as that black mist completely surrounded that spirit medium and veins popped out on his face. He lifted his right hand and swiftly chopped down on his right leg. Immediately, a thud came from his right leg, and it was cut off. Blood poured out of his wound, but it was instantly sealed off by the black mist. His face was bloodless as he held a hand on the wall beside him, then turned to look at Su Ming respectfully. Su Ming's eyes remained on the spirit medium for a moment before he turned away and looked at the woman, whose eyes were now filled with terror. I am the daughter of Eastern Goosefoot's tribe leader. Our tribe is only slightly smaller than a big tribe, and this time my tribe uncle is among those who are coming to Shaman City, and he is a ladder shaman. If you dare hurt us, Eastern Goosefoot tribe will never let you off. You're dead meat. The woman let out a piercing screech. The moment Su Ming looked towards her and she said those words, a strong light flashed in her right hand and turned into a light screen, protecting her along with the boy whose face was now filled with terror and who was trembling in fear. At the same time that screen of light appeared, an explosive power spread out from it swiftly. The face of the spirit medium who had cut off his own right leg changed. Black mist surrounded him and he swiftly flew off, charging out of the shop. Almost the instant he left, the shop where Su Ming was let out a violent boom. The sound spread through most of Shaman City, causing most of the people to take notice of it. The shop was ripped apart under that boom, and its parts fell down layer by layer, shattering and exploding into numerous pieces that scattered through the area, causing the street to look as if a pit had appeared in it, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. Dust flew into the air, and within the dust, the onlookers could faintly see that the woman and boy were protected by a screen of light, and they were completely unscathed. Su Ming stood before them, looking as calm as ever, and nothing much had changed on him. As for the three children, they were surrounded by a ray of dark light, uninjured as the shop crumbled around them. The woman glared at Su Ming with hatred from behind the screen of light. The gracefulness she possessed was long gone. That hateful look made her seem rather similar to Madame G. As the boom echoed in the air, two long arcs charged over from the sky in the distance, closing in the span of a breath and descending beside Su Ming before turning into a man and a woman. The man was naturally Nan Gong Hen, and the woman was Nan Gong Shan, who donned a cold demeanor right after she appeared. She stared at Su Ming's back, immersed in her own thoughts. Nan Gong Hen swept his gaze past his surroundings with a dark face. When he saw the medial shaman who had the center of his brows pierced through, his gaze paused on him for a moment, but when he saw the man who had completely rotted away but was not dead and was lying there wailing weakly, his pupils shrank. Brother Mo, this is... Nan Gong Hen hesitated for a moment. He had naturally seen the hatred-filled woman behind that screen of light. Nan Gong Hen, this has nothing to do with you. This is a personal grudge between Eastern Goosefoot tribe and him. Once the woman saw Nan Gong Hen, she immediately spoke. She was the daughter of a tribe leader and was very knowledgeable of the world since she was young. At that moment, she immediately deduced that if Nan Gong Hen joined in, then the situation would turn incredibly undesirable for her. Mo, if you dare to, then don't leave Shaman City immediately. Right now, I've already activated my screen of light, and my tribe uncle will instantly rush here. I'd like to see whether you will still be as arrogant before a ladder shaman. Even if you want to mitigate the situation, it's already impossible, she said, her voice laced with malice. Nan Gong Hen's face turned dark and he turned around to cast a look at the boy with the withered right arm. When he promised this boy to help him through his journey to become a spirit medium, he already knew about his ties to Eastern Goosefoot tribe, but he was not bothered by it. He was certain that Eastern Goosefoot tribe knew of his status in the God of Shaman's temple, and it was not a problem for him. However, the change in the current situation had Mo Su dragged into play. This gave Nan Gong Hen a massive headache. He could already tell what had transpired with just one glance. If he pulled himself out of this matter, then it would be impossible for him to continue being friends with Su Ming. This is a misunderstanding. Nan Gong Hen laughed wryly, but the moment he said those words and before he could even finish his sentence, the woman behind the screen of light immediately barked coldly. Nan Gong Hen, he killed 3 of my guards. Nan Gong Hen's words died in his mouth. He was just racking his brain and thinking of what to say when Su Ming smiled. Brother Nan Gong, don't get involved in this. Help me take care of the 2 children. Once I'm finished with this, let's continue drinking. As Su Ming spoke, he looked towards the woman behind the screen of light. As for that ladder shaman from your tribe, I'd like to see just how much stronger he would be if compared to me. Su Ming was not lying or exaggerating. He had his nascent soul clone, had that poison corpse in the Berserker soul realm, and had the legacy of the Wind Berserker. He truly wanted to know just how wide was the distance between him and a ladder shaman. As for the problem of him exposing his identity, well, Su Ming's power was incredibly mixed at the moment. He had with him the power of immortals, berserkers, and the shaman's curse. Unless there was an end shaman around, it would be difficult for anyone to figure out his identity. After all, Hong Luo's path to life had wiped away Su Ming's presence. And if even Di Tian found it hard to detect him, it would be much more so for other people. Su Ming's words made Ningong Hen immediately swallow the words he had thought of to mediate the situation. He looked towards Su Ming with internal shock and began estimating Su Ming's power once again. Judging by his look, it seemed like he really intended to fight against a ladder shaman. If this came out of any other medial shaman, Nangong Hen would absolutely not believe them. However, the surprises Su Ming had given him were aplenty. The strange perception he showed all their way here that allowed him to detect danger could be said to be incomprehensible. There was also the matter about the two corpses he saw just now. The first one had clearly died with just one strike. The strange one was the second corpse. Judging by its look, it seemed like the curse. This left Nangong Hen in shock, and at the same time, he found himself unable to speak. He nodded instead to Su Ming. When the woman heard that Su Ming wanted to fight against a ladder shaman, she looked as if she had just heard a great joke. Derision appeared on her face. You boast without shame and act with extreme conceitedness. You're just a puny medial shaman, and you dare say such words? When my tribe uncle comes here, let's see whether you will still dare say such words. The boy beside her let out a huge sigh of relief. With the protection of the light screen, he had become much less afraid. At that moment, he was looking at Su Ming coldly, with hate burning in his eyes. This incident happened in an incredibly busy street in Shaman City. As things continued unfolding between them, they had already attracted a large amount of attention. The onlookers did not feel any sort of pressure towards these sort of exciting incidents, and most of them were watching around them with the intention to be entertained. If anyone swept through the place broadly, they would find that there were several hundreds of people watching. There were even some shamans who were rushing over when they heard their companions sending news to them. Isn't that Madame Zhao from Eastern Goosefoot Tribe? She was the most beautiful woman in Eastern Goosefoot Tribe in the past. Eastern Goosefoot Tribe might not be a big tribe, but it's already considered one of the bigger tribes. There might be no end shamans in the tribe, but I heard that they have 4 ladder shamans. Who is that masked person? How did he offend Eastern Goosefoot Tribe? Interesting. Madame Zhao was actually forced to bring out the light screen of protection. I remember that only the core members of these larger tribes have a protective spell with them. Once that screen of light is activated, the tribe members from all around the area will immediately notice it. Su Ming placed his hands behind his back and stood there, looking at the sky without a single word. The 3 children now looked rather alarmed, but when they saw Su Ming's relaxed demeanor, they slowly calmed down and their eyes became filled with anticipation. But there was still a hint of anxiety in them. Time passed by slowly, and half the burning of an incense stick later, the woman behind the screen of light grew anxious. By right, once the screen of light was activated, her tribe uncle from her tribe should arrive quickly, but he was not here even now. Su Ming's relaxed and calm demeanor at the moment also gave her some pressure. The time for half the burning of an incense stick has passed by, but your ladder shaman still isn't here. Su Ming averted his gaze from the sky and looked at the woman behind the screen of light, speaking in a languid manner. If that's the case, then I won't wait anymore. As Su Ming spoke, he walked towards the screen of light. The boy beside the woman immediately became nervous, but the woman only smiled coldly. She did not believe that Su Ming could break this screen of light in a short period of time. Su Ming walked leisurely towards the screen of light and tapped at it lightly with his right hand. Immediately, a great rebound shot up and bounced his right hand several inches back. When the woman saw this, she let out a sigh of relief in her heart and said with a cold sneer, "You won't be able to break this screen of light." Su Ming gave the woman a calm look, then turned around, walking in the air towards the distance with his back facing the screen of light. "Why are you leaving? Could it be that you no longer dare to wait? Even if my tribe uncle is late, what can you do to us? The protection by this screen of light is not something you can break. Didn't you say you're going to break our legs? Didn't you say you'll be waiting for my tribe uncle to arrive? Why are you afraid now?" The woman immediately mocked him. She was worried that Su Ming would escape, and her words were filled with provocative intent. She was not the only one acting this way. The shamans who were watching around them also laughed. Clearly, they were mocking Su Ming's departure even though he had been so tough earlier. However, most of the people agreed to Su Ming's actions. After all, that latter shaman would arrive at any moment, and if he continued waiting, then he would be bringing his own death on his head. If it was anyone else, they might have run away much earlier. Su Ming ignored the woman. Once he was 100-something feet away, he came to an abrupt halt, and as he lifted his right hand, he turned around swiftly. Immediately, a black spiked club appeared in his right hand. That spiked club was entirely black, and when it appeared, a primal, wild feeling shot out from it. Once Su Ming held that club, he turned around. He then raised that spiked club and dropped it toward the screen of light 100-something feet away beneath him. The instant that spiked club was released, its size instantly changed, turning to become 100-something feet long. The breadth of that club was equally shocking, causing the area to instantly burst into an uproar, and during that moment, the club let out a hum in the sky, bringing with it a sharp howl as it broke through the air. It was as if the club contained an unimaginable weight, and it drew the line of a black fan as it traveled downwards. The woman widened her eyes, and at the instant shock appeared on her face. It was as if a huge mountain fell down on the screen of light, covering the moon in the sky and forming a long shadow on the ground. A boom that shook the sky and earth erupted from the screen of light at that instant, and it was so loud that it was deafening. The instant that boom drowned out the uproars from the onlookers, the screen of light shone with a powerful light. As it flashed violently, the top of the screen of light was pierced through by 9 teeth, while the booming sound continued echoing in the air. The entire screen of light let out a cracking sound that screamed that it was no longer able to endure the hit. It shattered, and with a bang, it exploded with the force that drowned the area. Right then, with the screen's mighty power still lingering around, that shocking spiked club fell on the ground with a boom, causing the ground to shake a few times. The houses and streets in the area also trembled, and dust flew into the air. As the ground trembled, a circle of fine cracks appeared. Those cracks spread through the area with rumbling sounds, and they covered around 1,000 feet, causing the floor to be in a state where anyone would suck in a sharp breath once they saw it out of terror. There was not a hint of damage on the gigantic spiked club. As it exuded the primal and wild presence, there was also a cold air around it. At the same time, all the people who witnessed this scene sucked in a sharp breath. They were all shocked to the core, stunned by the sight. Returning to the ground, Su Ming picked up the club once again. Slowly, the spiked club quickly shrank and eventually disappeared from Su Ming's hand. The woman's face was stark white. She staggered back a few steps, stared at the ground, then at Su Ming. Her face was filled with shock, and she was staring at him, aghast. The boy beside her fell to the ground, shivering, so terrified that he was on the verge of a breakdown. "I can't break it?" Su Ming asked flatly. After a short period of silence, a powerful commotion immediately broke out around them. The scene just now was deeply embedded into the minds of those who witnessed what happened, and it would not disappear. The might of that one blow from the spiked club and the power of that imposing presence was enough to make everyone be unable to even think about resisting when they came face to face with it. Who is he? Just what is that enchanted vessel? Just one blow, and he managed to forcefully break that screen of light. What incredible power! He used the strength of the enchanted vessel. I think the spiked club's weight alone has already reached a terrifying extent. That's why he only needed to use that strength alone, and it's already enough to make that screen of light shatter. But no matter what, a normal medial shaman would not have any power to try and strike back when they go against this person. As the onlookers continued talking, despair appeared in the woman's eyes for the first time. She was beginning to feel faint hints of regret for treating the 3 youths that way earlier. Nangong Hen sucked in a sharp breath. When he saw Su Ming putting away that black spiked club, Su Ming's power in his estimations increased once again. He knew that even if he could dodge that blow, he would have to pay a heavy price for it. He was originally rather wary of Su Ming to begin with, and that wariness grew deeper at this moment, but at the same time, his desire to befriend him grew more fervent. A glint appeared in Nan Gongshan's eyes. When she looked at Su Ming, uncertainty appeared in her eyes. As for Lan Lan and Ahu, once they recovered from their shock, they immediately started cheering. They were still children, after all, and it was easy for them to begin idolizing powerful warriors, especially those on their side. In their eyes at that moment, Su Ming's strength made them so excited that it seemed like they were the ones who just delivered that blow. As the woman sank into despair, the screen of light exploded, and as her body started trembling, a cold harumph suddenly came from the sky in the distance. 5 long arcs charged towards the commotion from the sky. The person in the lead was an old man with a head full of silver hair. His was steely, and the 4 people following behind him all possessed extraordinary power. The 5 of them had clearly ignored the rule that forbade flying within 100 lis of Shaman City and were closing in rapidly. In her despair, the woman looked as if she had just found hope. She stood up swiftly and called out agitatedly, "Tribe uncle!" A grave look appeared on Su Ming's face under the mask, but his eyes were overflowing with fighting spirit. He sucked in a deep breath and began circulating his power. Rings of dust started spreading under his feet, and he lifted his head to look over. The silver-haired old man charged towards the ground with a steely face, arriving to stand before the woman in an instant. At the same time, the 4 people behind him descended around them. "Tribe uncle, this person." When the woman saw the old man arriving, she finally let out a huge sigh of relief in her heart. But just as she was about to speak, "Quiet!" the silver-haired old man let out a cold snort. His voice was like a clap of thunder, making the woman immediately jolt and lower her head, not daring to speak anymore. The boy by her side also trembled and lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Take them both away. Causing trouble right the moment you arrive in Shaman City." Humph. The silver-haired old man did not even spare Su Ming a glance and started speaking to his followers by his side in a low voice. "Senior, that person can't leave just yet," Su Ming said unhurriedly from where he stood nearby. When his voice was heard, the old man finally cast his gaze at Su Ming. His face was cold, and once he gave him a once-over, he averted his gaze and looked at Nan Gong Hen, who was smiling wryly at the side. "Nan Gong laddie, is this person related to the god of Shaman's temple?" "That's—" Nan Gong Hen hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth. "Senior Tai Mu, Brother Mo might not have any sort of connection to the god of Shaman's temple, but he is my friend, I—" Right when Nan Gong Hen said those words, the silver-haired old man swiftly waved his arms, and immediately, a violent gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, turning into an illusionary wave before him that charged straight forward. The wave came too suddenly, and a barely noticeable glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The instant the illusionary wave came crashing towards him, he took a step forward, then to his left, to his right, to the back, and continued moving until he took 8 continuous steps, looking as if he was walking in circles. Immediately, a whirlwind stirred up around him, charging forward to crash into that wave. Booming sounds reverberated in the air. The whirlwind beyond Su Ming lasted for several breaths before it instantly dissipated away. At the same time that whirlwind scattered away, he took 4 steps backwards. With each step he took, the ground would tremble, and a footprint would be deeply imprinted on the floor. When he took his 4th step, fine cracks instantly started spreading on the ground underneath his feet. In fact, as the cracks spread on the ground, an illusionary wave of water also covered the entire area. When that illusionary wave came crashing towards them, Nan Gong Hen's expression changed drastically, and he staggered several dozens of feet backward before he managed to stop. As for Nan Gongshan, since she was originally not too close to begin with, by just activating the cold chi in her entire body, she managed to not even move. "Then don't get involved." At that moment, the silver-haired old man's voice traveled towards them hoarsely. "As for you, tell me the name of your tribe." The silver-haired old man brought his arm down and looked at Su Ming with a ghastly expression. As a great shaman, he had gone through far too many things, and his intelligence was definitely not something that the woman could compare to. Even then, he was suppressing his anger, wanting to be absolutely certain of this person's origins before he decided to what extent he wanted to injure him. As long as Su Ming was not related to the god of Shaman's temple, as long as he was not from some big tribe, as long as he did not belong to a tribe who was on friendly terms with Eastern Goosefoot tribe, then he could kill this person without any worry. He wanted an answer from the person's mouth itself. If he did not want to answer, it was fine. He could still kill him and he would still be in the right. Even if he truly had some sort of background, the people around him could be his witness. Tai Mu had indeed asked, but he refused to answer. Then no matter what his background was, it was no longer related to Tai Mu. I come from a small tribe. I believe you wouldn't know about it, Senior Tai Mu. Su Ming smiled. He learned of the old man's name from Nan Gong Hen just now, and at that moment, he saluted the old man with a bow and rapped his fist with a calm face. You came from a small tribe and are unrelated to the god of Shaman's temple. Then, what sort of stupid courage made you kill my tribe members? A chilling glare appeared in Tai Mu's eyes. Kill him right here. Right when Tai Mu spoke, the four men behind him immediately turned into four long arcs and charged towards Su Ming with killing intent shining in their eyes. Su Ming stood in his spot, and right when the four people closed in on him, a light crease appeared between his brows. He took a step forward with his right foot, and the instant he landed, he shot forth with an extreme speed. In a flash, he charged through the four incoming long arcs, and as he lifted his right hand, green light shone, and the small virescent sword was instantly enlarged. As Su Ming got closer, he swung the sword downwards, and it immediately stirred up a sharp whistle as it cut down towards Tai Mu. Tai Mu let out a cold harumph, then lifted his right hand and furled it into a fist, hurling it straight at the sword cutting down towards him. The instant he punched forward, the illusionary, bellowing waves behind him moved along with his fist. The seawater turned into raging waves that circled his right hand, causing the old man's fist to be completely invisible from the distance. All the onlookers could see were the waves rolling furiously. Bang! The wave crashed into Su Ming's virescent light sword. At the same time, a great power shot into Su Ming's body from the sword. Su Ming groaned, and Han Mountain Bell manifested as an illusion outside his body. With a flash, he appeared on the other side of the old man. Then, with a red glare on two of his fingers of his right hand, he pointed towards the old man with an extreme speed. The old man frowned, then closed his eyes instantly before reopening them swiftly. As he opened and closed his eyes, he let out a low roar. That roar was like a clap of thunder, and once it fell from the old man's mouth, it turned into a wave of sound that bellowed in the sky, causing a large amount of ripples to appear in the air around them. In fact, as the air trembled, tiny, faint cracks appeared in space. Su Ming bore the brunt of the wave of sound. Sharp stabs of pain traveled up those two fingers of his. He immediately retreated and activated his full speed to move back 80 feet away before he managed to stand still. A trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his lips. At the same time, the four long arcs charged towards him from behind. When they were just about to close in on him, Tai Mu suddenly shouted at them. The four of you go back. You're not his opponent. The four long arcs froze for a moment, then immediately shot up into the sky. Then in midair, they rushed towards Tai Mu to arrive behind him, reappearing as people from those arcs. The four of them were frowning and looking at Su Ming with hostility. As expected of a ladder shaman, as a ladder battle shaman, your physical strength has surpassed that of a mortal and become that which belongs to saints, Senior Tai Mu. I am a person without talents, so I would like to ask for your help to teach me again. Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips, and his eyes overflowed with battle intent. Overconfident fool. Within 5 breaths, I'll take your life. Tai Mu lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. With that one step, the ground immediately started trembling violently. A strong rebound shot out from underneath Su Ming, and he jumped into the sky. But the instant Su Ming jumped up, Tai Mu used the power of that step and leaped into the air. He clenched his fist and hurled it straight towards where Su Ming was. The illusionary waves behind him manifested as he struck, rolling about fiercely, then turned into a gigantic greenback shark. When that shark opened its mouth wide and charged towards Su Ming, the first breath passed by. It was followed soon after by Tai Mu retracting his fist swiftly, then hurling it out once again. The second fist caused the sky and earth to rumble, and the waves spread out through the area abruptly, covering almost half of the sky. At the same time, the wave was stirred up, charging towards Su Ming. It turned into a black octopus with many tentacles that rushed towards Su Ming among the waves. This was the second breath. When the third breath arrived, Tai Mu struck the third time in midair. With that one fist, the illusionary wave enveloping half of the sky stirred up once again, turning into a gigantic dark turtle that swung its tail towards Su Ming with a force that caused a loud boom to ring out in the air, the sound that only appeared when there was a shock wave in the air. Once Tai Ma delivered those 3 punches, he watched Su Ming from midair, and his gaze was as if he was looking at a dead person. He had the confidence that this somewhat powerful medial shaman could not last through the first 3 styles of his 4-beast fist. The shamans watching underneath on the ground were all shocked to the core, and all of them gained a deeper understanding towards the might of latter shamans. All of them were stunned silent. Su Ming looked at the waves roaring in the sky and the 3 ferocious sea creatures charging towards him, and the seawater surrounding him also let Su Ming know that it was impossible for him to dodge it. At that instant, a brilliant flash appeared in his eyes. A latter battle shaman. Su Ming immediately lifted his arms, and they started leaving behind afterimages as he started forming seals with his hands. After they were changed several times, a black light suddenly shone around his body. Han Mountain Bell manifested in the form of an illusion, and the instant it covered his entire body, a shocking roar shot out from it. As that roar rang out and the 3 ferocious sea creatures closed in, a thing that made all of the people underneath dumb with shock happened right before their eyes. That thing was a ferocious beast, a gigantic, ferocious beast with 9 heads, 6 of which had their eyes open while lifting up towards the sky. The ferocious creature manifested from Han Mountain Bell, and the moment it appeared, the power of the world surged towards it from all around, causing the creature's body to instantly gain physical form. As it roared, the 6 heads crashed into the 3 sea creatures. Tai Mu's expression changed for the first time. Su Ming's strength surprised him greatly, and at that moment, without any hesitation, he lifted his right hand once again and delivered the 4th punch. That punch immediately made all the seawater around Su Ming stir up and surge even higher into the sky, causing the area around him to be void of seawater. At the same time, the water that rose into the sky above Su Ming gathered together to form a gigantic fist. That fist was entirely azure blue and was made of seawater. It looked to be several hundreds of feet in size, and at that moment it fell down straight towards the 9-headed beast. Booming sounds instantly reverberated in the air and spread through the entire shaman city, catching all the shamans' attention. In fact, the berserkers and immortals who had come alone to Shaman City also immediately looked over with changes in their expressions. As the booming sounds lingered in the air at the spot where Su Ming and Tai Mu were fighting, the illusionary seawater disappeared. The 3 sea creatures were torn apart. The gigantic fist in the sky also shattered inch by inch and dissipated into nothingness. Tai Mu's face was dark as he stood in midair. He looked at Su Ming right across him, who was revealed after the 9-headed beast also shattered and disappeared. You are quite good, but if you want to fight against me, you are still overestimating yourself. Tai Mu let out a cold harumph. He took a step towards Su Ming, and the killing intent in his eyes shone brilliantly. Am I now? Su Ming wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and grinned. When Tai Mu saw Su Ming's grin, he frowned. He was not the only reacting this way. All the people underneath were puzzled when they saw Su Ming's grin and heard his words. Su Ming might have performed extraordinarily while going off against a ladder battle shaman, but that was all. He was simply extraordinary. The possibility of the 2 of them fighting on equal ground was simply not in existence. Even if Su Ming had looked as if he had used all his strength and made Tai Mu to be in a slight disadvantage, but besides his face being slightly darker, Tai Mu was completely unscathed. On the other hand, the blood at the corner of Su Ming's mouth looked quite terrifying. By almost everyone's estimations, Taimu only needed to attack one more time and Su Ming would absolutely not be able to stand up to it. His only outcome would be death. Ha, he's just a medial shaman, how could he go and challenge a ladder shaman? I already said it just now. This person is definitely going to die. His courage is praiseworthy, but he's not smart enough. This sort of challenge is no different than seeking death. That's a ladder shaman. An old monster who can become a ladder shaman is an absolute powerhouse among the shamans. There's no way a medial shaman will be able to win against him. As those pairs of gazes looked over, Nangong Hen felt torn, but resolution appeared in his eyes. He had already formed his plan. He will use this battle to have Senior Taimu quell his anger first. Then no matter what, he would do everything he could to try and save Mosu. On his father's behalf, that Taimu should be willing to spare Mosu. As for Nan Gongshan, she was frowning. Her aloof gaze still remained on Su Ming. The uncertainty in her eyes became stronger. Su Ming sucked in a deep breath in the sky, and with a move, a layer of black fog immediately seeped out from his chest, rapidly spreading out around him. But in an instant, it gathered together once more and turned into a tall person who was entirely black. That person did not have any hair and was entirely black, from head to toe. The moonlight was reflecting off of him slightly, as if his skin was made of scales. His eyes, which were revealed for all to see, were cold. That was Su Ming's nascent soul clone, the puppet that was formed with Ji Yunhai's corpse. Once that clone appeared, green light flashed at the center of Su Ming's brows. The small virescent sword flew up and began circling round the clone's head, letting off rays of freezing light and sword whistles. The instant the clone appeared, cries of surprise immediately rang from the crowd underneath. Quite a few of them had already recognized what Su Ming's clone was. A soul catcher's puppet. That person's a soul catcher. He's a soul catcher? And here I was wondering why his gaze seemed a little strange to me when I saw his eyes just now. So he's a soul catcher. Why didn't he use any of the soul catcher spells just now, even though he's a soul catcher? But that puppet is a soul catcher's puppet, all right? I won't be wrong about this. Taimu's brows crinkled slightly. Su Ming's methods had surprised him. From his experiences, this person definitely did not come from a small tribe. He could tell just by looking at the puppet itself that it was an incredibly extraordinary item, and that was if he ignored that flying sword that was very similar to those belonging to immortals and that bell which was clearly a valuable treasure. In fact, he even had a vague feeling that the puppet was somewhat familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen it before, and more importantly, he could sense that the puppet was a threat to him. This threat might be faint and indistinct, but it was enough to make him be on guard. Senior Taimu, I am an untalented person. I would like to challenge you again, Su Ming declared slowly, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even stronger. No wonder you are not afraid of me, so you had this supporting you, but do you really think that with just one puppet you can fight against me? To me, you are still overestimating yourself. Taimu's lips curled up in a cold sneer and he took a step forward. He had already made a decision. He would end this quickly, or else his reputation would be ruined for taking such a long time to kill a medial shaman while so many people in Shaman City were watching. As he took that one step, blue light shone on Taimu's face, especially in his pupils. There were even wave-like ripples in his eyes, and with a flash, he charged towards Su Ming. An incredibly imposing presence spread out from his body. The pressure coming from it immediately caused banging sounds to ring in the air around him. Su Ming immediately retreated, and as he lifted his right hand, black light shone in it. The spiked club immediately manifested. At the same time, his nascent soul clone charged forward. As he charged forward, Su Ming's clone lifted his right hand, formed a seal with his hand, and seized at the ground. A circular area of several thousands of feet lurched. It was soon followed by a large amount of white mist that shot out from the ground. It charged into the sky in a moment, and it turned into an azure dragon of 1,000 feet long. Earthen Aura Dragon Vein. This was Hong Luo's unique divine ability, and he had only used it when he was fighting against Di Tian. Most of the people had not even heard of it before. If Hong Luo was the one casting it, he could gather up the earthen aura from a circular area of 10,000 lis and perhaps even wider, and in fact, he could even summon the true deity of dragon veins. However, the clone's power was still not comparable to Hong Luo's. He was still just a nascent soul, yet Su Ming had already obtained Hong Luo's legacy through the path of life. He learned most of Hong Luo's divine abilities and arts. After a year of mulling over these things, he could also cast some of them, but the power of these arts was much weaker. However, Hong Luo's enemy was Di Tian, and Su Ming's current opponent was the latter shaman, Tai Mu, who was much weaker than Di Tian, and in fact, could not even hope to compare. At that moment, as the earthen aura azure dragon appeared, Tai Mu's expression changed. He moved forward even quicker, and the moment he got closer, without a word, Su Ming's clone grabbed that earthen aura azure dragon and yanked it up. When the earthen aura azure dragon appeared, sounds of a violent commotion broke out among the crowd underneath. Su Ming's divine ability was something they had never seen before, and when they saw the clone actually being capable to absorb the aura of the earth, the shock in their hearts became even stronger. The instant the earthen aura azure dragon crashed into Tai Mu lifted his right hand and hurled his fist forward. For Ocean's Ode, First Ode, Eastern Ocean, he growled, and when he hurled his punch outwards, an ocean manifested before him once again. The azure blue ocean raged madly and charged towards the earthen aura azure dragon. The seawater looked to be almost the same as Tai Mu's previous divine ability. But if anyone looked closer, they would immediately notice that this seawater seemed as if it was real. It was as if it was truly there and not just an illusion. In fact, the humidity and distinctive smell of the sea even came crashing into Su Ming's face. The instant the ocean crashed into the earthen aura azure dragon, rumbling sounds reverberated through the entire sky. Second Ode, Southern Ocean. Tai Mu spread out his left hand and pushed it in the direction of the south. Instantly, a red ocean manifested to his south. The water made it seem as if it was an ocean of blood. As it roared, the waves came tumbling and crashing down on the clone and Su Ming himself. The clone ignored it and instead started forming seals rapidly, then pushed to his side swiftly. The world changes constantly but will eventually end up the same in the end one. The white mountains and black waters may seem different but are all the same. Transformation to divinity. 7 types of divine abilities were contained in those 3 sentences, and this was the strongest divine ability Hong Luo had among all his arts during the early stages of his cultivation. He had obtained this from an immortal ruin, and he had no idea of its origins. However, even if it was Hong Luo, he had only come to scrape the surface of these 7 divine abilities. He did not explore them but had instead placed the vital points of these divine abilities on the communication with earthen aura to turn the aura of the earth to blood for the execution of 10 lives of subjects. Hong Luo believed that earth possessed life. If earthen aura was the earth's breath, then it must surely possess blood as well, just like humans. Its blood was not the rivers, not the sea, but was hidden deep under the ground. Only earthen aura would contain some of the blood of earth. He borrowed earthen aura to bring out this blood, and only then could he execute the art of purge the heavens, and because earth contained life, that was why by borrowing and fusing with it, he could cast the origin divine ability of the Immortal's 10 lives of subjects. Could be said that Hong Luo walked down the traditional path of the Immortals. As for the 7 arts, he had only explored them slightly. However, on Su Ming's side, with his clone's current level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to cast Purge the Heavens. Hence, he focused his attention on the 7 arts Hong Luo had somewhat ignored, because some of those arts could be used by nascent soul cultivators. 9 transformations. At that moment, as Su Ming's clone formed those seals and pushed to both sides while saying those words, immediately, the clone shuddered, and he swiftly clenched his right hand before punching at Tai Mu through the air, even though he was still far in the distance. The punch seemed like it contained no strength, but at that moment, Su Ming's clone, no matter whether it was his expression or his actions, looked exactly the same as Tai Mu when he executed the first ode of the 4 oceans. Transformation could be understood as a deeper level of imitation. an imitation of an opponent's divine abilities and arts with the user's own power. After Su Ming's clone hurled out that fist, an azure sea immediately appeared before him. Besides being a little smaller, that ocean was no different from the one summoned by Tai Mu's spell. Shock appeared on Tai Mu's face, but what made him even more surprised was the actions the clone did next. Imitation was just a part of the 9 transformations art. The true transformation came from after the imitation. This divine ability would start changing as if it was evolving, and the first, the second, and up to the 9th transformation would happen. Each transformation would cause this art's power increase to exponentially, but the power of cultivation for it would also increase. First transformation. Su Ming's clone spoke swiftly, and as his voice reverberated in the air, his body charged into the ocean he had summoned. Once he blended with the ocean, it started looking as if it was boiling. At the same time, wisps of white smoke appeared, and the ocean started expanding swiftly. Raging waves soared in the sky, and a large amount of bubbles continuously popped and reappeared. As those bubbles broke, red liquid spread out from within them, looking as if it wanted to dye the seawater red. Third Ode, Western Sea. Killing intent flashed in Tai Mu's eyes. He was shocked by Su Ming's strength, but he was still confident that he could use his power to subdue this person. However, Su Ming's strength was something he had never expected, because he never thought that a medial shaman would be able to fight against him to this point through his varied methods. In fact, he could already imagine that if he let this person escape, then it would definitely not be a good thing for his tribe. If he was already so powerful now, then if he had a chance to become a ladder shaman, the enmity they had formed today would cause Eastern Goosefoot tribe to have to pay a terrible price in the future. Tai Mu was already feeling rather regretful in his heart, and his anger towards the trouble the woman caused burned hotly. However, this was not the time for him to think about it. He had to use the chance before this person announced his background and tried to kill him or injure him badly. He turned around, and his right leg swept forth like a violent gust of wind. Immediately, a rolling yellow ocean manifested to his west, rolling about and sweeping up a large amount of illusionary yellow sand that raged in the sky. Fourth Ode, Northern Sea. Tai Mu growled, and as his body spun around, he swept his left leg to the north. Soon after, a black sea manifested to the north, and it came crashing towards with roaring waves. Su Ming retreated, and as he did so, he lifted the spiked club in his hands and swung it around. As his clone fought against Tai Mu, the spiked club in Su Ming's hand had already been swung around 4 times, and each circle was bigger than the last. After those 4 circles, the spiked club had become incredibly long, and it was so heavy that it was the maximum weight that Su Ming's physical body could bear. Su Ming's goal in this battle was to test his combat capabilities, not to risk his life in this. That was why, after swinging that club 4 times, he no longer added to the spiked club's weight. Even if he had wondered many times in his heart just how much weight he could add to the spiked club he had taken from the glacier. The 4 circles caused deafening sounds in the sky. Each hum caused the crowd underneath to feel fear in their hearts after they heard it. The instant Tai Mu's 4 Ocean Ode crashed into the Earthen Aura Azure Dragon, and the ocean formed from the first transformation from the 9 transformation art belonging to Su Ming's clone. Su Ming's spiked club drew a big arc, forming the shape of a gigantic fan in the sky, and covered the light from the 9 moons in an instant, then crashed down on the illusionary oceans and Tai Mu. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth. The illusionary oceans immediately shattered, and they were destroyed due to 2 sources of power. One of them came internally from the clone, and the other crashed into it externally, due to Su Ming's spiked club landing on it from the sky. As the oceans crumbled, the sea the clone had made was also blown away, blending into the ocean around it, dyeing the air a faint shade of red. At the same time, the clone quickly retreated, and in the span of a few breaths, he returned to Su Ming's side. However, the instant the clone warped backwards, a furious roar came from the disappearing illusionary ocean before him. Looking disheveled, Tai Mu closed in on the clone in an instant. His eyes were bloodshot, and he spread his right hand wide open, seizing the clone just as quickly as he was moving. He grabbed the clone's throat, And right when Tai Mu wanted to savagely crush what he thought was a puppet, suddenly, a loud hum echoed in the air around Su Ming's clone, and he swiftly turned into a large layer of black fog that was spreading through the area quickly. That black fog was formed of multiple black beetles. In fact, the part Tai Mu's right hand had seized was made up of black beetles. He did not even catch the real body of the clone. The clone's real body was staring at Tai Mu coldly as he retreated swiftly. As those black beetles spread out while Tai Mu was taken aback by the sight, the clone's appearance was clearly shown before him. Once Tai Mu saw that dried-up body and those gray eyes, his expression changed drastically for the first time. His pupils even shrank, and disbelief along with shock rose on his face. Ji Yun Hai. You're Ji Yun Hai. Tai Mu's expression changed drastically. He had recognized the owner of those gray eyes. It was Ji Yun Hai, the man who he had been briefly acquainted with in the past. It was especially easy to remember him when he saw the black beetles pouncing on him from all around with a howl. Those beetles made Tai Mu absolutely certain that this person was Ji Yun Hai. However, once he was certain that the person before him was Ji Yun Hai, a deep wave of dread rose instantly within his heart. He came to an abrupt stop and looked towards Su Ming. At that moment, once Su Ming brought that club down, sharp pain shot up his right hand, and most of his body was completely numb. As he quickly retreated, his face turned slightly pale. The spiked club rapidly shrank, and once Su Ming put it away, his clone returned to his side with a warp. Tai Mu stared at Su Ming, while a huge storm raged in his heart. He simply could not imagine how such a powerful ladder shaman like Ji Yun Hai could be turned into a puppet by someone else. This sort of thing made Tai Mu instantly feel terror towards Su Ming. He sucked in a sharp breath, and with a jolt of his body, the pouncing black beetles were immediately bounced several dozens of feet away, but they rushed towards him again without fear of death. There's no mistaking this. These are Ji Yun Hai's origin shaman bugs. How could he be turned into someone else's puppet? Tai Mu stared at Ji Yun Hai, who was standing beside Su Ming, and his face gradually turned pale. He has valuable treasures, has Ji Yun Hai acting as his puppet, is a soul catcher, and his divine abilities are also strange and unpredictable. Just who is this person? As Tai Mu was feeling shocked to the core, an intense commotion had broken out among the crowd underneath. Even Nan Gonghen was in a state of disbelief. Ji Yun Hai. Senior Tai Mu said that the puppet is Ji Yun Hai. He's talking about that Ji Yun Hai, the best soul catcher under all end shamans, the one who had disappeared for many years. This person actually managed to turn Ji Yun Hai into his puppet. If he didn't refine it on his own, it would be impossible for that person to control him. He might be in a disadvantage in this battle, but he's already incredibly strong to be able to battle against a ladder shaman up to this point. Nan Gonghen remained stunned for a long time before he eventually started laughing wryly. His estimation of Su Ming's power had changed multiple times, and he had originally thought it would not change anymore. But by the looks of it, he had still underestimated Su Ming by a long mile. Tai Mu waved his arm in the sky, and once he shoved all the black beetles around him away, he forcefully shifted his eyes from Ji Yun Hai's body and looked towards Su Ming. I'll ask you one more time. Which tribe do you belong to? Tai Mu voiced his question word by word. It's just a small tribe. You wouldn't have heard it before, Senior Tai Mu. Su Ming's answer remained the same, and his expression was calm. His power circulated in his body, and his fighting spirit continued burning in his eyes. What an ungrateful brat. Even if you have Ji Yun Hai as your puppet, but I was only using a portion of my power just now. I gave you a chance. If you're not going to tell me the truth, then I will capture you today and have the adults in your tribe come and get you. Tai Mu's thoughts had already changed, and he was beginning to be unwilling to kill Su Ming. He already had a plan in his head. If this person really had some background behind him, then someone would surely come to help him shortly. If no one came, then it would mean that this person truly did not have any sort of background behind him. If that was the case, it would still not be too late for Tai Mu to kill him. If that is the case, then I will have to ask to learn from you once again. Su Ming smiled faintly. With a freezing glint in his eyes, He waved his right hand, and immediately, black smoke appeared and thickened beside him. When it gathered together and shrank, his poison corpse formed. The appearance of that poison corpse and the presence he exuded clearly showed that his original status was that of a berserker in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. There was no light in the poison corpse's eyes, but the imposing presence, the dark shade that covered all of its body, and the distortions that appeared in the air because of the poison that was clearly spreading from him not only caught the crowd around the area completely off guard, it also stunned Tai Mu momentarily. Right after, his expression immediately changed. As his expression changed, Tai Mu also began laughing wryly in his heart. Just what is this person's background? Not only does he have Jiyun Hai, he also has a puppet made from a berserker in the berserker soul realm, and this puppet is clearly filled with poison, and the boy has way too many skills at his disposal. By the looks of it, he still has a lot he hasn't revealed. Damn it! Just how in the world did I run into this monster? He isn't a medial shaman. He's just plain going too far. Tai Mu could not stop laughing wryly in his heart. If it was just Jiyun Hai's puppet, he still had the confidence of fighting against him at full power. But if this person threw in that clearly extraordinary poison corpse into the mix, even if he could win this battle, there would be grave consequences for him. If they were outside, it would have been fine, but they had just entered the world of Ninein, and Eastern Goosefoot tribe had yet to execute their plan. He could not get hurt. He was right. Su Ming did indeed still have some skills he had not revealed. He had still yet to use his 3 wind separation slashes, and that was if he did not mention all his other attacks. Through this battle, as Su Ming's puppets appeared one after another, he found the difference between him and a ladder shaman. If he attacked alone, he would not be able to hold his own in the fight. If his clone appeared, he could still somewhat put up a fight, but if he also brought out his poison corpse, then he could fight against an initial stage ladder shaman, and he would not necessarily lose to that shaman. This was the first time Su Ming felt himself becoming stronger in the land of the shamans. This sort of feeling made him experience a myriad of emotions. Some of my attacks are external forces. I wonder when will I be able to use my own true power to fight against a ladder shaman without using a clone or a puppet. Tai Mu hesitated for a moment and let out a long sigh. He cast a complicated look at Su Ming, then without another word, he turned around and charged towards the ground, landing beside the woman who was now struck dumb by Su Ming's attacks. Then he lifted his hand and slapped her across the face. The woman coughed out blood and fell to the side. Her cheek became swollen, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak. While she was observing Mo Su and the old man's battle, she had already known that she had caused trouble. "Sir, you killed several of my tribe members, and I've now punished her as well. Let us now put this matter behind us. If you still want to continue fighting, then I will fight you to the end." Tai Mu turned his head around and looked at Su Ming coldly. "Senior, your level of cultivation runs deep, and I am not your match. Even if I used all my strength, I am still in a disadvantage. I wouldn't dare continue." Su Ming smiled wryly and wrapped his fist in his palm towards the old man with a respectful expression. When Tai Mu saw Su Ming's attitude and heard his words, his expression warmed up slightly. This person might have attacked and fought against him, but he still remained rather polite. He always addressed Tai Mu as his senior, and he was even helping him retain his dignity before these people. His tact made Tai Mu be unable to feel too angry towards him. In fact, he even had the feeling that there was a high possibility that his own people were the ones who provoked him first. Subconsciously, he dispelled the thought of hunting down Su Ming after he was done with his task. Tai Mu even grew slightly fond of him. In addition to his wariness towards Su Ming's varied methods and his suspicions towards his status, that slight fondness grew in Tai Mu's heart, and he cast a deep look at Su Ming. "Well, you young folks do need to be impulsive in certain things. Since my tribe was the one who was unreasonable in this matter, I can understand why you attacked. You don't need to be humble about this either." This battle ended in a tie. Tai Mu's expression became much warmer. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and had his tribe members bring the boy and woman to leave through the air. When they left, there was a yellow spot at the cloth between the boy's legs, and there was the stench of urine coming from there. The boy, who was not even a fledgling shaman, he would never forget the battle this day. Once the people from Eastern Goosefoot tribe left, the people around the area looked towards Su Ming. Their eyes were filled with non-malicious envy and respect. No matter what, Su Ming's strength were deeply etched into all their hearts. Before long, the entire shaman city would know about the battle between Mo Su and Tai Mu. The one who was the most excited was Lan Lan. She looked at Su Ming with eyes shining with elation. At that moment, Su Ming was the most powerful protector in the world. Ahu was even more elated. The zealousness and reverence on his face was the same that all powerful warriors would have when they were still teenagers towards powerful warriors they looked up to. At that moment, Su Ming was the person Ahu wanted to imitate in his heart. Even Qidong was the same. He had seen Su Ming and watched his battle with the latter shaman. The shock and excitement in his heart made him be unable to regain his senses even after a long time. One of these days I will be as strong as he is. I will make Eastern Goosefoot tribe pay several times back for what they did to me. Qidong gritted her teeth and clenched his fist, eyes burning with determination. Under the people's scrutiny, Su Ming put away his poison corpse and clone in midair, put away all the black beetles and everything else, then with one single move, landed on the ground. Brother Mo, you hid yourself too deeply. I only know now that you have such great battle prowess with you, and here I was wondering how I should be helping you just now. Nangong Hen gave a wry laugh and walked forward to wrap his fist in his palm towards Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head and said, I was just lucky. Senior Tai Mu did not use his full power, or else I would have been unable to last as well. Brother Mo, you don't have to be so humble. Oh well, you've always been like this. But this battle will make your name ring through all of the shaman city. It's a good thing as well. After all, the world of Nine Een is cut off from the outside world, and everything is decided through your own level of cultivation and your power. Only powerful warriors will be able to gain firm ground and gain other people's respect here. As Nangong Hen spoke, a squad of guards from the god of Shaman's temple came from the distance. All of these people possessed extraordinary power, and all of them were medial shamans. Once these people arrived, they immediately dispersed the crowd. However, no one came forth to interrogate Su Ming. Instead, as they walked past him, they would wrap their fists in their palms towards him as a form of greeting, and their expressions were all full of politeness and respect. In truth, they had arrived a long time ago, but it was impossible for them to get involved and try to stop a latter shaman's attack. They could only hang around at a spot far away and wait for Su Ming to be killed before they could come and clear up the battlefield. However, the things that happened after left all these people shocked to the core. When they saw the people from Eastern Goosefoot tribe leave, respect towards Su Ming filled their hearts. No matter where they were, powerful warriors would always be respected. As these people went away, Su Ming and Nangong Hen returned to their quiet inn. On the way, Su Ming swept his gaze past Nangong Shan, and he found that the woman had a constant frown on her face, as if she was uncertain about something. Once he mulled over it for a while, he understood what was bothering her. Nangong Shan's emotions must be incredibly mixed. She knew that Hong Luo was so powerful that it was impossible for her to take revenge on him. She could only feel bitter about it. Perhaps she had seen some form of familiarity on Su Ming and became suspicious of him. But even though Su Ming had shown extraordinary power and could even hold his own against Tai Mu, in her eyes, if he was truly that person, then the battle would have definitely not unfolded this way. That was why her suspicions towards Su Ming had turned into uncertainty. Though in truth, she no longer suspected him of anything. After giving it some thought, Su Ming had already guessed most of what she was thinking. This additional benefit which he obtained through this battle actually helped him get rid of a lot of trouble. On that night, the three teenagers went to sleep late due to their excitement. To them, the incident that happened that day was something they would never be able to forget in their lives. Nangong Hen's attitude towards Su Ming became distinctly much friendlier. When the next morning arrived, he went to invite Su Ming to the god of Shaman's temple branch to rent the protection of the spirit of Nine Een. The treasure gambling event should be held a month later. Most of the people from the tribes should already be here by then, As for those who are not here by then, well, the chances are they won't be able to come here anymore. We might still have one more month, but I think you haven't rented a Spirit of Nine before. We might need to spend quite a fortune, but we have a month's time to get familiar with it, and it will be a great help to us in the future. As they moved towards the God of Shaman's temple branch located in this place, Nangong Hen explained with a smile, "The treasure gambling event will last for several days. When it's over, the crowd will disperse, and we will bring the teenagers from our tribes to go activate their paths of cultivation. At that time, we will have to split up. Brother Mo, you can take a look around Shaman City during this month. After all, this is the world of Nine. There are plenty of items here that are not available outside, and because of the hype of the treasure gambling event, you'll also be able to see a lot of rare items being sold here." As Nangong Hen continued speaking to Su Ming, he greeted his friends he met on the way with a smile. Once again, Nangong Hen demonstrated just how wide his connections were. Su Ming saw at least several dozens of people showing close ties to him on their way to the temple, and once most of these people greeted Nangong Hen, they would size up Su Ming, and he could see the reverence hidden in their gazes. "Brother Mo, you became famous through that one battle. The deal about you not losing to a ladder shaman with just the power of a medial shaman has already spread through the city. It's clear from the people's gazes around us," Nangong Hen said with a smile. Su Ming was just about to give a comment about that, when Nangong Hen quickly added a sentence. "Brother Mo, you don't have to be humble anymore." Su Ming gave him a faint smile and did not continue speaking. They did not walk for long before they arrived at a spot near the center of Shaman City, outside a gigantic palace. The palace was filled with a dignified air. There was a long staircase of 10,000 feet to reach it, and there were a large number of guards from the God of Shaman's temple around the area. All the shamans who came to this place were mostly silent, and all of them did not linger around for a long time as they came in and out. There were distortions in the air behind the palace. There seemed to be a vortex spinning around without a sound over there, and it gave others a feeling that there was another world contained within. Further down was a gigantic stone pillar standing erect and towering above the ground. There were numerous seals shining with an unknown color on the stone pillar, and right at the top of it was the gigantic head Su Ming had seen outside the city. The head that looked like it belonged to a person but was dried up like a block of wood. When Su Ming got closer to the area, he could feel a great pressure that enveloped the sky and earth. Obviously, even if this was not the core of Shaman City, it was an important spot. "Before I came here, I spent a lot of time and effort to prepare my offerings. I should be able to move the spirits of Nine in the 5th layer." As Nangong Hen led Su Ming onto the stairs, he mumbled under his breath. Once Su Ming heard it, a glint appeared in his eyes, but he did not ask in detail. Both of them walked up the stairs, and once they were right before the palace's door, Su Ming's pupils shrank. He saw a gigantic oval-shaped vortex before the door floating 7 inches off the ground. The moment Su Ming saw it, he was immediately reminded of the gate to the void. Could it be that this is also a gate to the void? Once Su Ming gave it a few closer looks, he averted his gaze from the vortex and looked towards the hall behind it. The door was open and it was empty inside. There was only a skeleton placed in the center. Its feet were chained down, and it was sitting down with its legs crossed. The skeleton looked to be of the same size as an average human being. However, at its skull, or perhaps more precisely at its forehead, was a vertical slit. By the looks of it, there was an eye there when this person was alive. There were 8 gigantic circular grass meadows around the skeleton. At that moment, there were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the grass meadows. One of them was a man dressed in a purple robe, some golden threads sparkling on it, and his long red hair tied in a ponytail. There were wrinkles covering his hands, and they looked rather dried up and withered. However, he had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and it gave him a rather strange air. The other person was an old man. He looked really ordinary, dressed in a sackcloth, his face covered in wrinkles. He looked really miserable, while his eyes were closed as if he was deeply immersed in his own thoughts. There was not a hint of presence from within the palace, as if the world inside the palace and the world outside were 2 different dimensions. Those outside could see it, but they were separated from it. We can't enter that place. Perhaps you can, Brother Mo. Only ladder shamans can go in there and gain enlightenment before the skeleton. Do you see the old senior by the skeleton? He's the ladder shaman Chen Huan from Wise Winter Tribe. The other senior in the purple robe is the temple elder of God of Shaman's Temple. He only has one word to his name, Mu, Nan Gonghen explained. Su Ming stared at the skeleton chained down in the palace and asked calmly, "What is that skeleton?" Nan Gonghen hesitated for a moment before he whispered his answer to Su Ming. "I only know it's an evil spirit of 9-een that was killed when this place was developed in the past. I heard that the shaman tribe suffered huge losses when they killed this person in the past." "All right, Brother Mo, we'll have to temporarily part ways here. You'll reach 9-een Hall once you walk through the vortex. I'll be choosing from the spirits of 9-een in the 5th layer. Normal treasures such as shaman crystals will only allow you to choose your spirit of 9-een from the 1st layer. You'll only know the details once you get in there. Brother Mo, act within your abilities. Choose according to how long you'll stay in the world of 9-een. Once I come out, I'll wait for you outside." Nan Gonghen wrapped his fist in his palm as a farewell to Su Ming, then turned around and moved into the vortex and disappeared. Su Ming scrutinized the vortex for a moment, and right when he was about to move in, suddenly, a light shone from within the vortex. A person appeared from inside, and at the same time, a gentle power spread out and pushed Su Ming back a few steps. The person in the vortex rapidly gained physical form and walked out. That was a tall but thin young man. He had an indifferent look on his face, was dressed in black, and there were multiple small braids decorating his hair. The instant Su Ming saw this person, a glint appeared in his eyes, and his lips curled up in a faint smile under the mask. Once that person walked out, he instinctively looked at Su Ming, then immediately looked away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly paused in his footsteps, turned his head back, took a few closer looks at Su Ming, then turned around and left the area with a calm look. Su Ming no longer hesitated and lifted his foot to step into the vortex. As the vortex shone, he disappeared in it and was gone without a trace. After Su Ming entered the vortex, the young man who walked out from it previously turned his head back from the stairs and uncertainty appeared on his face. "Have I met that person before?" The young man lifted his right hand and pressed it against the center of his brows. He stood there for a moment, then opened his eyes slowly, revealing the puzzlement within. When Nan Gonghen stepped into the vortex, he turned his head back to cast a look behind him. He might have accepted the fact that Mosu's battle prowess was equivalent to that of a ladder shaman and deep down in his heart believed that his own ability would not compare to Mosu, but he still felt that if he made his offerings and rented a spirit of 9-een, then his power would surpass Mosu's by a large margin. After all, he had come to the world of 9-een many times in the past, and since the calamity of Eastern Wastelands was about to arrive, this would perhaps be his last chance. That was why it could be said that he had spent an endless amount of energy to prepare the offerings for the spirits of 9-een in the 5th layer based on his understanding towards the spirits of 9-een before he came to this world. He had full confidence that even if it would be difficult for him to rent the spirits of 9-een from the 5th layer, he could still rent those in the 4th layer. That was why after he entered the 1st layer, he didn't stop for even a moment. He walked through 3 doors in succession and went straight to the spirits of 9-een in the 4th layer. Mosu might be strong, but once I rent a spirit of 9-een from the 4th or 5th layer, then I might be able to fight on equal ground with him, and perhaps surpass him. Nan Gonghen was filled with confidence, and looked pleased with what he would gain soon through his preparations. Moving aside from Nan Gonghen, once Su Ming disappeared into the vortex outside the palace and reappeared, he swept his gaze around his surroundings, and he was shocked by what he saw. This was a dimension filled with fog. It was difficult to see its end with the naked eye. It was extremely quiet in the area, and besides the gigantic mountain before him, it was empty ground everywhere else around him. The mountain shot into the clouds. It looked incredibly lofty, and there was also a wave of mighty pressure that descended on him at the same time. But that was not all. If that was the case, it would not have shocked Su Ming. The one thing that made his breath still for a moment was the multiple statues located on the gigantic mountain. Each of these statues were the height of an average human being. They were decked in simple armor and their faces were covered by a helmet. Their hair was braided, making them look rough, but at the same time, they exuded a strong, imposing presence. That was the presence that belonged to powerful warriors. They all held different weapons in their hands. Some of them had long spears, some scimitars, some battle axes, and there were many other different types of weapons as well. Some of them held large shields in their hands. There were several hundreds of statues in the mountain, and they stood quiet and still in different locations. Besides Su Ming, there were several dozens of other shamans there. Those shamans were very quiet and did not bother each other. Some of them were pacing around the area as if they were choosing their statues. Some of them stood beside a statue with their right hands pressed on top of it as if they were sensing something. Su Ming's arrival did not catch any of their attention. After a moment, a faint glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he looked upwards. There was another towering mountain above this mountain. This second mountain floated in the sky and shone with a dark light. It also looked rather indistinct. However, he could see faintly that there were many such statues on the second mountain as well. When he looked even higher, Su Ming saw the third mountain, the fourth, the fifth, until his sight was blocked by emptiness and he could no longer see what was higher clearly. The height of this place was difficult to describe with words. The sky seemed like it would reach so high it would never end, causing the distance between each of the mountains to be far apart from each other. Nan Gonghen once mentioned that there are 9 layers to this place, and the higher you go, the stronger the spirits of 9 Yin will be. Then by the looks of it, the 9 layers he mentioned are these mountains. Then if that's the case, there should be 9 mountains. With his head lifted, Su Ming observed these mountains for some time before he averted his gaze and walked towards the mountain before him. There was a staircase winding up the mountain right up to the top. There were even some paths branching off along the way. Each of these paths would lead to those statues, and if someone walked up the main staircase and passed all these branching paths, then that person would be able to walk past all of the statues in the mountain. There were 2 statues right at the bottom of the mountain stairs. These 2 statues were clearly better than those in the mountain, and they wore less armor. In their hands they held long spears. The tips of the spears were pointed downwards but were still about 10 feet off the ground, and these spears were 20-something feet long. All those who wanted to go up the mountain needed to walk past the tips of the spears. Su Ming walked closer to these 2 statues, and once he sized them up, he walked past the tips and stepped on the staircase leading up the mountain. He did not continue going up the mountain when he arrived at the first branching path but walked on this path leading to the right, then stood before the first statue standing erect there. This was a statue whose appearance could not be seen clearly, and who held a battle axe in his hand. He was about Su Ming's height, and there was a primeval air spreading out it. At the same time, there was also the imposing presence of a powerful warrior surrounding this statue. After a moment of thought, Su Ming lifted his right hand, and the instant he was about to place it on the statue, just like what the other people did, the entire mountain suddenly shuddered. A strong ray of light also burst forth from the path, and as that ray of light began shining and the mountain shuddered, most of the people in the mountain looked towards that direction. Right when Su Ming focused his attention on that spot, he saw a statue from which the light was coming from. That light spread to an area of 100,000 feet, and ripples along with distortions also came from his body. Gradually, the statue started giving off a feeling as if he was a melting block of ice, and he was revived. Green light shone on his armor, and he lifted his helmet-clad head slowly. The green light was also shining in his eyes. Standing right before the statue was a female shaman. The woman looked really excited, and once she wrapped her fist in her palm and bowed towards the statue, the warrior lifted his right leg and stomped on the ground, shooting straight up into the sky, and he pointed the scimitar in his hand towards the woman. She flew up swiftly and floated in midair to stand beside the revived statue. The statue shone a few times, and his body shrank abruptly, turning into a green ray of light that charged towards the woman. Eventually, he landed on the back of her right hand and turned into a golden mark. The woman did not stay any longer. With an excited look on her face, she turned around and charged towards the vortex at the bottom of the mountain. When the woman left, the mountain stilled. The gazes filled with complicated feelings and envy were gone, and the mountain slowly regained its silence. Su Ming looked in the direction the woman had left, took a deep breath, then turned his head around to look at the statue beside him. Anticipation appeared in his eyes. During that instant, he had clearly felt a presence that was equivalent to Tai Mu's from the revived statue, and judging by the presence, the statue was definitely a ladder shaman, and in terms of the Berserker tribe, that would be saying that the statue was as powerful as someone in the Berserker soul realm. So, this is the spirit of Nine Yin. But Nan Gonghen mentioned before that the spirits of Nine Yin cannot leave this world. If that wasn't the case, then with the amount of spirits here, it doesn't matter whether it's shamans or berserkers. No one could fight against them. Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath, shocked. Just what sort of secret is contained in the world of Nine Yin? It has the candle dragon's carcass, the burial ground of spirit mediums, and the altar for thought soothsayers. And this is just within 1 million lis of this area. As for the area beyond that distance, there must an endless amount of mysteries there. Just what sort of existence is the world of Nine Yin? An ancient ruin, huh? Su Ming remained silent for a while, then looked at the statue before him and placed his right hand on it. The instant he did so, he immediately felt waves stirring in his head, and it was soon followed by a serene voice echoing inside his mind. There are 2 types of offerings I receive. 1, I want 1,000 nascent stones per day, which are also known as shaman crystals, berserker stones, and also spirit stones. I only want high-quality stones, not subpar ones. 2, I want a scattering dust pill once every 7 days. The voice echoed in Su Ming's head, eventually turning into a lingering echo and gradually disappeared. Su Ming lifted his right hand. His eyes might look calm, but there was already a huge storm raging in his heart. Scattering dust? Su Ming's breathing quickened, and he only recovered after a long while. He lifted his head and looked at the statue. Slowly, his eyes were filled with confusion. Scattering dust was the first medicinal pill he had created in that strange dimension. He had never heard of that pill from anyone else before, and only when he created Spirit Plunder did he understand that his herb-quenching methods were somewhat related to the shamans. In fact, his Spirit Plunder was also known as Soul Catcher Stone, and could only be created after much effort from End Soul Catchers. Su Ming also believed that the method these End Soul Catchers used to create the Spirit Plunder was completely different from his. Soul Catchers originate from the world of Nine Yin, then is it possible that the End Soul Catchers also obtained the method to create their Spirit Plunder here? Then, could it be that my herb-quenching methods also come from this place? Su Ming was shocked. He had never been able to puzzle through the origins of the Black Stone fragment. In fact, he had even theorized before that this item was a part of Detion's plan. He stared at the statue for a long time, then moved to the next statue. Once he placed his hand on it, a voice spoke in his head. Besides a different request for its first offering, the voice still requested scattering dust for its second offering. After Su Ming tested several dozens of statues, he noticed that all of the statues in the first mountain should be the same. They all requested different things for their first offering, but the second offering was always the same. Most of the requests for the first offering are different for each statue, and some of them are really weird. By the looks of it, Nan Gong is right. The spirits of Nine Yin here are all the natives of this world, and they once helped the shaman tribe gain footing in this place. Then, if that's the case, these statues are the same as me. They are all alive and not dead. They are all alive. As long as I fulfill their requests, they will become my guards. If that's the case, then perhaps they only helped the shamans gain footing here after the shamans paid a huge price for them. But just what are they? Su Ming took a few steps back. When he was observing these statues, 2 more were revived and rose into the air, then left with someone. There was a variety of emotions on Su Ming's face. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, and his gaze fell on the second mountain, the third, the fourth, and right up to the indistinct end at the sky. If that is the case, I won't bother about the origins of the spirits of Nine Yin first. Perhaps I can rent the strongest guard here. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and they shone brilliantly. Nan Gonghen was standing on the fourth mountain in the sky, right before a gigantic, dark silver statue of 300-something feet, and he had hesitation etched on his face. The presence exuded by the statue far exceeded all of its kind in the first mountain. His body was not just much stronger than his contemporaries, but he was filled with an air that struck fear in people's hearts. There were many scars on his body, and there was a feeling of age coming from them. He held a gigantic battle axe in his hand, and it was about 100 feet big. The murderous aura around it made Nengonghen not dare to get closer to it. This is the dark bronze spirit of 9 and he is the strongest existence in the fourth mountain. Very few people have been able to rent it. From what I know, he has only ventured out 8 times. Once I go to the 5th layer, there will only be platinum spirits of 9 there. But while the platinum spirits of 9 are stronger than the dark bronzes, they are only at the base level of the 5th layer. Compared to the strongest dark bronze here, the difference between them isn't really that great. But the price this statue gave, it's just too ridiculous. It's even more expensive than the 5th layer. Nan Gonghen remained incredibly indecisive. Before he came to this place, his original plan was to reach the 5th layer, but once he saw the dark bronze statue, he wavered in his decision once again. Just as he was hesitating, Nan Gonghen cast a look at the land beneath the mountain. From this place, he could see the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st mountains vaguely. Oh well, I might as well go to the 5th mountain and take a look before I make a decision. Nan Gonghen gritted his teeth and left the statue reluctantly, then moved to the top of the mountain. The amount of money we have in our hands is different. While I'm hesitating about whether I should be choosing the 4th or 5th mountain, Mosu should only at most be able to make offerings to the spirits of 9 in the 2nd mountain. After all, without ample preparation, it would be difficult for anyone to start making offerings in the 3rd mountain and above. Nan Gonghen mumbled under his breath, and he felt a little pleased in his heart, and that feeling dissipated some of the dejectedness he felt just now. Once I rent my spirit of 9 then at the very least, I would be able to turn tables on him. Nan Gonghen smiled faintly, and his spirits lifted. At that moment, Su Ming was walking calmly up the stairs of the 2nd mountain. There were fewer statues in the 2nd mountain compared to the 1st. There were only about 100 or so, and their armor was more complete. They also had more varied weapons. The pressure of the powerful from their bodies was also stronger than those in the 1st mountain. By the looks of it, while they might not be in the middle stage of the Berserker Soul Realm, they should be at least at the peak of the initial stage of that realm. There were less than 10 shamans in the 2nd mountain, and all of them had dark expressions on their faces as they wandered about the statues, as if they were uncertain about which one they should choose. Su Ming casually chose a statue and pressed his right hand against it. After a moment, when he lifted his right hand and a glint appeared in his eyes. 5,000 superior shaman crystals per day. Then if I stay here for a month, I would need 150,000 shaman crystals, and if I stay here for several months, I would need several hundreds of thousands of shaman crystals. This sort of price is unthinkable for a person in a small tribe. Even a person from a middle-sized tribe would need to tighten his belt to rent this. They also added more scattering dusts. They want 3 pills once every 3 days. Su Ming remembered that the Shaman Crystal Vein White Bull Tribe and Black Crane Tribe were fighting for had less than 20,000 shaman crystals, and those that could be considered superior quality should be rare and in between. Even if he extracted all of these and brought them here, he might not even be able to get the spirit of 9 to follow him for 4 days. No wonder the person who found the 9 abyss flower didn't come and rent a spirit of 9. The price is too high. But in other words, scattering dusts are hard to get even if someone offers to buy one for several tens of thousands of shaman crystals. If I just bring out one, while the price for it may be great, but if I can bring 3 out in one go, then the price will blow up exponentially. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest, and he walked to the top of the 2nd mountain. He did not stop any longer. Once he reached the top of the mountain, he stepped into the relocation rune in this place, and with a flash he disappeared from this place. When he reappeared, he was already at the much higher 3rd mountain. There were already less than 100 statues in the 3rd mountain, only about a few dozen. The armor these statues wore practically covered them from head to toe, and most of them were decked in complete sets. They were also about 200 feet tall, looking like tiny hills. The pressure they exuded made Su Ming's breathing quicken. The strength of that pressure was much greater than what he felt from Tai Mu. In fact, it was much stronger than the berserker now turned poison corpse he had met, who was in the initial stage of the berserker soul realm. Could it be that these statues are already an existence equivalent to those in the middle stage of the berserker soul realm? If that's truly the case, then those in the fourth mountain would be at the peak of the middle stage of the berserker soul realm, and those in the fifth mountain would be in the latter stage of the berserker soul realm? If that's the case, then what sort of power do those in the sixth, seventh, and up to the ninth have? Su Ming walked around in the third mountain. Not counting him, there were 6 shamans standing beside different statues, as if they were communicating with them. When Su Ming had only traveled 100 feet into the third mountain, suddenly, the mountain trembled. He immediately saw a gigantic statue reviving, and once the warrior opened his eyes, he lifted his head and roared towards the sky. His roars shook the sky and earth, causing the space around the area to distort. Soon after, the statue flew up and swung the gigantic, long halberd in midair. The presence he exuded instantly made Su Ming feel an immense pressure. As the statue flew up, a tall and lean, long-haired man dressed in a blue robe laughed and jumped up to stand on the statue's shoulder. The statue did not seem to mind, turning into a long arc and charging to the exit with the man. Su Ming's expectations grew stronger. He took a few brisk steps, and once he arrived at the top of the third mountain, he stepped into the relocation rune, disappearing into it. All those in the third mountain could see the rune flashing. 3 of the few remaining people lifted their heads to look over, but their expressions were calm, and there were not many changes on their faces. After all, there were some people who could not offer more money, but would still try to go to a higher level to have a look before they left. They had seen many of such people before. When Su Ming appeared at the fourth mountain, Nan Gonghen was in the fifth mountain looking at a statue that was 400 feet tall and was no longer black but so white it was like silver. There were some fine runic symbols on his armor, and he looked incredibly gorgeous and extraordinary. His appearance alone was already far better than the statues in the fourth layer. 25,000 shaman crystals per day, and I must pay for 90 days in a go? Or I can offer some items that are rare even in the world of 9-in. This price is still a little reasonable. It's far less than the guy from the fourth layer. That one from the fourth layer actually asked for 30,000 shaman crystals, the nerve, and I even have to pay for at least 108 days in a go. Nan Gonghen automatically ignored the other rental alternatives the statue offered besides the shaman crystals. To him, shaman crystals were the main focus. When he was observing these statues, he had also noticed the relocation light from the third mountain. He turned his head around and cast a glance at the area underneath before ignoring it. Instead, he walked to the next statue. He wanted to choose a statue that was the cheapest in the area but whose strength was not that much different from the others. It's a pity that these spirits of 9-in are all so prideful, and each of them increasingly so. There is absolutely no room for negotiation. If I tried to haggle, I wouldn't hear any sort of answer. It'd be as if they were ignoring me. Nan Gonghen shook his head. Including Su Ming, there were only 3 people in the fourth mountain choosing their spirits of 9-in. There was one who was standing by the mountainside, and there was one who stood at the 300-something feet tall dark bronze statue covered in scars where Nan Gonghen had lingered around earlier while struggling in uncertainty. That person also looked undecided. It was an old man. By the looks of it, he had arrived at the peak of a medial shaman and was only a step away from becoming a ladder shaman. He stared at the statue and sighed. As Su Ming walked on the fourth mountain and looked at these statues that were much higher than those in the third mountain, he found that there were less than 50 of them in this place. As he continued walking forward, Su Ming's gaze was immediately attracted by a scar-ridden statue at the mountainside. The statue was the one Nan Gonghen had been observing earlier, and he was also the cause of the old man's sighing. Su Ming walked towards the statue slowly and he looked over calmly. There was nothing around the statue, neither was there any other of his kind in his vicinity. He stood there alone, and his armor was filled with scratches. It was plain that he had gone through much battle throughout his life. The murderous aura spreading out from that gigantic battle axe made Su Ming's pupils shrink. The old man cast Su Ming a glance, then ignored him. Instead, he continued wavering in his decision, and the struggle in his eyes became stronger. Once Su Ming walked closer, he lifted his right hand and pressed it on the statue. The instant he did so, a hoarse voice immediately echoed in his mind. 30,000 shaman crystals per day. If you want my protection, then you need to pay for 180 days in one go. If you agree to it, then I will protect you from all danger within my power, but not anything beyond. The voice only said those words, and once he finished, his words lingered in the air before dispersing. Su Ming was stunned. This was the first spirit of 9 he had met that only stated the amount of shaman crystals he wanted, but did not mention the equivalent amount of medicinal pills as an alternative. As Su Ming was caught in a daze, the old man by his side seemed to have made his decision. He had thought about it for a long time. After all, this was a hefty sum. If it was 30,000 per day, then it would be about 5 million superior shaman crystals for 180 days. Even to big tribes, this was an incredible fortune. No one would offer this amount of money easily. Once the old man made his decision, he no longer bothered with Su Ming. He pressed his right hand on the statue as if he was communicating with the spirit of 9. After a moment, light immediately started shining in the statue's eyes. A powerful presence instantly spread out from his body, and his presence swept through the area like a vortex, causing his body to rapidly reawaken. I am the best warrior of this layer. Choosing me is better for you than choosing those tribe members of mine in the 5th layer. Humming sounds traveled out of the statue's mouth. This was the first time Su Ming had seen one of these statues speaking, and a sharp glint instantly shone in his eyes. As the old man's face was lit with excitement, Su Ming suddenly sent a trail of his divine sense into the reviving statue. If it's scattering dusts, what is your price? The voice Su Ming delivered through his divine sense could only be heard by the spirit of 9. The old man by the side could not hear it. Once the reviving gigantic warrior statue heard Su Ming's words, he turned his head around swiftly and stared at him. At the same time, his body stopped regaining life. The old man was stunned. You have scattering dusts? Su Ming took a few steps back and looked at the statue, whose voice was reverberating like thunder in his head. Sir, if I want your protection, how many scattering dusts do you require? Su Ming sent his divine sense out with a calm look. However, the old man was not stupid. He saw the statue looking at Su Ming at that moment, and knew that the unexpected occurrence was due to him. But this place banned fights, and they were not the ones who chose the spirits of 9. They were chosen based on the will of the spirits of 9. At that moment, he stared at Su Ming coldly, and while there was aloofness in his eyes, there was also a freezing glare, along with contempt. After all, the amount of shaman crystals required to obtain the protection of this spirit of 9 was too great. He did not believe that this person would be able to produce this amount of shaman crystals. I want 10 scattering dusts every 7 days. Even if you only have 10, I will still protect you for 7 days. If you only have 5, then I will protect you for 3 days and a half. If you only have 1, then I will protect you for 1 day. As the voice of the spirit of 9 echoed in Su Ming's head, he started calculating how many scattering dusts he had in his disposal. He only had less than 200 of these pills right now, but as long as he had enough materials, then he could immediately start making them, and he was incredibly familiar with the procedures of making this pill, so even if he would end up wasting some, he would only waste about 1/10 of materials. Would you accept South Asunders? Su Ming mulled over his thoughts for a moment before he sent his divine sense into the statue once again to test waters. South Asunder. You have South Asunder. Strong light immediately began shining in the gigantic statue's eyes. Even the voice that was reverberating in Su Ming's head had become agitated. His body started trembling slightly, and the halted revival was activated once again. However, his eyes were fixed on Su Ming, and he no longer paid any attention to the old man. Sir, you're going overboard. Leave immediately. if you continue fighting over him with me. The old man immediately became nervous and growled threateningly at Su Ming. But before he could finish speaking, the gigantic statue suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the old man. As the old man cried out in surprise, the statue tossed him down the mountain. "Get lost! Don't bother me when I'm making a deal." That old man's body immediately turned into a long arc and he was tossed down the fourth mountain. "It doesn't matter whether it's South Asunder or Mountain Spirit. If you bring 5 of either, I will offer you 7 days of protection." The statue's voice buzzed in Su Ming's head. He was incredibly excited by the mention of South Asunder. After all, he had been here for many years, and while he had met people who brought out scattering dusts before, most of the time the number was incredibly small, and the effects of the pills were weak, making it painfully obvious that they had obtained it from some spot in the world of 9-ine. However, Su Ming gave him the feeling that he had quite the number of this pill, and he had even mentioned South Asunder. This made the spirit of 9-ine excited. "Looks like you found a pill storage. How about this? If you have better medicinal pills like spirit plunders, then with just one I will protect you for 60 days. If you think that my power can't satisfy your requirements, then I know an old man in the 5th mountain who should originally have been in the 6th layer, but if you shamans want to get up there, you would need to be at least a ladder shaman or else it'll be difficult for you to get in there." That's why the old man came down to the 5th layer. "1 spirit plunder and he will protect you for 10 days. I'll go and talk to him. Perhaps we can increase the time he can protect you. But the condition is, you have to give me South Asunders and scattering dusts." A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes and he immediately asked, "That old man you speak of, what is his level of cultivation?" "By your standards, he's an end shaman," the gigantic statue immediately said, and an expectant look appeared on his face. Su Ming's heart pounded in his chest. He wanted to go to many places in the world of 9-ine. That Candle Dragon's corpse alone was already a place he wanted to go to. Then there was the burial ground of spirit mediums, which might be of help for awakening the 7th head in Han Mountain Bell, and allow him to obtain the 100 million souls devouring heaven art. Then there was the deal about the thought soothsayers as well. If that altar could make thought soothsayers appear, then if it was possible, Su Ming would like to go and see the birthplace of thought soothsayers. Also, his main purpose was the 9 Abyss flower. This flower could increase the chances of surviving through a life-threatening crisis when one was entering the Berserker Soul realm once they attained great completion in the Bone Sacrifice realm. This was an item that Su Ming had to get no matter what. Also, he had to think about the problem of his identity possibly getting exposed. If that happened, then if he could obtain the protection of a spirit of 9-ine at the level of an end shaman, then he could be like fish in water in this place. In fact, it would even be possible for him to go and explore the area 1 million lis away. All right. Once he thought about it, Su Ming nodded and brought out a small bottle from his bosom, then threw it at the spirit of 9-ine that had completely regained its life. That spirit of 9-ine grabbed that small bottle, and with a method, from which Su Ming could not even feel any ripples with his divine sense, laughter came from under the spirit of 9-yin's helmet. "My name is Li Hua. According to the treaty made between my tribe and the shaman tribe, I am willing to serve you." As Li Hua laughed, he took a step forward, and once he stood before Su Ming, he lifted the gigantic battle axe, and the action caused howling sounds to reverberate in the air. A violent gust of wind swept through the area. Li Hua's huge body rapidly shrank in that wind and turned into a dark silver light that charged towards Su Ming's left hand. He suddenly lifted his right hand and received that dark light with that hand. The dark light hesitated for a moment, then turned into a mark on the back of Su Ming's right hand. It flashed a few times. "Boy, let's go to the 5th layer. I'll tell you where that old man is, or else it'll be very difficult for you to find him." Li Hua's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming dipped his head down and looked at the mark on the back of his hand, then lifted his head before moving briskly towards the top of this mountain. He was not afraid of this Li Hua causing any problems. He had still one chance to use the power of the god of berserkers, and there was enough power in it acting as a deterrent even if he did not use that one last chance. Even if that person had the power equivalent to an end shaman, Su Ming could still intimidate him. After a moment, Su Ming arrived at the top of the mountain, and as the light from the relocation rune shone, he disappeared within. When he reappeared, he was already on the 5th mountain. Besides him, only Nan Gonghen was in this mountain. Nan Gonghen was moving about the mountain, occasionally coming to a stop in search of a silver statue that he thought would be more reasonable. He had seen the light from the relocation rune in the 4th mountain, but did not pay too much attention to it. He simply continued browsing through the few statues in the mountain. It was only when he was at the mountainside that his footsteps come to a halt, and he looked towards the mountain staircase in the distance with a strange look. He saw Su Ming slowly walking up the stairs. He blinked. Then Nan Gonghen let out a dry cough and gave Su Ming a smile. When I saw the light from the 4th mountain's relocation rune, I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect it would be you, Brother Mo. Since you're here, why don't we take a look around together? When Su Ming saw Nan Gonghen, he wrapped his fist in his palm and greeted him with a smile with his usual calm look on his face. I was expecting to meet you here, Brother Nan Gong. You mentioned before that you were going to choose a spirit of 9 here. Brother Mo, it seems like I've made a fool of myself before you. All of the spirits of 9 here need several millions of shaman crystals before we can tempt them. In truth, if I had not made preparations for this, I wouldn't choose any of the spirits here. Nan Gonghen said with a smile, and there was a slightly pleased expression on his face. After all, the amount of shaman crystals he had to spend to choose a spirit in the 5th layer was enough to render anyone speechless. Nan Gonghen pointed at a statue and started providing explanations to Su Ming. Come, Brother Mo. Let me introduce you to this place. Look at this spirit of 9. His armor is giving off pressure, but his weapon is a scimitar. This spirit should be one specializing in defense, but his battle prowess is slightly weaker than the other spirits of 9 here. When Su Ming looked over, he heard Li Hua snorting coldly in his ear. Your companion didn't reveal much. Taka's scimitar is so sharp that if I ran into him, I would feel my skin crawl. His armor, however, is rather mediocre. Nan Gonghen continued introducing the statues to him and would occasionally place his hand on the statues to find their price. Su Ming always had a smile in place and did not open his mouth to speak much. All this while, he was listening to Li Hua rebutting Nan Gonghen's views, and by the end, he was looking down on Nan Gonghen even more. Brother Mo, you might not be able to provide any offerings in the 5th, but you can look around as well to broaden your perspectives. I walked up to the 5th layer in the past as well. As Nan Gonghen spoke, he arrived at a spot where 2 statues stood erect on the other side of the mountain. One of the statues was large and the other small. The big one was 400-something feet tall, while the small one was only 200-something. That small one did not hold any weapons in his hands and looked incredibly ordinary. The big statue, on the other hand, was holding a long spear, and he looked incredibly heroic and extraordinary. Nan Gonghen placed one hand on each of the statues. After a while, a brilliant light began shining in his eyes. He looked at the statue that was 400-something feet tall and excitement filled his face. Brother Mo, look at this spirit. His price is 32,000 shaman crystals per day, and he's the most expensive statue in this place, but don't just judge him because he's expensive. This spirit is definitely the strongest one here. Look at the spirit beside him. His price might only be 20,000 shaman crystals per day, but I definitely won't choose him. Nan Gonghen was originally still wavering about his decision, but when he saw Su Ming standing by his side, resolution immediately appeared on his face. I'll choose this one. As he spoke, he placed his palm on the statue again. Idiot, Suhan might be in the 5th layer, but he's definitely not the strongest. Your friend's an idiot. That old man beside him is the friggin' strongest monster here. That's what the old man likes. He'll use himself to set up a contrast and to serve as a comparison to scare Suhan so that he will raise his own price. Just you watch, a large part of the offerings Suhan obtains will be given to the old man. Boy, the one I'm talking about is him. Place your hand on him. I'll talk to him. Li Hua's voice traveled into Su Ming's ears. Su Ming cast a glance at Nan Gonghen with a wry smile, because he knew that even if he advised him against it, Nan Gonghen would also not listen to him. He then walked towards the statue that was only 200-something feet tall. Nan Gonghen's statue shone with a strong light, and the statue started rapidly regaining life. At that moment, Su Ming pressed his right hand against the 200-something feet statue. Nan Gonghen also saw Su Ming's actions, but he did not bother himself too much with it. In his eyes, Su Ming was just checking out the statue's price. Even if the statue was not expensive, not all people were capable of making offerings to him and taking him away. I browsed through the entire mountain once, and the price for this one is the highest. The prices offered by the spirits of 9 are based on their abilities. If he dares make this price, then I will pay for it. By the looks of it, he's the strongest in the 5th layer. Nan Gonghen might be finding it painful to part with the shaman crystals, but he trusted his own judgment. As he watched the light from the statue shine in an area that spanned to 100,000 feet, as the incredibly extraordinary statue looked as if it was about to completely regain life, and as light shone in his eyes, his breathing started quickening. After a moment, once the statue was completely revived, he lifted his long spear and struck the ground. At the same time, he shot up in the sky with a whistle. Only a pair of brightly burning eyes could be seen on his face, which were covered by the helmet. He lowered his head and cast Nan Gonghen a glance. That gaze was slightly strange, as if it contained an array of complicated emotions, a deep sentiment. By the treaty formed between my tribe and the shaman tribe, I am willing to serve you until you are no longer able to fulfill the requirements of the offerings. The spirit of 9 in midair said these words slowly. His voice echoed in the area, and humming sounds could be heard, making him sound incredibly exceptional. Nan Gonghen was just about to fly up excitedly when the statue on which Su Ming had placed his right hand immediately started shining by his side. The light was incredibly dim, but the statue was rapidly regaining life. An ancient gaze gradually appeared where his eyes were. Nan Gonghen was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes swiftly. Brother Mo, you rented him? Nan Gonghen sucked in a deep breath, and his face was filled with disbelief. Once he saw Su Ming nodding his head, Nan Gonghen's expression immediately became strange, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, he cast Su Ming a compassionate glance. While Nan Gonghen might find himself in a sort of disbelieving state in regards to Su Ming's financial power, but the truth was right before him, the other must have some sort of means and methods to obtain money, which no one else knew about. However, Nan Gonghen thought that Su Ming's choice was kind of not worth it, or perhaps more accurately, it was extremely not worth it. Ha, Brother Mo. You should have told me sooner. There are plenty of spirits of 9 here that are… Oh well, since you've already made your choice, then I won't say anything. Nan Gonghen shook his head with a wry smile, and his compassion grew stronger. There was a strange look on Su Ming's face, covered by the mask. When he saw the pitying look on Nan Gonghen's face, the same look appeared in his eyes. The statue beside Su Ming had already completely resuscitated. He moved his body for a while, and cracking sounds came from within him, as if he could not bear with moving. This made Nan Gonghen pity Su Ming even more. It was especially so when the spirit of 9 started slowly shrinking as he moved until he stood there like a normal person with a bent back. This was clearly a hunchbacked old spirit of 9. His armor might be silver, but it was dark and dull. When he wore it on his body, he looked rather sloppy. When Nan Gonghen saw this, he sighed in his heart. He could already understand just how good of a judge of character Su Ming was. In his mind, this was no longer a problem with being a bad judge of character. This was a problem of his intelligence going down the drain. Lad, choosing me is your fortune. Oh well, I'll protect you all the way on behalf of your spirit plunders, but we're doing it according to the deal we made. I will not calculate the price by days, but with each 3 times I attack, you have to give me a spirit plunder. The old man's voice echoed in Su Ming's head. He looked at the hunchbacked old man before him. This old man might be wearing a helmet and was decked in armor, but he looked incredibly strange in this appearance. However, Su Ming was very respectful towards him. He wrapped his fist in his palm to salute the old man. I will do my best to fulfill your requirements, senior. The old man was quite satisfied with Su Ming's show of respect, so he took off his helmet, held it under his armpit, revealing a very unique countenance. His dark skin looked like wood, and when set against his long silver hair, it made the hair incredibly eye-catching. Once Su Ming saw the old man's face, his pupils shrank. This person's appearance was highly similar to the gigantic head that was placed high on top the stone pillar in Shaman City. Clearly, they were from the same tribe. The old man's face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were unfocused. After a yawn, he swept his gaze past Nengong Hen, and his lips curled up in a smile. In Su Ming's eyes, that smile looked quite nasty. The old man grinned and said in a raspy voice, "You boy, this man is a heroic and exceptional one. You did well to choose the best lad in my tribe. Not bad indeed. You have a good eye." Nangong Hen's sympathy towards Su Ming increased once again. Just as he was about to open his mouth and say something, he suddenly widened his eyes and saw the old man lifting his head to look at the spirit of 9 he had rented, then said something that stunned him in place. "Hey, dummy, where's my share?" The old man glared and looked at Nangong Hen's spirit of 9 standing in midair. At that moment, Su Han, the spirit, brought out a ball of glittering light from his bosom obediently and handed it to the old man respectfully. The old man shook the ball with his hand, then nodded his head, satisfied. He quickly put it away into his own bosom, all while not forgetting to address the stunned Nangong Hen in the process. "Boy, you have a really good eye. Don't worry, if that dummy is disobedient, then I'll teach him a lesson afterwards. Don't you worry, all the tribesmen I introduce are absolutely free of problems. Hey, how about we go now? It's been a long time since I went out. I wonder how many things have changed in the outside world." The old man turned his head around and looked at Su Ming, urging him on. Su Ming cast Nangong Hen a compassionate glance, then let out a fake cough before he walked forward. The old man had his hands placed behind his back, following behind him with a swagger, even humming a little tune, all while looking incredibly smug. Nangong Hen only recovered after a long while. He looked at the old man leaving into the distance before he lifted his head and looked at the spirit of 9 called Su Han. He suddenly felt that this originally heroic and extraordinary spirit looked like a rather rigid person. In fact, he seemed kind of silly. His mind kept going back to the moment the old man had demanded his reward and his acts of praising Nangong Hen himself. He shuddered, then slapped his own head before he started laughing wryly. "This is the first time I heard about of the spirits of 9 conning people." Just like that, Nangong Hen brought with him regret and dispiritedness, along with the spirit of 9 that had turned into a mark on the back of his hand, then left the dimension through the vortex in the air with Su Ming, and the old man who made him grit his teeth but whom he did not dare offend. The instant the old man walked out, he lifted his head and looked at the gigantic head lifted up high on the stone pillar. A complicated look along with nostalgia appeared in his eyes. The complication quickly disappeared and he averted his gaze to look at the shackled skeleton in the palace behind the vortex. The instant he saw him, the old man sighed. "Lad, I'm going to meet an old friend of mine. As long as you are in the city, I'll be able to detect you. When you want to leave, I'll appear. If you need me to attack, then call out the name I told you, and I will naturally attack," the old man said with a flat tone, then took a step forward. His body instantly disappeared. When the old man left, Nangong Hen wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming with a wry smile. "Brother Mo, I'll cut myself off here. I'd like to go back and clear my mind in the inn, then communicate with my spirit of 9. Once the treasure gambling even starts, I'll come out. Are you coming with me, or do you want to go explore Shaman City?" Su Ming felt some degree of pity towards Nangong Hen, but just when he was about to speak, a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, because he saw a person looking at him while standing at the foot of the palace's stairs. "Brother Nangong, please go back first. I'll be exploring the area here." Su Ming wrapped his fist in his palm to bid farewell. Nangong Hen, who was feeling incredibly dispirited, did not have any mood to say anything anymore. He shook his head and left the place quickly. Once Nangong Hen left, Su Ming looked towards the person standing at the bottom of the stairs, and their gazes met. His lips curled up into a smile under the mask, and he walked down the stairs. As he got closer to the person who was observing him, the thin young man who was dressed in black robes and had various small braids decorating his hair started, his pupils shrinking, but he continued standing there without moving. When Su Ming walked down that long staircase and arrived right before the person, the young man suddenly smiled. His shrunken pupils dilated. He looked at Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm, giving him a small bow. It's a great joy in life to be able to meet an old friend in foreign land. I was wondering why I thought you were familiar. Now I remember. Brother Su, you still look as graceful as when we parted ways, the young man said with a smile. He was Wu Duo, the person who Su Ming had met when he was heading to Sky Mist City, and the person who had a mysterious background and seemed like a thought soothsayer from the shamans. Brother Su, you don't have to argue with me. I'm very certain of this. We're not strangers since I waited for you here and could identify you. Then it proves that I'm not that sort of despicable person, or else there would be no need for me to do this. Brother Su, your disguise is really great. It doesn't matter whether it's your presence or the general air you give off. No one would be able to find any clues about you. Even if I used any of Thought Soothsayer spells to look into you, I wouldn't be able to find any answers. However, ever since I was young, I possessed a talent no one else had. I'm very sensitive to smells. Brother Su, you can change everything, but you neglected to change your smell. Wu Duo spoke with a faint smile, and his words were filled with sincerity. My name is Mo Su. Su Ming looked at Wu Duo. My name is Zhong Yi. Brother Mo, it's a great pleasure to meet you for the first time. Would you mind finding a place with me so that we can sit? Wu Duo cast a glance at the mark of the spirit of 9 on the back of Su Ming's right hand, then spoke in a whisper. You must have come here for the treasure gambling event as well. I know quite a lot about this. Perhaps we can even work together. Su Ming mulled over it for a moment, then nodded. The shaman city belonging in the world of 9 was built a very long time ago. Even now, besides the city giving off an ancient feeling to others, it did not give off too much of a feeling of decline. Instead, as time went by, the city was continuously improved, causing it to be incredibly prosperous. It was especially so each time the world of 9 was opened up and a large amount of shamans surged in, which would cause the city to bustle with activity, and there were numerous shops which would still be visited even at night. It was a bit past noon. In a two-story inn located in the west of the city were Wu Duo and Su Ming, who were sitting at a table while looking at a river running through the entire shaman city. Sounds of running water echoed in their ears, adding another sort of taste to the wine they drank. The person who fought against the latter shaman from Eastern Goosefoot tribe yesterday must have been you then, Brother Mo. When I saw you walking out from the place of the spirits of 9 with Nan Gong Hen by your side, I could already guess. Wu Duo smiled, and there were all sorts of emotions in his eyes as he looked at Su Ming. I didn't expect that in a few years since the last time we met, your level of cultivation would have went up by leaps and bounds. It's indeed impressive. Su Ming shook his head and said slowly, being able to fight against Senior Tai Mu was just pure luck on my part. Oh, Brother Mo, you don't have to be humble. I might not have seen it, but when I heard about it from others, I could tell that you definitely did not manage to survive by pure luck. Wu Duo smiled and took a sip of wine. When he heard Wu Duo phrasing it as such, Su Ming smiled faintly and no longer spoke about that. Instead, he looked at Wu Duo and said calmly, Brother Zhong, what are the details of the treasure gambling event you mentioned? I don't know much about it, so I hope you would be able to tell me. Brother Mo, you must obtain a sufficient amount of shaman crystals before the treasure gambling event. Only then will it be possible to reap any sort of rewards from the event. Of course, if you're only going there to take a look and not to join it, then you won't need to do this. Wu Duo took a sip of wine, cast Su Ming a look, then said with a smile, this treasure gambling event is actually a unique thing that only appears in the world of 9. It is divided into two parts. All people who have more than 100,000 shaman crystals can join the first part of the event. Only those who have become ladder shamans can gain from the second part. Most people whose level of cultivation is not high enough would not choose to enter the second part, unless they have great luck. If not, most of them would end up really badly. Wu Duo spoke in great detail. He knew that Su Ming might have gained some knowledge about the event, but since he was not a shaman, there must still be some details that he was not entirely clear about. Oh? Please, I would like to hear it. Su Ming brought the wine cup to his lips and took a sip. Wu Duo gathered his thoughts for a while, then looked around before he asked in a whisper, Brother Mo, do you know why this place is called the World of Nine, and do you know how this name came to be? Su Ming looked at Wu Duo. He did not speak. He knew that Wu Duo did not require any answer from him. Besides the Yin spirit tribe telling the name to the shaman's ancestors in the past, it originated from a stone monument that was once erected at a spot somewhere in this place. There were only 4 words on the stone monument, and they were World of Nine Yin. As for the Yin spirit tribe, it's this, Wu Duo said, then lifted his left hand to reveal the glowing mark on the back of his hand. In the past, when the shaman's ancestors arrived in the World of Nine Yin, they somehow got into contact with Yin spirit tribe, allowing them to be able to get their help to occupy an area of 1 million lis in this place in one go, though it was over a period of many years. They also managed to get their help to build Shaman City. The treasure gambling event is actually largely connected to the spot where Shaman City is built. Wu Duo's voice was soft. It did not spread too far, and only Su Ming could hear it clearly. They chose to build Shaman City on the ground right underneath our feet because there is a gigantic secret in this area. It was very difficult for outsiders to learn about this secret, and it was not until many years later, when an N shaman who participated in building the city told his descendants of this secret before he died, that more shamans learned about this through a series of complicated events. Hehe, Brother Mo, it's definitely difficult for you to guess this. Before we built Shaman City over this land, this place was a giant pit. There were many crimson-colored stones stored in it. There was nothing strange about those stones, but we could not send our senses and perceptions into them. When we cracked them open gently, we found some strange herbs inside. The famous 9 abyss flower is one of them. In fact, there are still plenty of herbs that are not recorded by the shamans, and even those from 9 Li tribe cannot recognize them. They should be treasures of immeasurable worth that were rare even during ancient times, and have long since become extinct. However, a brilliant flash passed through Wu Duo's eyes. Most of the crimson stones have nothing inside. Well, actually, they might have had something inside before, but because they had been around for too long, those things gradually dissipated. Only few among the crimson stones contain herbs, and even so, most of them have already turned into fossils. There are no longer any sort of medicinal properties within them, and even if some herbs still contain medicinal properties, there won't be much of it left anyway. However, there is no absolute in this world. Some of these crimson stones that have been cracked open before were found to contain herbs that still contain 7/10 of their medicinal properties. In fact, from what I know, there were 9 times over the years where complete, undamaged herbs that still retained all of their medicinal properties were found in these crimson stones. These herbs are all incredibly old, and each of them could be called a priceless treasure, but it all depends on luck. If you're lucky, perhaps the herb's original value itself is already high to begin with. If you're not lucky, then it would be an ordinary leaf. Even if it was still fresh, it would still be. Wu Duo sighed deeply with feeling. As Su Ming listened to Wu Duo's words, his eyes began sparkling. We calculate the value of the herbs based on 2 things. One of them is the quality of the herb itself, and the other is the medicinal properties the herb contains compared to other herbs with the same effects. Herbs are not the only things contained in crimson stones either. There are also ancient enchanted vessels and some skill manuals. All of these are things you might find in there. It just depends on whether you can find them and whether the item you get can still be used. Due to its mysteriousness and because even N shamans will have difficulties in finding any sort of clue from these stones, this luck-based cracking of crimson stones has gradually turned into the treasure gambling event. This sort of heart-pounding excitement is something many people cannot resist. The crimson stones that can only be bought with a large amount of shaman crystals can be said to be able to make a person rise to great heights in an instant, and it can also make a person lose everything in an instant as well. Wu Duo licked his lips. Clearly, he was very passionate about this treasure gambling event. These crimson stones are valuable. Even if it is incredibly rare for herbs and treasures to appear within them, with the god of Shaman's temple's power and influence, there's absolutely no need for them to hold this treasure gambling event. They could just crack open all the stones on their own. By doing so, they wouldn't have to lose anything. Su Ming frowned. Brother Mo, you might not know about this, but that's what the god of Shaman's temple did in the beginning. But as time passed by and the secret of this place spread through the entire shaman tribe, the god of Shaman's temple's influence might be great. But the big tribes in the land of the shamans would absolutely not let it monopolize the chance of obtaining priceless treasures. Even those middle-sized tribes have set their sights on this event. It's only under the pressure of all the tribes in the land of the shamans that the god of Shaman's temple brings out a portion of the crimson stones every single time they open up this place and host this treasure gambling event. Wu Duo explained. Su Ming pondered over this for a moment before he voiced his thoughts. Even so, the big tribes must have also joined the team of people who developed this place. It's impossible that they didn't know about this. If that's the case, what you're saying is a little far-fetched. Besides, how could there still be crimson stones in this place after such a long time? And by the looks of it, they still have quite a lot of these things left. This is something I don't understand as well. Wu Duo hesitated for a while before he said with a lack of confidence. Perhaps there are some reasons that I don't know of regarding the former matter you speak of, but no matter what they may be, the god of Shaman's temple has been hosting this treasure gambling event involving all shaman tribes for many years. There is in no way you can fake this, and there have been people who have indeed been able to find valuable herbs in these stones. The 9 times I spoke of are examples. As for the second, well, Brother Mo, you still don't really understand this world of 9. The amount of crimson stones in this world is incredibly large, but we can't extract too many of them in one go. We can only get them out slowly. That is how the god of Shaman's temple is able to bring out these crimson stones every single time they open up the place. Legend has it that there are several huge tunnels underneath Shaman City. These tunnels were all dug out through the years, during the process of mining for these crimson stones. But it's true that the number of crimson stones that are brought out is smaller with each treasure gambling event. I didn't come here when this place was open to public the last time, but I heard later that they only brought out about 10,000 of these stones. It's a little fewer than the previous times. Su Ming thought about it quietly for a while. There might be some things he still did not understand about this, but Wu Duo did not seem to know everything either, which could only mean that these things were not privy to a medial shaman. Brother Zhong, is the second part of the treasure gambling event you speak of a small-scale event that is limited to only certain people who have certain levels of cultivation, and is held in another place that is like a trading zone in a manner almost like an auction? Wrong guess. There is indeed small-scale auctions like these during the treasure gambling event, but those are held in private. They are not considered as the second part of the event. The second part of the event is incredibly bloody, and people frequently die in this part. Its name is also known as Stone Looting Event. The end shaman who is protecting Shaman City will definitely not take action. This is a contest between ladder shamans, and the location is in one of the 3 small crimson stone veins that are usually closed off to public. They are all located within these 1 million lis. Some crimson stones will gush out of these small crimson stone veins once in a while. After some preparations, the god of Shaman's temple will be able to make these veins gush out a large amount of crimson stones for a short period of time. It depends on the person's abilities on how many they are able to loot. When the time comes, a relocation rune will be activated. The original rule states that everyone with any sort of level of cultivation can enter it, but few medial shamans go. But since there's that catastrophe of the Eastern Wastelands, the pressure of the threat of death from this disaster will drive those who want to survive through it mad. The number of those who will risk their lives in this event will be a lot higher compared to previous times. What I want to discuss with you is the second part. If you're willing to help me, then I will give you some of the crimson stones I'll obtain. I can promise you, if everything goes smoothly, then we will get a large amount of crimson stones. Wu Duo looked at Su Ming with an expectant look. Su Ming did not immediately speak. Instead, a pensive look appeared on his face. After some time, he asked unhurriedly, "Brother Zhong, What method do you have to be able to obtain a large amount of crimson stones from under the noses of numerous ladder shamans during the second part of the treasure gambling event? This is. Wu Duo hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He continued, "Please forgive me for this, Brother Mo. If you're willing to work with me, then I will tell you in detail. The only thing I can say is that for this to work, I've already enlisted 3 of my shaman friends for help. Our likeliness to succeed is 6 out of 10, but if you join us, then we will have 7 or even 8. Once he finished speaking, Wu Duo looked at Su Ming with eyes filled with sincerity. After a moment, Su Ming shook his head and replied in a hushed voice, "I need to think about this. I can't give you an answer at the moment." He could understand why Wu Duo could not tell him in detail. After all, if Su Ming was the one making the deal, he would react like this most of the time as well. However, this was too much of a risk, and if he was just to place his judgment based on the rewards itself, then unless the rewards were truly great, he was otherwise not the type to take risks for something unknown, which in this case were the Crimson Stones, whose existences were already a gamble on their own. "All right, I hope you'll think about it carefully. I hope to be able to work with you again, Brother Mo." Wu Duo was not expecting that Su Ming would immediately agree to this either. After all, trying to fight over the Crimson Stones against ladder shamans would end in their deaths if they were even the slightest bit careless. The fact that Su Ming did not reject him right from the get-go was already a good thing in Wu Duo's books. He knew that Su Ming was a cautious person. It was something he had learned when they had met and worked together before. He also knew that if Su Ming said that he would think about it, then he would definitely do so instead of using it as an excuse. That was why he did not continue trying to persuade him. After all, even if he truly wanted Su Ming to join him, if he said too much, it would just end up backfiring on him. Wu Duo talked to Su Ming a little more about the legends in the world of Ninein, and when dusk was about to arrive, the two of them left the place. Su Ming did not immediately return to the inn, but started taking a stroll around Shaman City. There were quite a large number of shops there, and they were selling a lot of items Su Ming had never seen or heard of before. In fact, there were also some herbs that were usually rare in the world outside being sold in large quantities here. In Shaman City itself, Su Ming could already find about 7 to 8 of the herbs drawn on the bamboo slip he had, which had a large amount of medicinal herbs listed on it. This made him incredibly excited. After all, while Su Ming was still reluctant to use the spirit plunders, he had to open the next door in that strange dimension. But as time passed by, there would come a day where he would still need to create the medicinal pills that came after spirit plunder. Even if he did not know what the next medicinal pill was called, and neither did he know what sort of herbs he needed, but if he bought some of every type of herb he could find, he would still be able to get some that were useful to him. In his excitement, Su Ming spent almost all of his time the next few days in search of herbs in Shaman City. Not only did he manage to find a large number of medicinal herbs listed on the bamboo slip, he also found all the materials required to make scattering dust, south asunder, mountain spirit, and even spirit plunder. All of these materials were sold separately and in small amounts. In fact, there were quite a number of these herbs that were used in other manners, but in Su Ming's eyes, these herbs were all treasures. However, the number of shaman crystals Su Ming had was incredibly limited. While the price for these herbs was not high, if Su Ming wanted to buy all of them, then he would still need to spend quite a lot of shaman crystals. Besides, Wu Duo had also mentioned that if he wanted to try his luck during the treasure gambling event, he would need to prepare a large amount of shaman crystals. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not have too much of an interest towards this treasure gambling event. To him, the percentage of being able to win was simply too low in this sort of treasure gambles. He did not have too many shaman crystals for him to gamble anyway. The disparity between the effort and reward was simply too great. "I can choose not to enter the treasure gambling event, but I'm almost running out of shaman crystals to buy these herbs. This is a little troublesome." Half a month later, Su Ming stood by the window in his room at the inn, caught in a mix of joy and gloom. He was happy because he had browsed through almost all of the shops in Shaman City and bought a large amount of medicinal herbs, causing him to be confident in being able to create more medicinal pills. He could even create about 10 spirit plunders from the herbs he had at hand, though it was still a problem for him to get living dead people. But he was feeling dejected because he was running low on shaman crystals. When he saw that there were some medicinal herbs that he could not buy, he was worried that once he missed this chance, there would be required an unknown amount of time before he could come to the world of 9 again. Oh well, I'll have to sell medicinal pills. Thank goodness I've been asking around in secret when I was buying herbs, so I know quite a bit about this. While the selling and trading of medicinal herbs is incredibly rare here, but there are still people who do it. A glint flashed through Su Ming's eyes, and he made his decision. He had been asking about by beating around the bush during the past few days to know whether medicinal pills such as scattering dust could be sold. Once he walked almost the entire shaman city, he had actually managed to find a shop with 2 scattering dusts, though there were barely any medicinal properties left in them. However, the smell of the pill allowed Su Ming to recognize that its method of creation should be identical to his own scattering dust, even though there were still some details that were different about them. Su Ming lifted his right hand. Then once he turned it over, 3 scattering dusts immediately appeared on his palm. The color of the 3 scattering dusts was radiant, and they were letting off wisps of refreshing medicinal fragrance, making them incredibly exceptional. He stared at the 3 scattering dusts in his hand, then put them away. Once he did so, he sat down cross-legged on the bed in his room and started meditating with his eyes closed. During the past half a month, he did not have time to bother with Lan Lan and Ahu, but he had left the brand of his divine sense on them. If the 2 of them got into any sort of danger, then Su Ming would rush over just like he did half a month ago. Su Ming had made a promise. If he had not agreed to the Patriarch's request from White Bull Tribe, he could have ignored them, but since he made a promise, then he would fulfill his promise to the best of his abilities. Outsiders would only be able to see and think about the rewards he would gain based on the importance he placed on fulfilling promises, but in truth, in his heart, he did not want to break any more promises to anyone else. That was why, even though it did not seem like Su Ming was placing a lot of attention towards Lan Lan and Ahu, that was not the case in reality. Night went by. When the next morning arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes, and a glint appeared within them. He got up and left the room. Nan Gonghen was still in isolation, having not left his room during the past half a month. Su Ming swept his gaze past Nan Gonghen's room, then looked away and left the inn. After a brief stroll through Shaman City, he changed his appearance without anyone noticing him. His mask was no longer on his face, and he wore a straw hat on his head. He looked a little more built than he originally was. Outsiders would not be able to see the details on the extra mass he gained. But in truth, Ji Yunhai's black beetles had already stuck themselves on Su Ming's body under his clone's will, causing his body to become taller and buffer by 1 whole size. Once he was done changing his appearance, Su Ming appeared outside a large shop in a rather lively street. It was a 6-story shop, and there were only about 10 of such shops in Shaman City. There was a stone monument stuck right in front of the shop, and there were 3 huge words carved with a flourish on it: 9 Shaman Pavilion. Su Ming came to this 9 Shaman Pavilion twice during the past half a month, purchasing a large amount of herbs each time. He knew that this was a place with nearly all types of herbs, and besides herbs, this pavilion sold almost everything else. It did not matter whether it was enchanted vessels, weapons, unique items belonging to the world of 9, or even some information not privy to others. The things they sold were quite all round. Su Ming averted his gaze. He was wearing a bamboo hat at the moment and had his divine sense enveloping his entire body, which also had the power of his nascent soul fused within, causing his aura to be incredibly mixed up, but also looking quite balanced. He walked into 9 Shaman Pavilion. The ground floor of the pavilion was huge and looked incredibly spacious. There were 3 big, broad stone walls that were several dozens of feet tall right at the center of the building. On these stone walls there were some glowing words, and there were some shamans who were reading them at the moment. Occasionally, they would walk hastily towards the shop attendants dressed in uniforms waiting on both sides of the stone walls. Usually, after a brief, hushed exchange, the attendants would guide them to enter one of the dozens of closed-off chambers located around the hall on the ground floor. Su Ming had come to this place twice before, so this was his 3rd time here. He was already familiar with the place. He knew that the glowing words on the 3 stone walls were the items that were for sale, and if people were interested, they could go to the shop attendants to make a deal. Right at the back of the hall on the ground floor was a relocation rune that was several dozens of feet big. This rune would only relocate a person to one place, and it was the first floor, and besides this relocation rune, there was no other way to enter the first floor. Su Ming swept his gaze across the hall. No one was able to see his appearance, since it was covered by the straw hat. But that messy but balanced aura had captured the shop attendants' attention. One of them, a middle-aged man, immediately took a few steps forward to stand in front of Su Ming and wrapped his fist in his palm before bowing towards him. "My friend, how may I serve you?" The middle-aged man was a medial shaman, and he did not seem too weak. He looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. "I'm here to sell things," Su Ming said flatly, and his words were few. "Oh? Sir, what are you selling?" 9 Shaman Pavilion will offer a satisfactory price for any and all sorts of treasures in the world based on the price they should have. As the man smiled, he sent his perception outward, and when it gathered on Su Ming, a great wave of power immediately bounced off him, causing the man's expression to change, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Since when did 9 Shaman Pavilion started being so oblivious to the rules? Su Ming's raspy voice came from underneath the bamboo hate. His voice was incredibly ghastly and sounded as if it was a terrifyingly biting, cold chill. When the middle-aged man was bounced off by Su Ming's divine sense, he felt as if there was thunder booming in his head. The strength of that divine sense was so great that even latter shamans would feel fear towards it, much less this male medial shaman. The man's face immediately turned pale, and just as he was about to speak, Su Ming let out a cold harumph and flung his right hand outward, immediately tossing out a small white bottle. "Bring this to your manager. I will only wait for the time of the burning of an incense stick on whether you will accept this or not." Su Ming's voice echoed in the air in an aloof manner. The middle-aged man instinctively caught the small white bottle, and while he was shocked and terrified by Su Ming's power, he opened the bottle and sniffed it after lowering his head. He frowned. There was a medicinal fragrance within that small bottle that smelled rather extraordinary. But the bottle was empty. There was only some of that fragrance lingering inside. Out of caution, once the man wrapped his fist in his palm towards Su Ming and bowed, he walked towards the relocation rune, then disappeared with a flash. Su Ming stood in the hall and his expression remained as calm as ever under the straw hat. However, before half the time required for an incense stick to burn after the man disappeared, the relocation rune shone once again, and the man walked out with a look of shock on his face. Behind him was an old man. There were not many changes on Su Ming's face while he remained hidden under the straw hat. However, he did focus his attention and sized up the old man. He looked to be a medial shaman as well, but Su Ming noticed that while the relocation rune shone and the middle-aged man with Su Ming's bottle was the first one to walk out, he instinctively slowed down a little, causing the old man to be able to overtake him and making the middle-aged man to be the one following. When this minor detail fell into Su Ming's eyes, it allowed him to find some clues. There was still shock on the middle-aged man's face. When the old man looked towards Su Ming, he took a few quick steps forward and stopped 10 feet away from Su Ming. "I am Zhu Dao Ming. Sir, this way, please." The old man turned all his attention towards Su Ming and was very polite towards him. He even wrapped his fist in his palm and bowed. Su Ming gave him a slight nod, then walked forward in a relaxed manner. The old man followed behind him. When the both of them walked past the spot where the middle-aged man was, the man immediately lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Su Ming did not bother with the man. He walked straight towards the relocation rune with the old man beside him. Then, as the relocation rune shone, they disappeared. Only when Su Ming left the place did the middle-aged man let out a breath of relief. The memory of him bringing the small bottle to the first floor resurfaced in his mind. The manager of the first floor had originally been displeased about it, but when he took the small bottle over and sniffed it, his expression immediately changed drastically, and he quickly went to the second floor. By this point, the man already had no idea which floor manager was in possession of that small bottle. However, by the looks of it, that small bottle was definitely not any common item, but the man simply could not wrap his mind around just what made that bottle so extraordinary. The light from the relocation rune made Su Ming's vision blur slightly. A slight medicinal fragrance wafted into his nostrils. That scent was very odd, but when he tried to get a detailed sniff, it was gone. Besides that medicinal scent, the first thing Su Ming saw was a man sitting by a desk made of purple wood, positioned right ahead of him. That man wore a white, long robe, and his face was as fair as a piece of jade. The man was incredibly handsome, and while he was a little old, the thin beard on his face made him seem even more striking. He had his head lowered as he sat by the desk, and he was holding Su Ming's bottle in his hand. There was a slight crease between his brows, making it seem as if he was frowning. Occasionally, he would take a sniff from it, and then he would close his eyes slightly. "Grandmaster Yu, I brought him here." Once the old man by Su Ming's side bowed to the white-robed man respectfully, he took a few steps back into the relocation rune. This man might not have given him even the slightest bit of attention, but he did not mind. The rune shone once again and he disappeared. At that moment, only Su Ming and the white-robed man remained at this floor of the pavilion. Su Ming remained calm. He could not really gauge this man's level of cultivation. When his divine sense fell on the person, a gentle power bounced it away, but that power was not alive. It actually felt quite rigid. Clearly, this person did not have a power that far surpassed Su Ming's own, but instead had some treasure that made it hard for others to examine him using divine sense. If Su Ming truly wanted to check this man's power, then he would need to force his way through. While he had the confidence that he would be able to break this power that bounced him off, there was no need for him to do so. The white-robed man did not speak, and neither did Su Ming. He swept his gaze across the floor. This was a room that absolutely could not compare to the size of the ground floor. It was only about a third of it. There were a dozen something illusionary, glowing objects floating around, causing this floor to be brightly illuminated. There were black stone boards spread on the floor and even some sculptures that protruded off the walls around them. These sculptures were not of birds, but were an endless amount of plants and flowers that looked alive. It was a pity that they did not have color, or else there was a possibility that a person would feel confused as to where he was when he cast his first glance into the room. Right before Su Ming and behind the white-robed man sitting by the long purple wooden table was a window. Sunlight shone through it, making the room seem like a fantasy. When Su Ming was about to look away from the window, his gaze suddenly focused, and he cast a scrutinizing look at the sky outside the window, and then he felt his heart quiver. What he saw was an endless mass of sky. He could not see the ground. "This isn't the first floor. If it was, then I would be able to see the ground. Judging by the height, this floor is at least the third floor." Su Ming no longer looked at the window, but cast his gaze at the center of the floor. There were 3 incense burners of the same size there. They were all about half the height of a person, and it would take 2 men to fully encircle them. Wisps of green smoke floated up from them, turning into layers of smoke rings that spread in all directions. The incense burners were not of a single color, but were instead of a variety of them. They looked incredibly pretty, but Su Ming only let his gaze stay on them for a moment before he looked at the thing placed at the center of these 3 incense burners. It was an oval-shaped stone. It was dark red and did not look smooth. It actually looked very ugly. There were even a lot of holes decked on it, and judging by the looks of these holes, they did not seem as if they were formed naturally but were made by man. That stone was very big and surpassed the height of those incense burners. It was 20-something feet tall, and it was about the size of several of these incense burners. It was placed at the center of this floor and stood out like a sore thumb. As the wisps of smoke rising from the 3 incense burners turned into smoke rings in midair and started spreading out, some of them were absorbed by the small holes on the stone. Later, they would seep out from another hole. There had to be some sort of unique changes made within the stone that caused the smoke that seeped out of the stone to turn into smoke butterflies that looked as if they were dancing in midair. Even though they disappeared quickly, new smoke butterflies would reappear. The cycle repeated, and it could be even said that the sight could not be compared with anything else in the world. Su Ming took a few steps forward and stood before the big stone to look at the wisps of smoke surrounding that stone before turning into pairs of butterflies that danced with each other. Suddenly, the faint medicinal fragrance that he'd sensed before spread out faintly once again. The origin of it was between the stone and the 3 incense burners. Su Ming could smell it straight away, but when he tried searching for it, the smell was already gone again. As he looked at the stone, Su Ming's eyes sparkled. He extended his divine sense to the stone, but the instant his divine sense touched it, it was immediately absorbed by a powerful suction force. It was like a piece of stone sinking into the ocean. Unless he withdrew his divine sense right when he touched the stone, perhaps a large amount of his divine sense would be devoured. Su Ming's expression changed under the straw hat. He stared at the stone, and a surprised glint appeared in his eyes. Right at that moment, the faint and indistinct medicinal fragrance reached him once again. This time, even though the fragrance was still as faint as ever, but it was a little thicker than before. When Su Ming smelled it, while his expression remained as usual under the straw hat, he was already shocked to the core. Because right at that instant, he felt a faint ripple spreading out from the storage bag in his bosom. That ripple might only have lasted for an instant and everything returned to normal right at the next moment. But Su Ming knew that he was not imagining things. Besides his clone and the poison corpse, there seemed to be nothing else that could send out ripples from his storage bag. But the thing that made Su Ming shocked was not the clone. Neither was it the poison corpse. Naturally, it was not the strange snake either. It was instead a material Su Ming had obtained a long time ago to create medicine. It was a small, black, humanoid creature contained within a gigantic mountain rock, as if it was sealed within. Su Ming had obtained that rock from the auction hosted by Western Sea Clan outside Freezing Sky Clan. It was one of the main ingredients to make the welcoming of deities. Those ripples came from the mountain rock, or more accurately speaking, they came from the small black humanoid that looked as if it was dead. This item had once caused a small stir in the past, and after that, due to the Battle of Sky Mist, Su Ming hadn't had the time to ask around about what happened to the person from Enlightenment Gathering Tribe. In fact, he had already forgotten about this. When he saw the ripples from the mountain rock, Su Ming was shocked. He might have only seen this stone once, but through the discussions he had with Wu Duo, if he still could not recognize that this was the crimson stone that was used in the treasure gambling event, then he was no longer Su Ming. A small number of these crimson stones used for the treasure gambling event contain either completely fossilized, partially fossilized, or herbs that are not fossilized at all. This is incredibly alike to the small black humanoid contained in my mountain rock. However, one of them contains herbs, and the other a humanoid thing. Wu Duo also said before that there are not just herbs contained within these crimson stones. There are many other things contained inside as well. Booming sounds were going off in Su Ming's head. He had never linked these two items together before, but the mountain rock's ripples had lifted a corner of the fog's mystery. Could it be that the mountain rock containing this black humanoid actually came from this place? Su Ming was in shock as he looked at the stone before him. He was absolutely certain that the fragrance did not come from the incense burners' smoke from that stone. After all, the smoke from the incense burners was constantly around, and was unlike the medicinal fragrance, which was always faint and indistinct. Su Ming stood there for a moment before he took a few steps forward and got closer to the stone. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, the medicinal fragrance appeared once again. He sucked in a huge breath, and as he breathed in, a large amount of that medicinal fragrance entered through his nostrils and surged right into his mind. At that instant, he placed his divine sense on his storage bag to observe the black humanoid sealed in the mountain rock. It was right at that instant that Su Ming felt the small black humanoid shuddering a little, and he felt those ripples clearly. More ripples spread out, and if it was not in the storage bag and Su Ming didn't have his divine sense hiding it, then the people around him would have definitely been able to sense it as plain as day. Soon after, Su Ming's divine sense immediately saw black light flickering on the mountain rock in the storage bag and the small black humanoid shivering. Then, right in the midst of it all, a faint and blurry picture appeared at the center of its brows. That picture was of an herb with 7 leaves, and each tip of these leaves was sharp, looking like that of a poisonous snake's head. In fact, There was even one of the poisonous snake-head-like leaves that would occasionally hiss with its forked tongue out of its mouth, and it looked as if it was alive. However, that was the only leaf that acted in that manner. The other leaves were dull, as if they were void of life, and only contained the shape of a poisonous snake's head. "Sir, you have been watching this crimson stone for a long time. Could it be that you've seen it before?" As Su Ming's heart was filled with shock, a gentle voice reached in his ears. "Sir, you have been watching the small bottle for a long time as well. Could it be that you've smelled that medicinal scent before too?" Su Ming asked flatly, having turned around and quelled the shock in his heart.